for February 5. And I'm going to call us to order, identifying Gene Lawson, Pete Passari, Susan Wood, and Sturgis Dodge as in attendance, along with your host, Hoyte Decker. 9:07. And if I may, I have two sets of minutes, one for December 10, 2019, and a second one for the next day, December 11, 2019. And I did not hear back from anybody on any of the drafts that I circulated, so if I could get a motion and a second for both of these at the same time.
Move they be accepted.
Okay, thank you, Sturgis. Second, please.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Pete, all right. So, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Good, all right, thank you so much. Let me sign these off and then we'll get started. Everybody should have a set of documents, the agenda, and all that other good stuff. Thank you, ma'am. Let's see, I think, well, first of all, I'm sorry, no correspondence, no citizen comment. And I did want to spend just a second, Susan and Sturgis and I were at the December FOIA training. Did I circulate, Ann sent me a packet of the material that they use for the presentation. I sent that out, didn't I? You guys get that? If not, okay, I'll get it to you, I'll get it to you. The only other thing.
Portal.
I'm sorry?
It's on the portal.
Is it? Okay. Now, I've been asking you, did the video of that?
That's not on. I can't attach it to anything.
You can't send it to me as a document or as a whatever?
I can try to see if I can send it over.
Okay.
I'll talk to IT.
Okay, that would be good, because the reason I'm raising it is because we raised a couple questions that were pertinent to our committee, and it would be useful if you guys could actually see the research. There were actually two attorneys. It was Glenn, and I forget who the other person was.
Max Walton.
Okay, who were responding to questions, and they both kind of chimed in on the issues we raised. So, all right, thank you. All right, so here we go, folks. I'm going to dive right into old business, further discussion of our tree ordinance. And let me get my thing going here. Oops, okay. Okay, so what I'd like to do is to recap some of the things that we have done, or that I have done with you guys individually since our December and 11 meetings. I want to identify some of these issues, and again, I would like to start the discussion because Gene has to leave early today with discussion of the appeals section of this thing. And then after that, I'm happy to go in whatever direction you guys want to. But let me spend just a moment or two highlighting some of these things that have come up. So each one of you has a different, issue in here, or a number of issues in here that I want to highlight. And also, I think I mentioned in a memo or something to you that I also had a 2-hour plus session with Liz Lingo, and she has 3 or 4 items that would be best for us to discuss as well. In my mind, the single issue, at least that's on my paper, Susan, the one issue that you have from the last meeting, I think it's gonna wind up being the elephant in the room, and that's mitigation. Okay, so we're gonna get back to that. Beyond that, Sturgis, you sent me a email with 3 or 4 well, you sent me a thing with, it was like, I identified 4 different issues. What did I do with that stuff? Yeah, 5 different notes. 2 of them were basically on the same thing. And so they were this whole business about the $20 per dBH inch, and whether we should be maybe looking at that in a different way. The stop work order, which I put in there.
I saw that.
Plans and permits, let's see, there were a number of issues that you wanted to put in. I put in several of them. I have issues with a couple of the other ones, which we can get to.
Okay.
And Liz actually commented on the way I was presenting some of that information that I put in there at your request. So there's that. Pete, so Pete and I met somewhere along the line and discussed 253.7 maintenance, 253.8 tree protection, 253.9 plans and permits, also tree planting, 253.10, 253.11, replacement of trees, and then actually there's a second issue in there about 253.9 regarding inspections. All right, and then Gene, well, I'm sorry, since we're gonna do Gene next, let me skip over Gene for the moment and identify the issues that Liz Lingo and I spoke about, which was basically covering a lot of the material that we just mentioned here, but nevertheless, we talked about, she had a thought on definitions of tree. We spoke about, probably the biggest thing we dealt with was minimum density requirements, 253.6. And she literally changed the whole approach to that thing. That's going to be another elephant in the room. And then plans and permits also came up. Again, that was in part an issue that Sturgis had brought up. So, okay, Gene, appeals. So just as a little background before we get into this, Julie Davis, way back when, took a whack at this issue and drew a lot of her contribution from the Board of Adjustment. And then Sandy became involved when Julie left. And he pretty much followed through with what she had been working on, embellished it a little bit, but essentially used the same basis for creating this new revised appeals process. He went a lot further with regard to appeals to the Board of Commissioners, and from that, he was using language that shows up in the Planning Commission's regulations and how they play forward when there's an appeal that goes to the Board of Commissioners. So just let's see, the things that Gene and I talked about beyond the general terms, primarily in the appeals to the Board of Commissioners, was seeing that there would be a 120-day period of time to process the appeal. that it be limited to no more than 10 pages in its content. And let's see, what else have I got there? I can't read my writing. Can't read it. There were other submission issues that we discussed. And all of this, by the way, is in this latest edition of 2019 Comprehensive Tree Landscape Ordinance that I'm about to turn to now. So if everybody's ready, anybody have any preliminary comments that they want to make about any of this stuff? You ready to go? All right. So I'm going to move right to what is on my document. It's the 5th page, 25312 appeals. I'm looking down here. If you look at A2, you'll see that Liz asked me to remove her name, the title of her position, from the thing, so that the way these things are processed, she doesn't get involved in it at all. It's actually Ann who sends out correspondence and does the notification part of the process. So we changed that from city arborist to city. So have at it. I'm open to any comments that.
Wait a minute, where are you for that?
I'm in 25312.
Where?
25312. And I was
Oh,
just
got it.
commenting on.
Okay, okay.
I didn't use the line numbers this time, so.
That's fine. It's okay. We're in the middle of the article. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, may I?
By all
jump in?
means.
I don't have a problem with any of this. There's only one thing to me that I've found is an inconsistency, and that is in the description of the Tree Ordinance Commission. There's a section C2 that says that one
Wait
of.
a minute now. Are you in appeals or are you back in?
Okay, well, it pertains, okay?
Yeah, well, tell us
Because
where you are.
here we talk about the authority of the Tree Ordinance Commission. So essentially, back when we describe the Tree Ordinance Commission, we talk about what they can do,
Okay.
okay? And there is a section that was added, and I think it maybe was added by Sandy Bieber, about their ability to offer a variance to the code.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
nowhere here in the authority do we refer to their authority to issue a variance.
Okay.
And, that's a real different issue from
So,
offering a judgment of the, and of whether or not there's an error in a city arborist's decision.
all right. So give me a line number.
Okay,
or not
so,
line
well, we
number.
don't have a
Give
line,
me
but
a
if we go-
section, but
Okay, if we go back to the very last item, it's 253.5.
okay.
And if you go down to C2, which is the last section under the description of the Tree Ordinance Commission, C says they shall have the following powers, and then it says to authorize
Right.
a variance. But then when we get to the authority under appeals, it doesn't describe their ability or authority to do that.
So there's no language
It's right.
substantiating
There's no-
what's in
right, it's
253.
It really
5.2.
limits what they
C2,
can do
C2.
in the appeals. It really says
Mhm.
can't be arbitrary, capricious, they have to identify an error in a decision, which is a whole different concept than a variance.
And what are your feelings about that?
Well,
Acting as your therapist.
thank you so much. And about that, you feel, I mean, I'd be just
How
as.
does it make you feel?
That's right, I'd be just as happy striking this authorizing a variance.
C2?
Yeah,
all right,
C2. I just,
all right.
you know, to me, it would be less complicated
Okay.
unless folks here feel
Okay.
that that is a separate
Okay.
and discrete
All right.
power that they should have, or that citizens should have
So,
the right to ask for a
Yeah.
variance.
so Gene,
from the
I
code.
recall having a conversation with somebody about this. Did you and I have a conversation about this? Because I can't,
We didn't, I don't think we can authorize a variance outside of the Board of Adjustment.
right, okay. So we, to the extent there may have been some language in there, we took it out, is that fair to say?
But we discussed it, I don't remember where we took it out.
It wasn't in there and we didn't put
I don't-
anything in there,
I don't
okay.
think it was ever in the
All right.
appeals section of anybody's
Okay,
version.
okay, all right. So I'm inclined to agree with you that let's keep this as narrow as possible. You know, if these guys want to go outside the lines, like the new Tree Ordinance Commission, if they want to go into an area that's not in here, you know. And by the way, I may have mentioned this to you before, but I have been for the last several meetings sending Eric Wargotz, who is the chair of
Oh,
the
okay.
Parks and Shade Tree
Right,
Commission.
right.
I've been sending him copies of this material,
Got it,
advising him that we're, you know, when we're
Got it.
having meetings
right,
and I mean, I can specifically
yeah,
direct him to this conversation as well.
yeah. I mean, essentially,
But
if,
is there
yeah.
anybody else that would oppose, that would not be in favor of what I think Sturgis is recommending, that is to remove section 253.5C2, to eliminate it?
I mean, the thing, if I could just kind of give some background.
Oh, by all
to-
means.
To think about it, currently,
You got 8 hours.
okay, well, currently, I believe that the Parks and Shade Tree Commission does essentially give people variances. It doesn't do what we've said in here in appeals. It doesn't confine itself to the narrow kind of, you have to decide there's an error in judgment. They essentially say, well, we think this is fair, or, you know, that's the basis on which at least historically they've made decisions. So the thought is, do we want to allow them to do that?
I don't think we do. I
or
think,
do we
and
not?
I'm remembering more, Gene. I think what we're trying to do is to narrow their focus as much as we can, remove all this wiggle room. I think Gene had made a point maybe at a prior meeting about how we can't get good decisions because they're not given a record to work with. They're not given the kind of specific information that would allow them to make a you know, black and white decision on this. Am I getting it, Gene? Yeah. So, you know, I think it all suggests it's probably better out than in.
It would be a marked change in the way that they do things.
Yeah,
And I know
yeah,
in previous language, we've talked about whether or not something might create an undue hardship or, you know, exceptional practical difficulty. Those kinds of terms are used by Board of Adjustment, or those concepts, when they grant variances, but that's kind of what that goes
Right.
along with, is the granting of the variance.
Susan, Pete, do you guys have any?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
Well, again,
Exactly.
I'm
Pause
still
and
in,
everything,
All
I'm
right.
not sure.
I'm still in favor of more of a universal in the entire code and appeals process. That's pretty much the same for all of the boards, and the same language for all of them, and the same penalties.
Well, that's kind of where we're headed.
Doing it once.
That's
but-
kind of where we're heading.
So I would, in the tree ordinance, I would simply say, please see section 5 of the code, appeals boards. and keep it out of the tree ordinance, but, you know, it's in here, so
Yeah.
so yeah, I just had a couple questions on what I had from the original colorful little note sheet that I had on some of the things that were scratched out, but that's it.
All right, hang on a second.
I'm good with that part.
Are
Huh, you good with it?
Well, I mean, yeah, again, it's
I'm happy to
different.
talk about whatever
I'm
you-
still in favor of simplifying the entire code as a whole.
Yeah.
But we gotta start somewhere, so
Yeah,
maybe they'll adopt this. And again, I was looking towards the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, but we were told we have to have another commission.
Right.
So,
am
yeah,
am
yeah, I
I,
mean, that's kind of a lock-in situation.
Yeah.
Hoyte, just so that we can kind of put it to bed, am I hearing that everybody's okay with us striking 253(5)(C)(2)?
That's what I'm about to do, yes,
Is, okay,
yeah,
I'm seeing nods down
okay.
there.
read me that,
I'm sorry?
read me the 255C2.
It's,
Oh, never mind, I'll take it off.
yeah, it says to authorize a variance or owing to special conditions or exceptional situations. It will result in unnecessary hardship or exceptional practical difficulties.
So what's the difference between a reversal and a variance? In practicality, not in legal definition.
When you're using the phrase reversal, were you,
That's in section 12C3,
okay,
that the tree ordinance shall have the authority to hear and decide. May reverse or modify the city arborist's decision,
okay.
only if it finds the decision to be blah, blah, blah. So the reverse in the decision,
eye.
does that in effect give them a variance?
In effect, it does, but it has to be based only on an error in judgment of the city arborist. This C2 says it can be based on unnecessary hardship or exceptional practical difficulty.
Okay.
That's really the difference.
So you all right with that then?
Yeah, I'm fine. I
Okay.
just wanted to
All right,
clarify.
thank you. All right, anyone else have any other issues with the appeals section?
5. That's pretty.
Oh, no wonder, okay. I gotcha. So.
So all of these red
So you're saying scratch 2 completely?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Let me take a step back. Let me identify some of these issues that Jean and I addressed. I thought they were in red, but they're not. In 253-12B2 hearing, and there's a footnote that goes with that. Jean and I felt it was important to establish a mechanism which parallels or at least mirrors the actions that are taken by the planning commission. So, but under no circumstances more than 120 days is language that we picked up from that other, where the hell it is, 236-6A, whatever. And for the record, the city arborist had some concerns about that. She thought it was unnecessarily cumbersome.
Which
But-
one was that? Which,
The language I just read.
okay.
253-12B2 hearing, and at the end of that sentence, but under no circumstances more than 120 days.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I got it.
And it's footnote 8.
Schedule and appeal, yeah, I got it.
But I feel it's important that that be in there. Now, we'll hear from her at 11 if she
Okay.
wants to jump up and down about it, we can. And some of the other changes were, as I mentioned at the outset, under 4 submissions, not more than 10 pages. Again, this is consistent with the Planning Commission. And then we added another sentence that also came from that same, I think, let's see, 10, yeah, 236.6. I'm just going to read the sentence. The Tree Ordinance Commission, the appellant, and the applicant, if different than the appellant, may provide an additional written submission in response to any original submission of another party to the appeal of not more than 10 pages to the Board of Commissioners, and all other parties to the appeal not later than 7 days prior to the scheduled appeal hearing before the Board of Commissioners. And again, that's language consistent with what the other section 236.6 indicates, so I'm just plugging that in there.
Could I take you back just to, what about that, the one that the city arborist had a problem with? What did
Yeah.
she think was cumbersome about
She just thought it was, I guess what she was saying was, why don't you just make it 120 days?
Oh, okay,
All right.
within 60.
That was kind of what
Oh,
her
I hear
bottom
what
line
you're
was.
saying. I see. So she thought there was
But again,
unnecessary
you know,
detailing.
and there's still another level in here that's gonna happen, whether we like it or not, and it's called the Board of Commissioners. And Glenn Mandelis is
Right.
also gonna
Right,
have his nose under the tent, so, it's
okay,
gonna be
yeah.
what it's gonna be there, so.
To me, that would be a minor edit.
Yeah. And then the only other thing that we stuck in there was a fee for filing under 253.12B, D as in David. The fee for filing an appeal to the Board of Commissioners shall be $150, and I'm open to that number, but that's kind of where we came out, and shall be payable to the city of Rehoboth Beach on the date of the filing of the notice of appeal.
What's the typical filing fee for appeals?
You got me. It's
Is everybody still
$1,000 for the Board of
supposed to
Adjustment.
have a fee schedule?
So we're giving you a deal.
No, I'm just saying that consistency is important.
And it's, what is it? It's $250, it's $250 just to go before the Tree Ordinance Commission, right?
I don't remember.
Are you guys still opposed to doing a section of the code that has fees in it?
An appendix?
No, I'm
So
not.
we don't have to change this?
And I will put that in what we present to the Board of Commissioners, but frankly, that's way above our pay grade. I mean, what you're talking about there
So can we
is
submit this with a-
somebody's gonna come along and spend 5 years redoing the whole damn code, okay? And that's when they're gonna fix that. I mean, Gene, when we commented on this at an earlier meeting as well about, I mean, my experience has always been, you always put the definitions first, you always put all the penalties, they're all one spot, okay?
Right. So why can't, instead of us putting a price in there, why can't we initiate this by putting shall be tier 1 blank question mark? You guys set the, do we have to put a number in there? Or can we
Yes.
just put in parentheses
Yes.
as per the new?
No, yeah, we do, but I mean,
Okay.
let's, I'm happy to change the number if you wanna change the
No, I
number.
mean, but I have no
But they're
idea.
gonna change the number to whatever they want.
Right, and
I
they're gonna
think-
talk about it forever.
I think our initial thoughts about it were to make the fee to be the same as appealing from the planning commission to the commissioners. So that an appeal that's based on the same criteria
Process,
gets
yeah.
the same fee. So we don't end up with 2 different fees from 2 different
Oh.
commissions.
Is 150 what you have to do with the planning commission?
When we go from the planning commission to the board of commissioners, didn't look up whatever it was.
I mean, currently, my understanding is that the building inspector's fees are not in code. They're separate. I don't think the building inspectors, the building fees are literally in the code,
When you say the building fees, what do you?
like building permits.
But those are just
That's
administrative
not an
fees.
appeal. I mean, all I'm saying is I think the appeals
Okay.
from any city commission to the
Okay.
Board of Commissioners should be consistent.
It should be consistent, but should it be in the code or should it be maintained in some kind of an appendix or some kind of a schedule that can be changed as inflation?
Well, they can change this too.
They could, but it's much more cumbersome to change code.
I just, again, my whole philosophy is I want all the information in one place. I don't want to be jumping around,
I prefer that for simplicity, but I just
but I want consistency as well.
got it. Yeah, that's,
So there's no reason why you can't say in every section that relates to a commission appeal, be it planning commission or whatever, that to appeal to the Board of Commissioners is 150. You can just take that entire paragraph and put it in all the different sections. But that way, I'm not flipping from this code or this section to a different section.
I prefer not to do that. I agree.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's,
think
I mean,
also
that's a,
the thought of having it refer to a tier 1 fee and have all the fees in one section.
That's,
Yeah,
see,
if
that's
they
kind
want
of,
to.
would that be?
Well, you could say the fee for filing an appeal, blah, 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 rather than the period, comma, in accordance with the tier 1 fee schedule set forth in blah, blah, blah.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, but then you say you don't want us to flip to another page to read what the tier 1 is.
Well, you can say in accordance with, you can still
Right.
put the fee in there.
And that's what I'm saying should be in there instead of $150.
so, just
Or whatever, I don't
FYI,
know,
I
call it
just,
tier or whatever you wanna call it, you just call it at, it shall be a tier 1 fee, as per section, new section code, penalties and
And then-
fees. And then when they change one, they don't have to change and look for it in every section of the code, they simply change, say, inflation's gone up, everything that was 150 is now 175. And all I have to do is change one section of the code and tier 1 becomes 175. But if it's gonna, I would say start it with the first new section of the code written in how many years completely and see where it goes.
I'm sorry,
Just stick it in there.
so.
And almost force,
I just don't think that's consistent with what we've been, the path that we've been taking. I've just made a note, I will make that recommendation to them when I make a presentation, but I'm reluctant to change the whole mechanism. Excuse me, let me finish my point. Moreover, I just looked up again in 236-6, whatever, the fee for a appeal from the Planning Commission to the Board of Commissioners is $150.
And is that in the planning commission?
Yes,
code?
it's in 236, what did I say?
Okay, so that's in the
236.
current code.
Yeah, 236, 6B, excuse me, 236, what the hell is it? I had it. B, yeah, 236, 6B. So I'm sorry, Susan, but
what's everybody else think?
Do you want to replace the $150 with set forth?
With a reference to
set
the new
forth
section.
In the fee schedule of blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And that way, we don't have to worry about it. They can put any fee they want in there, they can change whatever they want to.
Exactly.
So you actually literally taking out the $150.
Yep.
Shall be set forth in the fee schedule, whatever that.
Shall be a tier blank, tier question mark, fee, as per section, blank of the city code,
That way, we don't have to worry about the money. We don't
Nope.
have to worry about any of the fees.
for anywhere in what we're gonna be doing today.
I can go either way. Whatever.
I think, if
It's-
we decide to stick with it, with what we've got,
Uh-huh.
and what I'm hearing you say is, one of your reasons is that it's currently exists in code with the planning commission, and why not just be consistent? But if we do decide to leave it in here, I think it would make sense to, in our description of our recommendations, to say that we would like to see fees pulled out of the code across the board and put in fee schedules.
That's basically what I
you know.
put
I mean,
down
I
here.
just think we should. Because, I don't
So
know, I think.
put the fee amount in here with a recommendation that we want to take it
Good.
out and put it into a separate fee schedule. I'm fine with that too.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Leave it in here, but when we present
Yeah.
this, say our recommendation for the
Yeah.
code overall is that
That's
all
exactly what I'm
specific
willing to
fees
do.
be pulled out
Yes.
and put in a schedule.
That's the note I put in.
Okay.
And to that point, I want to spend a little time at the end of this talking about those kinds of issues that I would include in a presentation that I would make to the Board of Commissioners. I'm hoping to do that at a, workshop sooner rather than later. And so what I'm hoping to do today when we get through with this part of the thing is to talk a little bit about that part of the package. And I sent you a chart, which I'm hoping is gonna mollify their concerns because they're not getting a red line document. And then, what are the highlights and rationale is the term
Yeah,
that you like to use.
we need to have
for-
rationales if we're
so-
suggesting changes. We need
I'd
to
like to
say
spend
what,
some time about
what we're
with
trying
that.
to accomplish.
Question, am I still
So,
typing this up exactly as is as we go, so we are finished at the end?
I'm sorry?
Do you still want me to continue changing everything as we've changed it
You
in
know
the
what,
final draft?
I appreciate that, but I think at this point, I'm gonna be going back over in the next day or two what we're discussing right now. And I'm hoping to get a final product done in a format that I can use.
So we don't wanna write it right up now and have it
If you
submittable?
wanna put something, what are you suggesting specifically? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all we've done is remove the section of 253.
Well, I'm just looking at what we
Would you
left
like to put in
with.
some language that you'd like to see in the recommendation? Is that what you're
Nope,
saying?
nope, what I'm looking at is what we left with was blue content was everything that we officially were done and agreed on. Now, we've gone back and changed some of that today. Do you want me to continue to type it up and write it as it's finished?
I don't think so.
So how are we gonna get exactly what we're talking about today?
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I mean, what have we done in the last 15 minutes that's changed anything?
But we just took out in the tree commission,
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. I've
Right.
taken that out.
okay, so,
If I add anything in, if we change any language going forward, I'm gonna make sure we're all in agreement what that text says.
okay, because I don't even have the name of 253-5 being confirmed in the
All
estimate.
right, well, I think I've got it covered. All right, so let's finish this point. So you're amenable to doing a recommendation, leaving the language as is, but doing a recommendation that talks about, consideration of some central regulation or requirement or provision that establishes fees. I mean, this could apply to penalties and all kinds of different
Everything
things.
across the code,
Uh,
whole code.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Peter, okay. How about you, Gene? He's good with it too. All right. How about you? Sturgis is good.
I suggest.
All right. So is that acceptable, Susan? I mean?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think we just finished appeals.
There's one.
Oh, maybe not.
No, it's a typo.
Oh, thank you. Where?
Paragraph 3,
Give me
authority of the tree commission. Is it still in appeals?
wait a second. Wait, give me a
A3,
253-12 A3.
1, 2,
A3,
second
A3.
line, made by the or city arborist.
Oh, definitely. Thank you. All right.
Was there something that was supposed to go in there? Made by.
Made by the
second?
city arborist.
Oh, just made by the city arborist.
Huh? Yes? Okay. All right, we're working on this thing. All right. So,
So if you're gonna, so just for clarification, the Tree Ordinance Commission is only going to have the authority to hear appeals to reverse the city arborist, nobody
Right.
else, correct? Okay.
So who's gonna have what number 2 said? The authority to give a variance from the ordinance, that's gonna be, so we struck number 2 from the Tree Ordinance Commission.
Right.
Correct.
So
C2.
when that condition arises, who is the city arborist able to authorize that?
Authorize a variance?
No, we're
I
not
think
getting,
we decided that we're not giving.
We're not
any-
Yeah,
giving-
we're not contemplating it at all.
It's not an option.
So if there's a part of the code that someone absolutely can't adhere to, what do they do?
They go to the Board of Commissioners.
So the Board of Commissioners is taking over number 2.
I think,
I don't think so, no.
I think that that should be, again, you want to streamline everything into, all variances should be issued by the Board of Commissioners.
Except that they're
They,
now
they
done
keep
by
passing the buck back to
Board
the
of Adjustment.
commissions.
Pardon?
And the
Variances are
commissions
now
don't
done
want
by the Board of Adjustment.
you know, they're the ones that are getting slammed for variances, right?
Well, variances now are done by the Board
by
of
the
Adjustment,
Board of Adjustment.
Right.
Yeah,
by statute.
And just by the Board of Adjustments.
Just by, yes, the Board of Adjustment is the only place where you can go for variance.
Correct.
They're the only people that can bend the code.
The planning commission cannot.
No,
No.
planning commission can't do it either.
Okay, so this, instead of the Tree Ordinance Commission being able to do this, so the Tree Ordinance Commission is gonna act like a Board of Adjustment and Appeals until they need to be a Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and then they have to go to another board. This is why when I said we don't even need a tree commission, just do the Board of Adjustment and Appeals in the first place. So now you're going to the tree commission. No, you're going to Liz. You're going to the city arborist, whoever it may be. City arborist is going to say something, and she doesn't have the authority to do what needs to be done. So you're gonna go to the tree commission. We just took away the authority from the tree commission to do what needs to be done. So then where do you go?
Well, the difference.
I think we need to back up a little bit. When you say that the city arborist can't say no, why can't you say no?
No, she can't say yes. She can't say, yes, you can do that, even though the code says differently. I can see that you obviously can't do that. So,
Well, what she does is she makes a decision. If they don't like the decision, they go to the board, and the board can reverse the decision or sustain it, but they can't give a variance. They can fix it by simply reversing her.
right.
She said no, they can say yes, or vice versa.
But if it's not, if it is an unnecessary hardship or exceptional practical difficulty to the property owner, but it is keeping with the intent of the code, who can fix that?
Board of Adjustment.
So they would go to the Board of
That's
Adjustment.
language almost directly out of the Board of
Right,
Adjustment.
it is, that's why I'm very familiar with that language, so basically, if the Tree Ordinance Commission says no, then somebody can still go to the Board of Adjustment?
And that's kind of what I wanted, because currently I believe, and I may be wrong, that the Board of Adjustment only hears requests regarding the building code. And so is the tree code considered completely separate?
Actually, the Board of Adjustment is empowered to give a variance to any part of the code.
Any part of the code? I thought it was just the building code.
There are two primary things they do.
Okay.
They can fix a decision of the building inspector. They can reverse him.
Right.
Or that's A. Their B power is to provide for a variance in the event that a yes or no doesn't work. And that's when the hardship comes in.
Okay. So do we need to have that somewhere in the appeals section that you just wrote, if we're taking it out of, away from the Tree Commission?
You mean to put in there to say if they have an appeal, if they have a request for a variance from the
I don't
code, they
think we
must
do.
go to.
I don't think we need to put it in there.
We don't,
I
you
think
just
it-
automatically know you can go to the board.
Well, I think the aggrieved party just files an appeal with the Board of Adjustment directly.
But there's nothing in here to lead them to do that.
But that's true of anything. Any other process where they would be looking for the Board of Adjustment to do it?
Again, I'm only emphasizing this, you know, this personally, this exact section of the code is what built Culture Pearl where it is 15 years ago. Without that, we wouldn't be here. All right, so there are things that are completely impossible to fix, exceptions. I don't know what they would be with trees, but there has to be an avenue if there are. Like I said, you know, I mean that, if you're gonna take it away from the tree commission, then I think it needs to be able to go to the board. And I'm thinking, all I can think of is a big tree that is in the middle of the property that somebody wants to build the house around and count as one of their trees. But it's gonna require, you know, moving in the zoning, because crazy stuff like this happens. I mean, like I said, it happened with the Pearl. They had a 5,000 square foot maximum on the size of a restaurant in this town. Okay? We took over a second floor where the fire marshal said absolutely must have 2 exits at the end of this building and 1 in the middle, or you can't use the second floor of this building. And to go down below to go to 5,000 square feet, there was nowhere to put another exit. That's how the whole thing started with the size of these restaurants in town. Now they took it, that's a whole nother thing, I'm off topic. And yelling at me, but see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was an impossible, unnecessary hardship. You'd have to literally cut the end of the building off to get, you know what I mean? So things do happen. So I just think if you're gonna take it out of there, and maybe it is a way above and beyond Tree Ordinance Commission.
So I'm gonna suggest that, in the interest of moving forward, that I just made a little note. Liz comes at 11. We can let her offer a
Yeah.
thing.
Or just, like I said, if you're gonna scratch it, just as long as, you know, Gene's saying you can always go to the board no matter what, then it doesn't need to be in there.
Well, that's kind of my attitude, but.
Okay. So I am taking it off the blue section. Go on. Number 2.
All right, so Gene, unless there's some other specific provision you'd like me to go to next, I'm gonna start at the beginning.
Let's do.
I'm sorry?
Well,
I'd say-
I'm gonna disagree right now. After hearing what Susan just said, I think you should take that section we just deleted in 253.52 and just add another letter under appeals that says appeals to the Board of Adjustments. And just put it in there,
In section
under appeals.
253.12,
Right.
okay. In B,
Well, it probably would have to re-letter everything, but, you know, rather than, you have your appeals to the Tree Ordinance Commission, then I'll put appeal to Board of Adjustments for a variance or something like that.
I see what you're saying.
That way it's in
It's a
there.
separate avenue of appeals.
Right.
Okay,
Just
so
a
appeals to the,
jumping
to the Tree Ordinance Commission, and then appeals to the Board of Adjustment, is that what you're saying?
Right, solely for the purpose of getting a variance. I think that's what Susan's concerned.
That's kind of what I'm saying. And then again, you're gonna pay the $1,000 fee, you're gonna go through all that stuff in the advertisement, but it's usually so extreme that
Right.
you're gonna do that. It's gonna be a big hearing, it's gonna be a discussion, but it's obviously something that can't physically be done. Maybe Liz can give you an example of something like that's happened, but,
And if the Board of Commissioners wants to take that out, they can take it out. But that way, we've given every option to them.
Are you saying leave the provision 253.5C2 in, and then add a companion provision in 253.12, whatever?
No.
no, I agree with Sturgis that it's too much authority for the Tree Ordinance Commission.
Okay.
I think it needs to go
And
to.
if it can be decided by the
Yeah.
Board of Adjustment, then it should be there. I'm
Yeah.
still unsure whether the code gives them that latitude. I think it's limited to building codes.
Oh, you want me to pull that up?
But I don't
and
think that's our problem we have to consider that today. I think all we need to do is
we
say,
can
hey,
stick it
you
in
want a
there as a
variance,
placeholder.
go to the Board of Adjustments, and if the city doesn't like that, then they can discuss this ad nauseam. We've covered the fact that there is a potential to get a variance, but it's not gonna be the Tree Ordinance Committee.
Do you have some language that you could give me now? Or you don't have to
Give me
give
2
me
minutes,
now, or
I
you
will.
can give it to me in the next 24 hours?
No, I'll give it to you in 5 minutes.
You give it to me in 5 minutes, all right.
That's-
While we wait, I'm gonna go back to my little cheat sheet back here. And I'm gonna point out that we, at least in my mind, had completed the following provisions during our meeting on December 10. 253.1, which was a combination of, what is it, a combination of findings and purpose. 2, applicability. 4, the city arborist. And 5, in spite of what we just did a few minutes ago, the Tree Ordinance Commission.
Got it.
So unless there's any issues that somebody else wants to bring up in one of those sections, I'm gonna move them now on to 253.3 definitions. And the only thing I'm gonna address there is an addition that came from the meeting Liz and I had a couple weeks ago, that you see at the second page of this thing, under the definition for the term tree. And she wanted to add the language that's at the end, which is in red, and which is capable of attaining a height of at least 15 feet.
So can we start with definitions now?
We can start with definition.
Okey-dokey, I have a typo, I believe is a
All right,
typo in
all
the
right.
definition of
I'm big on typo.
caliper.
Yep,
It
caliper,
looks
okay.
to me like inches instead of feet.
Where are
Snuck in, okay, the diameter of a tree trunk measured at 6 inches above the ground when
Mhm.
less than, is that supposed to be 4 inches?
Yes, that's
The tree
Liz's
is on-
language.
The tree is only 4 inches tall?
No, when measured above the ground, 4 inches above the ground.
The diameter of a tree trunk
Right.
measured at 6
Oh,
inches
excuse me,
above
6
the
inches.
ground. Does that mean when the tree is less than 4 feet? And measured at 12 inches
Oh.
above the ground, when
Oh,
4
good
feet
eye.
or more?
Good eye, Sturgis.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where are you?
so
First
we're in the very
definition
first
of
definition,
caliper,
and I think the term is supposed to be feet
4 feet
rather than inches.
and 4 feet.
I'm liking the word FEET
Uh-huh.
in there. I'm not too crazy about those. I might check that with Liz.
I'm pretty sure that's the intention.
All right, what else you got?
Okay, if I go down to natural area, and again, I'm not sure where this definition came from, but just an issue, it's and/or landscaping,
Hang on a second.
okay? That portion of a lot inside the property lines to be used for trees, bushes, grass, flowers, other plantings, and/or landscaping. And I'm not entirely sure, but I do think that natural area is supposed to be area that is permeable. In other words,
I understand.
so not all landscaping would be
Okay.
approved
You
for
got me.
natural areas.
I'm busted. So here's what happened.
Is that true?
To go to your original question, I don't remember where that definition came from.
Right.
Zoning code,
Huh?
it's.
Is
comes
it
from the
out of the
definition
zoning
of
code?
yeah.
Huh? Okay. So that's where it came from.
Yeah.
But in light
This
of
is
our
the right-
discussion at
this is
whatever, the 11th, 10th, whatever meeting, where we were talking about landscaping, I felt it was appropriate to add the term
Yeah.
landscape
Yeah,
in
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay, so that was my little,
I don't have a problem with that,
okay,
but
so how would you fix it?
I just kind of say and/or I put permitted
Where are you?
or permitted landscaping or permeable landscaping. I mean, those are suggestions. Permitted permeable landscaping. I mean, it's a description that I think is what natural area
Sure.
is intends.
I'm like impermeable.
There's been the definition argument about that for 40 years.
The permeable business,
Yeah, and whether or
The
not it counts or
rocks.
whether it doesn't.
the rocks,
Well,
right?
and whether you can put those
The pavers,
permeable pavers in for driveways.
okay.
And of course, now there's permeable concrete.
Right, right. And I
Right.
know
The
that,
permeable can't be used like it used to be.
I mean, those standards are changing, and I know that Dom, that the building inspector makes judgments about what he considers permitted and permeable. And some things that are called technically permeable, he may or may not approve, and I'm
Well,
not.
every time we change building inspectors, we change definitions.
Gotcha. So,
What was your suggestion for a term? Or should we have a term?
Well, basically, it's the area that's not covered by the building.
True.
And as long as it's permeable, truly permeable, I didn't care whether it was concrete or
So
whether it
you're
was
all right with
trees or whether
permeable?
it was wood, chips or
Right,
whatever.
right.
there are scientific and technical assessments of how much permeability really exists under some materials that are sold as permeable. And I know the building inspector has made some judgments about that based on, expert or professional assessment about whether or not it really does allow water
Right.
to get through it. I just thought if we put and/or permitted permeable landscaping.
You want them both in there?
Yeah,
All right, dear. Gene, you all right with that? You're wearing
But
him
it
down.
doesn't really matter what we put down. That is a definition that's
Okay.
being used by people as a weapon, no matter what.
Hear you. Common
definitions,
permeable.
natural area,
Portion of lot inside the property line. What are you gonna change it to?
adding and/or permitted, permeable landscaping.
Permitted.
Then I got to protected tree.
Oh, boy, okay.
And one question is, you said any tree in healthy condition that meets one or more of the following standards. So my question was, if a tree is unhealthy, is it unprotected? And then
Yeah.
who decides whether it's unhealthy?
Yeah. I think Liz takes the opinion that a dead tree is protected.
Yeah, I mean, a dead tree may be a tree that has to be replaced. So, I don't know.
Okay.
I just would take
I
out
hear you.
any tree that meets one or more of the following standards.
You take out,
I would just
you take out the word healthy condition.
Yeah, any tree that meets, I would take that out, because she's the one who has to determine that
All right.
after doing an inspection.
Anybody have a different opinion or
I
whatever?
think it's a good idea to take it out because it's a subjective term.
Yeah,
It's very subjective.
yeah.
Any tree.
Take any tree that meets one or more of the
Got it.
following standards.
Yep.
Now, the other question that I have here is whether or
Are
not.
you still on protected tree?
I'm still in
Okay.
protected tree.
Okay.
I'm not sure we want to put one here,
What?
a species permitted,
Oh,
because strictly speaking, I don't think it belongs here. I mean, if you are planting a tree, it has to be a species permitted, but it's not protected because it's a particular species, or there's a written authorization. I believe.
You're losing me.
Okay, I believe that the trees that are protected are trees above a certain DBH and trees that are necessary to meet the minimum density requirements. Those trees, any newly planted tree has to be either a species permitted or one that's that's on the list, or one that the city arborist gives a special written authorization. But the type of tree doesn't protect the tree. It's not a criteria for its
So you're not opposed to including in the definition trees from a list?
I'm just saying that shows up later in the code.
Permitted by 253-4C. You're not opposed to that part of it, is that correct?
I don't think that number one belongs here at all.
You want to protect any tree, whether it's permitted
We want to
on
protect
the list or
any
not.
tree
It's basically what you
10
say.
inches or more,
So even
or
if
a
it's,
tree that's necessary, but the type of tree really relates to trees that are authorized to be planted. That it's not about, it's not the criteria by which something is protected.
Can I reverse this?
Okay.
Are you saying that a tree that does not meet subparagraphs 2 and 3, but is on the list, can be removed, is no longer protected?
I'm
Is
sorry,
that what you're saying?
I got confused.
All right, so if we take out subparagraph 1,
Okay.
then you're basically saying that a tree that's on the list, but doesn't,
It's
isn't
not 10
feet
inches
or
or-
more DBH and doesn't have a 2-inch caliper, blah, etc., then you can remove it. It's no longer protected.
The only trees that are protected, can I state this positively, because I'm having a hard time with the. with the negative.
But I'm thinking the opposite.
Okay, so-
You're removing something, so I want to know.
Yeah.
So I can remove any tree on my lot that doesn't meet the criteria of 2 and 3,
Correct. Correct,
even if it's on Liz's list.
yeah,
Okay.
because Liz's list, we've never intended to necessarily protect any particular species of trees. That isn't anything that we have done in our previous iterations of
I
this.
just wanted
We've only done
clarification.
it by size and by necessity to meet, we just haven't protected them based on their species.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate
Okay,
for a
shoot.
minute. Someone has filed and got an approval for a tree planting thing.
Right.
They planted their trees
Right.
because they don't have to be 10 feet, right, when they plant them.
No, they
So-
can't,
2 inches.
probably not.
Right, so 5 years down the road,
Right,
they decide that they want to remove all those trees. They don't fall into 1 and 2, or they don't fall into 2 and 3, so they can clear their lot again because they're not protected.
if the trees are less than 10 inches or not necessary to meet the minimum density requirements. So they could remove every tree less than 10 inches
Above
that
4.
exceed the number
Above
of the formula of 3 trees per 5,000
Whatever it is, 3
square
trees.
foot lot, essentially. That's kind
And
of,
you're good with that?
it's a change in what
That's
we're,
fine. As long as you-
that's essentially what we're doing. That's essentially, I mean, it is a change in the code, because in the current code, there were different categories of trees based on species and size, and we've moved away from that. We've moved away from that, and even if we wanted to stick with that, this line doesn't doesn't really work. Essentially, if we left in a species permitted, what that would mean is any tree on any lot on Liz's list would be protected, regardless of the number, the size, the minimum density requirement. That first line essentially protects any native tree. And we're trying to create a category of trees that people can take down without having to apply for a permit.
Okay.
Is that not so?
I'm about to challenge you
answered
on
my
it.
question,
Yeah.
that's what I want.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna challenge you on that very issue because
Okay,
one of your notes later
Mhm.
on, and I'm gonna bring it up now.
okay.
Actually, two of the things that you said. One, a nuisance tree, and two, an invasive tree,
Right,
okay?
right.
So it would be your position that a tree that's a nuisance, as however defined, or invasive, again, is however defined, can be removed. And my attitude is, that's fine as long as it's less than 10 inches. If it's more than 10 inches, it's protected.
I mean, I'll tell you where I got that. I got that from meetings with Liz, is that she felt people should be able to take out invasive trees regardless of size and
And-
trees that created nuisances be above and beyond what are a normal characteristic
And-
of trees.
Right.
And so I'm really kind of,
So I
doing that.
understand that, and indeed, I will tell you
uh-huh,
that we heard the same thing from the tree professionals.
right,
They were adamant
Yeah.
that they be permitted to, without permitting requirements,
right.
to be able to remove these nasty trees.
Nasty trees.
But my own position is if it's more than 10 inches, then you gotta have a permit. But,
I mean, but
we're here discussing that sort of
We
thing,
can
so.
put that in, but to me, that's
Well, I'm just-
that's a separate issue.
It is separate,
from
it's
this.
back in number 9,
I got it,
53-9.
I got it.
Yeah,
But that's a separate issue from this item in this place.
yeah, okay.
Because essentially, if it's one or more,
Yeah.
what you're saying is any tree,
Yeah.
as long as the arborist likes it,
Right.
regardless of size or number of plots, is protected. And I don't
Right.
think that we intend that.
All right, I'm gonna take it out unless somebody's jumping up and
Yeah,
down.
I think, I'm now, when you brought the nuisance, now I understand what's going on. So, protected tree, any tree in healthy condition, which we took out, I know, but take out that entire line.
Yeah,
No, the entire line. Any tree in healthy condition that meets one or more of the following standards, take it out.
Okay.
Take out the parentheses and the number 1. So now you start off with a species permitted by section 253-4C or written authorization of the city arborist that meets one or more of the following standards. So now you're protecting those trees that are either 10 feet or, so now you've already eliminated the nuisance as well.
Gotcha.
Does that make more sense?
Cool beans.
But I thought we were trying to do all species, not just species permitted.
all right.
So you're saying.
Well, what he's saying is, see, when I came around behind and tried to suggest that you could get a permit to take out trees that are invasive or, the species permitted. The only thing though this covers though would be, it would eliminate invasive species.
It wouldn't protect them. Because it's not on Liz's.
I guess what I'm saying.
If it's
is-
not on the list, if it's
Yeah.
invasive, it's probably not on the list. If it's a
Right,
nuisance,
no, I
it's
understand
probably
that.
not on the list.
But a nuisance could be a tree that in a different place or in different condition would be an okay tree.
It could be native, it could be high canopy,
It could be,
and it could be a nuisance.
and it could be a nuisance, because it's
A
doing
black oak or
something.
whatever that,
it's doing
Liz
something-
is, my daughter
Yeah.
and son-in-law have, I think I've talked about this before, and they have this big old tree in their backyard.
Okay,
And I bet that thing is pushing 100 feet,
right,
and it's dropping like atom bombs out of it, just the nastiest stuff comes down all summer long out of this thing. And it's probably 20, 25 inches DBH, you know.
What kind of stuff comes down?
Dead iguanas. No, I'm
I
kidding.
bet you're making that up.
No, there's.
No, I know they get cold and
It's
they
like,
drop
it's
out.
like acorns and, you know.
Yeah, but that's normal
No,
tree
yeah,
stuff.
okay.
You know,
Well, this is sappy, whatever.
Gotcha.
Trust me, it's nasty. All right, so I'm going back to what,
Just
okay.
since we're on it, I don't
Yeah.
know if you want to let her finish and then I'll come back to, because I do definitions too, so.
Oh, sure,
Or
by
do
all
you want to
means.
jump in now?
Well,
and say
let me
what-
finish, because I
Okay.
think
All right. I'll just come back.
Pete has picked something up here that Sturgis is buying into. What
Well,
you're
I'm
saying, if
considering
I
it.
can.
Well, I'm just
I'm considering it.
suggesting.
No, it sounds like a good, efficient.
Well, let's put it on the table and see what happens.
Putting in there.
Can it, okay.
But it
Does
doesn't
Susan wanna
cover
jump
nuisance,
in?
it doesn't cover nuisance trees, it only covers.
Well, it doesn't protect nuisance trees, though.
Can it just say protected tree? And then any tree planted to meet the density requirements of 253-7 of this chapter and an existing tree of 10 inches or more DBH?
Well, that's what I was suggesting.
I mean, and because, first off, you're contradicting your caliper definition with existing or newly planted tree of 2 inches caliper, kind of. But why does it even need to say that? It's any tree planted to meet the density requirements. That covers no matter what size it is. Once it's planted, it's protected. And again, I'm still questioning the existing tree of 10 inches or more, simply because that wasn't how we started with everything in general. It was gonna be you had to have the minimum requirements and that was it. But leaving that in there, can't you just say any tree planted to meet the density requirements of 253-7 of this chapter?
What do you say, Sturgis?
Because what she's dropping out is existing. She's dropping out the differentiation between existing or newly planted tree. And strictly speaking, you know, if you then say also any existing tree of 10 inches or more, then you've kind of covered all trees that we're trying to protect.
The first part is basically protecting, if you have an oak twig that's starting to grow up somewhere on your property, it's existing of 2 inches caliper or more, you're protecting it. And that wasn't the intent of the code, was to have a ton of little trees everywhere coming up all over your yard. You're not even gonna be able to,
Well, that's why
I mean,
you
a piece
say,
of bamboo will grow to 2 inches.
well, that's why you say 2 inches, because 2 inches, it's 2 inches because that's what, that's kind of a standard in new stock and from
Nursery.
nursery stock.
But why are
It's
we,
nursery stock.
I thought we were protecting the trees that were required to meet the density requirements.
We are, but we're
We're
also
trying to protect two different
other
things.
trees as
Yeah,
well.
we're trying to, we've
So you're
got
back
a
to the
minimum
same
density
thing we had
requirement.
before. If I decide to plant a pear tree on my property and it's there for a couple years and it's growing, but I just don't like it, and it reached 2 inches, I can't take it out.
Yes, you can.
If
Yes,
it's
you can, because
there,
it's not 10 inches.
if it's there, if it's necessary, if you're counting it as one of your
Okay.
required trees.
Then why should there
Then
even
it's
be a minimum
protected.
on it? It doesn't matter. But that's not what this, any existing.
If you had 4 trees on your
Got it.
property.
So you're saying if
And
the
the pear
existing was
tree,
one of the density
pear
ones.
tree's under 10 inches and you don't want it anymore, you can
Right.
take it out.
But that
Because it
tree,
doesn't count.
the trees, so you're saying basically any tree that was planted to meet the density requirements, regardless of size, or whether it was existing or not. Any tree that exists, any tree included as part of your density requirements, then that wouldn't be planted, it would be any tree included.
You could, and I mean, my thought is the reason that this language is in here is just to kind of make that more clear to the reader. That the reader can count existing trees, it can also count newly planted trees. I mean, that's just my thought. Maybe that's why it's here, and it's only 2 more words.
open to whatever you guys wanna suggest.
Any tree required by this code, and any tree of 10 inches or more.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, you know, I'm kind of looking at the compromise between brevity and clarity, you know, understandability.
Susan, to clarify what you just said, you only want subparagraph 2 in there.
No, I mean,
Tree.
well, 3 is gonna stay until we get further in the code, if that's the way we're going. If we're going back to protecting any tree that's 10 inches or more, it's gonna change some of the other stuff we wrote, so I would leave that in there for now, but I agree that 1 definitely needs to come out. I just think 2 is a little confusing, only because if you go back up to your definition of caliper, it says, it's defined for a new tree planting. So you gotta change the caliper thing too, if you're gonna use caliper as a definition for an existing tree.
No, okay, basic
So-
definition. DBH is for an existing tree.
Right,
DBH is for a tree that's already in the ground.
right.
If you're putting a tree in the ground, you want something that's at least 2 inches in caliper, which is what is used by the nurseryman.
Yeah,
To
so,
But your code says an existing tree of 2 inches caliper.
well, it actually doesn't, depending on who you read. I mean, an existing tree, or if you add a tree, an existing tree,
Yeah,
or
it's
a newly
It's
planted tree
an
of 2
existing
inches.
tree or a
If you add-
newly planted tree of 2 inches.
Then you need to
If
add
you-
tree.
Yeah, I think, if you add tree and put in the word an existing tree or a newly planted, that kind of separates them a
Okay.
little more, just those, adding those
So-
2
All right.
words. gets
Any
those apart.
existing tree that was put in.
Existing tree or
A-N-Y.
Newly planted tree. of 10
I-
inches.
It's basically what you're saying is that any tree that you put in for your density requirement
Or is
Yes,
there.
it is.
of
That's-
any
that's right.
size, shape, or color. So
But
the
it has to
first
be-
part doesn't seem to need to be in there.
Well,
Item 1?
no, she's still on 2.
Okay, when we defined what was gonna meet, when we said what trees had to be in there,
Mhm.
all right, where do we do that? Minimum density, we haven't gotten to that part.
Yeah, we haven't got there.
Okay, it says you must have a minimum of 1 healthy existing tree or 1 newly planted 2-inch caliper tree, all right?
Right.
So that's already what trees are meeting the requirement. So if you protect the tree as any tree used to meet the density requirements of this chapter and any existing tree 10 inches or more.
You could say that, and in the context of the entire code, it would have the same meaning. You know, I think more language has been included here just to be informative earlier on in the code.
I guess I'm saying I
But-
wouldn't throw another measurement in there because it's not necessary. It's already, those measurements are already where,
Because it's under
Yeah.
minimum.
the only
density.
one that's not as part of meeting the density requirements is existing tree of 10 inches or more. 10 inches needs to be there. I don't think the 2-inch part up top. It's basically any tree used to meet the density requirements and any tree of 10 inches or more DBH. Because you can't plant a 1-inch tree to meet the density requirements.
Right.
So why do you even need to put it in there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Does it, I don't know. I would kind of err on the side of being a little more verbose in this section just for
If you-
clarity.
If you planted a
It's
tree
not-
or you're
it
counting
doesn't-
an existing tree,
Yeah.
whether it's a 1/2 inch or 1 inch or 20 inches, it's protected.
So I'm not trying to be a smart guy, but we've spent basically a half hour on this one definition. And, we really need to, if we're gonna do this, it's gonna take us another 3 months to get this done.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say my last thing, then I'm gonna go to the bathroom and let you guys do whatever you want. Caliper definition, I think is confusing, okay?
The caliper definition is confusing?
Yeah, I just think if it just said relating only to a new tree planting, the diameter of a tree trunk measured at 6 inches above the ground when less than 4 feet, and measured at 12 inches above the ground when more than 4 feet.
Okay.
Reads much easier than the way it's written.
I'm
I
pretty sure
agree.
that's the existing language, but.
Yeah,
But I
but it's
think, I
confusing.
think to be used for new tree planting at the end is a
Yeah.
confusing, it's
Just
confusing. language.
relating only to a new tree planting, the diameter of a tree trunk measured at 6 inches above the ground when less than 4 feet, and measured at 12 inches above the ground when more than 4 feet. To me, reads much easier than what's there. Okay, and
All
on
right,
that note, I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to dismiss.
withdraw what I just said. The diameter of a tree trunk measured at 12 inches above the ground. That's the current language.
Say that again, I'm sorry. The diameter
The
of a tree
diameter
measured at.
of a
Why
tree.
is there to be limited to newly planted trees? Isn't a caliper a caliper a
It's,
caliper?
no,
Because,
it's
no,
not.
it's only
It's
for,
a-
that's what, so they shouldn't even have
The
these.
diameter of tree measured at
Caliper
12
is how they
inches
measure
above
new
the
trees.
Just-
diameter of trees.
Yes, just
this
new,
has
newly
been-
planted trees. Because the ground hasn't been established and they could be in a pot or something,
Did
So when you
Liz
buy
give you
them,
this more detailed
they're sold by
definition?
caliper.
I don't
Because they're not in the
remember.
ground.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
DBH
I
is
mean, it
always
must have
measured
come
from
from
the ground.
somewhere, because
Once you
you
plant
didn't,
them,
it didn't come out of your
then
head.
you measure by DBH. But if you went to
That's
buy
for
a
sure.
tree,
No, I mean, why would I?
okay, you can't measure it from ground level because it could be in a pot, it could be on a ball, could be whatever. So
Right,
that's
that
why
makes
they do
sense.
use the two different ones. So, all right, I'm gonna let you guys decide. I'm gonna run back.
So,
I agree with Hoyte, though, it is gonna take us forever if we're gonna nitpick each one.
so can we take one more shot at protected tree as a definition?
Well, I think the easiest thing to do would be just, the easiest.
Is to
Well,
what?
I'm kind of prejudiced. The easiest thing to do is just follow my suggestion.
Well, what is your suggestion?
My suggestion is take out in healthy condition and then strike one.
Yeah, okay.
And then I think it helps to say an existing tree or a newly planted tree.
And Pete, you think that the language referencing the 253-4C, you think it's necessary? Do you think it's important to be in there?
What are you referring to?
He earlier had suggested putting that as the starting of the.
Well, I'm still coming up to speed, I think, on some of this stuff.
On what?
I'm still coming up to speed on some of this stuff.
Yeah, but I think you
So
were making a
maybe-
good point. So,
maybe-
you know,
Any existing tree of 10 inches or more DBH, which is permitted under 253-4C. There, and then, if it's more than 10 inches and it's not a, quote, protected
no,
species
that's not gonna
tree,
work.
then you can take it down.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
All right.
Because you gotta
Then
have.
just take it out, just take out one.
Just go
Clean
with,
up two, so it says any existing or any newly planted.
all right, so
And
go
then
with
take-
Sturgis's language. Scratch one.
Scratch one.
I would scratch the preamble too, or no, half the preamble.
I would
In
take out
condition.
in healthy condition.
I got that out. So what I'm saying is any tree that meets one or more of the following standards. One, which was changed from two.
Right.
An existing tree or a newly planted tree of 2 inches caliper or more, which is necessary to meet the minimum density requirements.
Did you say AN or ANY? Any existing or an existing?
An existing tree or a newly planted tree. And everything remains after that.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. All right, what else you got?
Nothing. That's it?
Quitter.
Have we,
Did
have
you-
you already redone the caliper definition?
Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. Let me tell everybody. I started to say that and then I coughed and then I got distracted. Here's the current language, which I'm quite comfortable with. Caliper, the diameter of a tree trunk measured at 12 inches above the ground.
Wait, here's the thing though, Hoyt. I mean, I think we should ask Liz where this came from.
Okay,
Because I think Liz
All right.
might have
Okay.
refined or expanded that
Yep.
definition in some way that makes it work better.
all right, I've got it down here.
But I also think, I like Susan's inclusion to say a measurement used for new tree planting in which the diameter of a tree is measured at whatever, and then whatever comes next.
Yeah, I can go along with that.
Because I just think it's very confusing
All right,
to
so give me
to
some,
not delineate that in the
All right.
definitions. To have more than one definition of a tree diameter and not have any idea what that's about.
so
it
would
should
you
start
say
out
the
with measurement.
diameter of a,
Measurement used for new tree planting.
not the diameter?
No, say a measurement used, a caliper is a term of measurement, if you want to be grammatically correct.
Okay.
Used for new tree planting, in which, wherein the diameter is measured at blah, 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 whatever else.
Why do we need all that in there?
Because it
I'm
says,
good with the concept of a new tree.
any way you want to put it in there. I was just trying to state it in a way that.
Yeah, I mean,
thought made
caliper
sense.
is a diameter.
It is the measurement of a diameter, but it's a way of doing it for new trees. So you gotta get that in there, and I
Alright.
agree with Susan that it works better
So,
if you stick that up
Of a
front.
new tree trunk,
Well, newly planted,
newly planted.
okay,
I'm good with that too.
okay.
Tree, forget the trunk. Measured at what, 12 inches?
Well, I think we need to ask Liz.
Okay.
I think it was changed for a reason.
I think it was changed for a
Related
reason.
only to a new tree
Okay.
planting, the diameter of a tree trunk
Yeah.
measured at 6
I
inches
seem to
above the
recall
ground.
her being the 6-inch person too.
I think
so.
Unless-
it must have come from her. I don't know where else it would
But
have
some of this other business with the 12 inches and the 4 feet or whatever.
I'm pretty sure that we put that in there based on the discussion. Didn't we look it up in the ANSI?
Nancy's?
I think that's where we got it from.
Okay.
Because
Oh, the two of you when you were working on it.
I believe that's where it
okay.
came
Is
from.
it, okay, yeah, I don't
I believe
remember.
that's where it came from, and then Liz agreed to it because of smaller trees at 12 inches will never be 2 inches in diameter.
Got it.
So Susan, did you have other definition issues?
Nope.
Anybody else? All
Going
right.
once, going twice.
So, city arborist,
So we're done with.
We're done with
Agreed,
definitions.
253, 1, 2, and 3 are done.
and floors, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, I'm done with 4, we're done with 5, we're down to 6.
All right, here we go.
I got one.
Minimum,
Go ahead, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
I got one thing, and it is.
Is that a
C-
promise?
Yep, let me see, wait, let me turn the page, it goes over on the other page. Oops, no, there's stuff on the other page,
Okay,
but on
okay.
this page,
On this
I,
page, give me a line.
C2,
B as in boy?
C as in
C
child.
as in Charles, okay.
Charles, 2,
2, oh,
the larger lot shall be subject to the same
Oh.
proportional. I think that
Where
can
are
be
we?
struck.
Where
I
are
think
we? Wait a
that's
second.
unnecessary.
I have an idea.
Okay. I don't see any reason.
So, this is a very significant change that Liz is suggesting, okay?
What is that?
What is?
She is removing all this, I went through all this elaborate process of identifying, I was in contact with Matt Jenny, whatever, about, all this business about District 1 and
Right.
ER and commercial and all this stuff.
Got it.
And so, I mean, she just blew me out of the water when we sat down and started talking. She said, it's all lots, everything applies.
think that all
If you've
makes
got a
sense.
commercial property, it's the
I
same.
think that all makes sense.
Yeah,
No problem. I just think that on 2,
all right.
I think on 2, that
The
you don't,
footnote?
well, I'm not see, change simplifies species description. larger lots shall be subject, to the same proportional tree species.
I'm open to a
requirements.
change in that
No,
word.
leave it in. I misread, I didn't look at your footnote, or the footnote didn't get attached to that, so I would leave it, so never mind.
Second page.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that 6D is needed.
Wait a minute, 6 or D, which one?
I'm sorry, 6, yeah, item 6.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
D.
D isn't David?
D is in David. Existing non-conforming, yeah,
Oh,
I don't
oh,
think, and the city arborist questioned
Yeah, yeah.
why we needed to
She
say
was,
that in
she
there.
was totally confused about that.
I
This-
don't think
This
we
was
need that.
language that you two guys came up with,
Yeah, but it was sort of in the context of.
of the districts
Of a
and all
whole,
that kind
of the, all the, yeah, that whole kind of thing.
Okay,
Because essentially, we're saying how many trees you have to have on what lots.
all right,
So whether it's conforming or non-conforming, I'm not sure that
Okay.
it's.
all right.
it's
Well, that was kind of
necessary.
where she was coming from.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think, Susan?
Which one are you crossing?
I'm
D,
crossing
we're
out
talking about
D.
253-6 D.
Well, 1D's already crossed out, you're talking about D3?
Yeah.
D3,
Yeah,
yeah.
D
Okay.
with the footnote 3, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why we have
All right,
to say
so
anything about.
Let me just make sure I'm
non-conforming.
understanding what you guys are
All right.
saying. Minimum, so back to A1. Minimum density requirements shall apply to all lots, whether or not there are trees. Whenever an application is filed that requires a tree plan or tree removal permit, or a building permit for work which involves land alteration. So, if you have a property that has no place to put a tree, you're required to meet the tree density requirements?
That's just what I was thinking.
What are we thinking? That doesn't make any sense. And that was Liz's discussion? So
She
she's
doesn't think that should be in there.
she's basically saying at any lot, commercial, residential, you have to meet the tree density requirements. Okay, and what if there's no land?
And you probably have to mitigate.
Yeah.
You've gotta like.
Yeah, you have to pay a fee.
You have to pay a fee or plant a tree on another.
So if you buy a
public-
building that covers the
public
entire
property.
lot, and you want to remodel it and put a porch on or you want to remodel it in some way that requires a building permit, you have to give money for trees?
I don't think,
That
That's
is
a-
absolutely ridiculous.
okay, now, let me ask you this, and let me ask you this.
I'm totally
ask
That
you
is absurd.
I don't, okay, the
Okay.
only time that would come into play is if it's mixed use.
If it's what?
Not necessarily.
No,
not
they
necessarily.
completely eliminated all zoning.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
so
okay.
here's, I'm gonna
Minimum
pick up on your
density,
theme
all
and,
lots.
and give you
You're
a
right, it
different
says all
example.
lots, thank
ridiculous.
you.
Gonna give you a different example. So, we've got a property where it's built to the,
Which is permissible in commercial.
commercial,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
We tear that thing down. We're gonna put up a nice little boutique gift shop,
Okay.
and we're gonna have a patio out front.
Well, then you have to meet the code. But that's not what it says. It
Yeah.
says any
Whoa,
building
whoa, whoa,
permit
whoa, whoa,
application.
whoa. But at that point, you now have an opportunity to put a tree,
Right,
okay?
exactly.
So this is saying you gotta put a tree.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying
Well,
whenever an application is filed that requires a tree plan or tree removal permit or building permit for work which involves land alteration. Okay? So that you have to meet the density requirements. And we're rewriting this code to avoid people having to go to the tree commission every 5 minutes, not to send them there, okay?
Yep.
So if somebody with a commercial building wants to put a new roof on, and they're coming in to get a building permit, they have to pay because they don't have trees on their property? That doesn't work.
Okay.
They're already running people out of town. How many more do we want to lose?
Can we back up? What was
Sure.
the rationale for these pretty drastic changes that Liz put in?
Well, that's why I'm suggesting we wait until 11 o'clock
Okay.
to hear from her about that.
So she didn't like the original paragraph D.
Well, she does not understand the D that's in there now. Okay? And you're moving around here on me. So.
The D that you crossed out, is that correct?
That's
Okay.
what I was referring to.
Okay, all right, let me look at that, I'm sorry.
Who put the red part in A1?
Yeah, who did that?
This guy.
I did it with Liz,
With
yeah.
Liz.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, it doesn't work.
Okay.
All right,
And
I
the
mean-
fact that Liz would put that in there, to me, is disturbing,
okay.
so.
Hang on, let me read the old D here.
These deliberations, we're gonna
Oh,
go buy
okay,
a
okay,
chainsaw
okay.
and go cut down
I mean,
everything.
I think another
Pardon me?
exception.
So,
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Let's just cut down all the trees and start from scratch.
there you go, it makes it a lot easier. So, I think you were the person that asked the question about the D that's been removed. That came out because we've changed the whole concept, the whole approach to the thing, okay? So,
Oh, wait a minute, down on the bottom, it says, commercial lots which do not currently meet the MDR will be grandfathered.
right,
Where is that?
Down in the
Where's that
bottom,
footnote?
under number 1, the note on number 1.
The
But it still concerns me if something is opened up, if a little bit of space is opened up somewhere, that changes the footprint of the property.
I agree. I mean, what
That's-
if my landlord wanted to redo the front so there could be
Right.
cafe seating? I'm not
Right.
gonna be able to put a tree there as well.
Right, yeah.
And this is just such a hardship on a business owner or a landlord in town.
right. But again, and there's gonna be a variance procedure for that, but are you really gonna make somebody wait 3 months?
so
No one's
with
gonna fix
respect,
anything.
let me,
It's-
I'm gonna sound like a.
Well, I mean, I thought the part of what we were supposed to be doing was to lessen the need for mitigation.
Yes, and we've just
Well,
we just keep
mitigation
adding it back
that's-
in.
That doesn't really, what can I say, fulfill the intent of the code or tree.
What
preserve.
doesn't?
Mitigation that doesn't further the intent.
But
of
you
the
just
code.
created a whole new
Right,
section.
I'm just
But she-
adding to your,
Oh, okay.
to what I think the purpose is. And
Mitigation and pain does not save trees.
more often than not, what she's saying that is absolutely accurate. It doesn't.
It just creates frustration and anger.
It does, it does. It's kind of a penalty, but there's really no upside to it. It's just money that goes into an account. I mean, for all practical purposes. So,
Well, let's get to that later.
okay, right. But I do think, I mean, you took out D where exceptions, and I say.
Again, my logic, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying to you, my explanation is, I took that out because we changed everything else, it was no longer applicable.
Unless you want an exception.
Well.
But Liz said she didn't. She
That's
didn't want
correct.
one.
That's correct.
But I think that,
All
I like the exception, and I think we need an additional exception for commercial
Okay.
property. I mean,
Okay.
properties where it's permitted in the code to build to 100% of a lot.
Yeah.
So to me, there's no expectation that there's gonna be any tree necessarily on that lot.
Did anybody look at that, I mean, there was a little widget there where I had this other, proposal that enumerated all of the districts. R1, R1S, R2, ER, commercial,
Don't remember. if you mentioned that.
and, you know, I'm pretty sure I circulated that.
I mean, I'm.
And so let me make my
Yeah,
point.
go ahead.
My point is that I had established that as a proposal for how to treat minimum tree density, okay? And so that got completely blown out of the water. Let's see if I've got some here I can. Yeah, so this, you have seen this, you and I had this at our meeting, Pete.
Before you took it out?
Before I took it out, yeah. Minimum tree density requirement shall apply in the following zoning districts as stipulated in chapter 270 zoning. 1, any lot zoned R1S, R1, R2, any lot zoned ER, educational facilities, specifically conditional and residential uses, and any lot zoned commercial where natural area requirements apply. Okay? All applicable, B, that was A. B, all applicable lots must have a minimum of one healthy, here we go, healthy. I guess one existing tree or one newly planted 2-inch minimum caliper tree or whatever we're gonna call it for every 1,666 square feet of land, which was language that you guys had, Sturgis and Susan.
How many square feet?
Fractional areas of 883 and a half square feet or more shall require an additional tree. C, in meeting these density requirements set forth in 256 A and B above, the following shall apply. Existing trees and new trees or a combination of the two shall be counted to meet the tree density requirements if those trees exceed a caliper of 2 inches. 2, when applicable on any lot, the first tree shall be a high canopy tree, the second tree shall be a high canopy or other native tree. The third tree shall be any permitted species. Larger lots shall be subject to the same sequential or proportional whatever you want to call it, requirements. 3, the new tree plantings to be counted to meet the tree density requirements must be selected from the list, blah, blah, blah. 4, at least one of the trees satisfying the list shall be in the front yard, blah, blah, blah. A lying tree doesn't count. And it's kind of mirroring what I've already got in there now. And then 6, a tree that is pruned ornamentally, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then here's your D. D, existing non-conforming lots shall be subject to the requirements of 253-36A and B, where a tree removal or building permit would be required for work which involves land alteration. E, exceptions to minimum density requirements are permitted for properties which contain mixed residential and commercial use on lots zoned commercial where natural area requirements apply. Any such lot shall have at least one tree for every 833 square feet of natural area. And I had gone, this is where I had gone to Matt Janis. I can't get those names confused. When mixed use is involved, there is a code governing it. See 270-21B5. Blah, blah, blah. All right, and finally, if a lot does not meet the tree density requirements as of a certain date, which will be the date that this becomes effective, then such property owner shall not be required to meet such density requirements. Blah, blah, blah.
I guess what I'm saying, you know, I recognize all that language. I would be more comfortable putting back in the D that we struck and adding a new E to apply to commercial property, an exception for commercial property.
And how would you accept it? What would be the exception?
I would say that, you know, on properties where building is permitted to 100% of lot coverage, there shall be no requirement for, you know, and, you know, that's commercial use, there shall be no tree requirement.
Okay. I'll just put a paragraph in that says, this section does not apply to any land zoned commercial.
What happened to what we wrote, Sturgis?
Well,
back in
he-
December?
he-
That's
he
basically
read-
what Hoyte
he
just read.
But but for some reason.
Well,
But
excuse
where
me.
did all this other stuff come from?
What happened to it is I expanded it per your request
Right.
to recognize all of those different districts.
Yeah.
I just read it to you.
Yeah, and see, what he did, we didn't mention commercial
Right.
because we didn't include it in required districts that needed trees.
Right.
We just omitted it. But here we've now said all, and.
No, we didn't
We
omit
didn't
it, we
say
left
all.
it
We said
in.
all.
We
Where
left
do
it
we
in saying that when a building permit was required that decreases the natural area of the property,
Right.
that it needed to do it, to the extent of the reservation, we had it all in there.
We did, but I think did we not refer to lot zone residential?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
all we did was we basically
So that-
changed it to
Right, but
R1,
that's- right.
R15, R2,
Right.
R3, and we left out the educational.
Right, but we also left out commercial. We didn't have to put an exception because we didn't say commercial needed to have it. We exempted it by omission. Now we have kind of included everything, and if we want to keep the format that we currently have, we have to add it in as an exception.
What was the reason why we moved away from zones and encompassed every lot?
Liz is the
Check back
one.
at
What was,
And-
okay.
And, I mean, I could guess, because I think having had past conversations with her, it's part of her history is working in cities. And in cities, businesses are required to plant trees. I mean, commercial properties are required to contribute to the canopy of the city. That's my guess.
So let me
So
go over
how do
to.
you, excuse me, how do you all feel about, I mean, what I wanna know is, cause you keep saying we have it now, well, we didn't put it in here, Liz did. How do you all feel about
Let me,
having one zone rather than specific zones?
I don't mind this language as long as we can add an exception.
yeah, and
I
so
mind
that's
it
what I was
very
gonna.
much when you have specific, different setbacks. When you have a jurisdiction with no setback requirements, you can't tell people to plant
I
trees
guess that's
there.
what I'm saying.
So
I mean-
unless you're changing the building code
Right.
setback requirements,
Right.
you can't require people to have to go to a commission to get a variance to not put a tree when there's no land to put a tree.
I'm not defending that, and, I mean, we could change most, all to most, and then put
Well,
exception.
excuse me, I think
that's fair.
Gene actually gave us an opportunity here.
I got it.
And what, if I heard you correctly, you were saying is, you know, with minor amendments to the first A, B, C, D paragraphs, put in an E or whatever the hell letter it is. It essentially says, this does not apply to commercially zoned properties. Huh?
Regular.
Or we could just.
And was
Why
that,
put
That's
the-
what we
why put
had.
the
We could
word
just
in
put
there in the
back
first
in the
That's
things
what
we
it said,
struck.
exactly that's what we had written.
We could just put in most of
I,
the stuff
I
that's been
cannot support
struck.
the changes in 253-6.
okay.
I mean, I just don't understand why it has to apply to all lots, whether or not there are trees. To me, that's just onerous.
Even if it's, even
I'm
if
still
it's
shocked
not
you
a-
said it.
Even if it's not a commercial property.
I'm still shocked she said it. I mean, I'm hoping there's a typo in here somewhere, because that to me just completely,
I also think that
defines.
we've got a little bit of a problem, which I brought up before, with having what we're doing dictated by a current occupant of the job.
I totally agree.
We're supposed to be independent of the government.
Hey,
Totally
we
agree.
are.
It's nice to get
Yeah.
input from her.
Input's one thing, but having her dictate what we do
I
is
totally
something
agree.
entirely different.
Especially when we asked a year ago for a draft of a recommendation.
I haven't gotten one yet. I don't know. Have you gotten one yet?
I mean, we started that avenue, asking for recommendations from everyone that deals with us on a regular basis.
I can certainly understand now after
Consider
spending this
what?
time here. I can understand now after spending time with this, why there are places throughout the country where tree ordinances are being wiped off the books.
Huh.
does nothing but irritate people and make enemies of people. Doesn't help the city any.
All right, we're getting close, folks.
Lunch? Is that what
No,
you're
but
counting
that's
down
getting,
to?
that's
Is that what
getting
you're
in there,
counting down
that's
to?
getting in there.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, while we're waiting, just for Sturgis to come back, I have to tell you something, because we were just talking about China. One thing that absolutely fascinated me when I went to China, and I wish I had taken more pictures of it, but when you go from Beijing and start heading anywhere out, every single tree in China is painted white up to a certain height, and I'm assuming they have fire ants or whatever kind of bug they're protecting from. Almost every single tree is staked, and every single tree is completely lined. It's almost like an army of trees, and it's as far as you can see, everywhere. I have never seen any community anywhere that, I don't know if they're trying to make up for their pollution problems, which are insane, but literally, if you wanted to see tree protection taken to the extreme, you have got to see Beijing. It was unbelievable, and I wish I had taken more pictures, and I'm sure you can Google it. But I'm talking hundreds of thousands of trees, and every single one is staked and painted white. All the ground is cleared around them. It's almost like it was crazy.
It's almost like the government controls every part of your life.
And I'm talking, this is all on government property. This is all
It's
like
not
down
just
the
the
highways.
trees.
Like, you know, if you drive down the highway in New Jersey, you see where they have little plantings and greens and everything's natural, completely cleared. So you can see through everything. So there's no, and I don't know if that's part of the deal. Painted white and staked. So there's really no forest. It's all just, it was crazy. But anyway, we're just waiting for you to come back from the bathroom. But it really is, if you get a chance, you should Google it, because I have no idea what their plan was. And fenced, of course, everything's fenced, so you can't get in or out. But it was beautiful. But it was so fake looking, so fake. Beautiful but fake. Does that make sense? Just not natural.
Right.
So kind of crazy. Anyway, all right, back to where we were. So all I'm saying is, I'm just going to summarize this. I think the rewrites are absolutely unacceptable, and we need to delete A completely, because it just, I don't care how many footnotes you put in, you can't start out with that.
What was your reaction to the provision that I just read to you?
The one that we rewrote that had
The
some
one that-
things added in?
That was prior to my
I couldn't,
meeting with
honestly,
her.
while you were reading, I couldn't follow everything you were
Okay.
saying. I have to see it
Alright.
on paper. I was
Alright.
kind of lost. So I don't know where we start. I don't know what
Alright.
we start with or where we start to from here, but I would say I would rather go back and start to where we were than try and work with this.
Well, again, what I read to you constitutes what I created
If you take out.
after
money-
your
And
request.
where do
If
we
they
have
take
that?
out your strikes,
Where do we have it?
we
I'm gonna see if I can send it to
we
you.
do pretty well.
Is it this without the strikes, basically?
No.
Well, this without the
This
strikes
without the
is pretty
strikes.
darn
Let's
good.
check this out.
Well, would this be your version 2?
Yeah,
I have a version
yes,
2 on
yes,
it.
it is.
Do you
my
all have
version.
version 2?
Yeah, that's what I was about to go look for. Yeah,
Right here, right, 250. This is the one with the,
yeah.
do you all have the old copy that he sent with the line numbering on the side?
Could you send that to her?
Yeah, I
I
have
don't
it.
have
I'll
access
write
to
it.
internet.
Huh?
I'm sure I have it.
Oh, there you go.
Is yours the one that says Matt Janis? You have a footnote 1, Matt Janis report study video?
Yes.
Okay, that's the
Mhm.
one. I don't think I have internet access here.
You don't what?
Internet access. Is there a password for this?
No.
City Public Beach Public?
Yeah, it's right there. Boardwalk.
It's just called Boardwalk?
I think it just says boardwalk. Yeah, boardwalk.
Capital B or small b?
Small, that's small.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Here, pass it to me.
Who wants I can just send this right now.
Here's a hard copy. Is this what you're looking for? I think if we
I don't even know where that one came from. I haven't seen that.
I think if we look at, Hoyte,
Hmm?
what you have here on this version, and we look at adding back in things that have been struck, I think we might get to where we want to be.
Okay.
pretty
All right, let's try
quickly.
that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. What
Pretty
you're,
quickly and
you're,
easily.
this is what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Put back in the
Yes,
zones,
okay.
put
yeah,
them back
yeah,
in.
yeah.
I think you and Liz did a good job on C2. I'd leave that alone, but I think if we add back in the strikes, from A, 1, and B, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Susan, I just sent you the document.
Okay.
And add back in D.
Or even put in the footnotes at the bottom, the one, put that in somewhere.
Good morning.
We could add that in as well.
See what now? Add in D.
No, she's talking about a footnote. This footnote here.
Have you guys made good progress without me?
Mm,
Have you made progress?
Well, I mean, we've
About
really only been here 2
We-
hours, guys.
yeah,
We have
we
a lot
did,
more hours on our clock here.
that? Just think about what you'd be doing if you were at home. Probably get more done here.
I'm not sure
I've got
that applies.
two
No, I don't.
two issues. I think we're probably going to want to talk to you about minimum density requirements
Okay.
first, but we've got some other issues, specifically about the Tree Ordinance Commission's role or responsibilities on variances. And we're also kind of stumbling around on the definition of caliper.
Still?
Well,
Yeah.
wait,
Don't go
Or
there,
what
don't
you
go
wanna
there, don't go there.
utilize.
I think,
Let's stick
I think
to.
the density is the most substantive.
I agree, that's what I said, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, go for it then.
So, there's.
Let's knock out the 2 easy ones and get those out of the way.
Yeah, go
Would you
ahead.
rather get the 2 easy
Yeah,
ones
let's
out
get,
of
yeah.
the way?
that way
Oh,
we-
okay,
Okay.
okay.
I don't think that,
We
the
don't,
question was about caliper, wasn't it?
yeah, we're not quite sure where we got the 6 inches above the ground when less than 4 feet and 12 inches above the ground when 4 feet or more.
Standard.
That's
Industry.
standard, got it, okay.
No, for the sake of being simple, maybe you just want to say like we do now, it's just measured at 6 inches and that's it. But
Okay.
I mean, that's up
6
to you
inches.
guys.
12 inches
It's
is
actually
what's in the
12
current
inches in the
code.
current.
Whatever
code.
you want to measure it
But
at.
if this works better for you and for the
Well, but we're talking.
reader.
Think about it this way: we're talking about people planting new trees. We've lessened the size to 2 inch,
Got
right?
it, right.
So it's always going to be measured at 6, right?
Okay.
So
okay.
maybe you just write 6.
But they might choose to plant a larger tree, that's just a minimum.
Rare,
Rare.
very, very,
Okay.
very, very rare.
I mean, it's just a few more words, is all I'm saying, you know. We just didn't know where it came from. The other question I had for you is, in your current understanding, can the Board of Adjustment hear a request for a variance to the tree code?
There is something in there about protecting.
It's not currently in the code.
No, there is something.
Well, there is.
The Board of Adjustment shall hear any. I'll have to
I think that's what
But
Jean
it,
was
but
saying.
it's,
that
but the
there- that there's-
reference is actually to a variance to the building code in order to accommodate trees.
Yes,
It's not, it's
we're thinking the
not
same thing.
a variance to the language, the requirements of the tree code per se.
No, it's like, say if you have 2 required parking spaces and there's a 30-inch oak in the
Right.
middle of your
Right.
second parking space, you can pay
Right.
$1,000, go to the Board of Adjustments and
Okay.
request a variance for it.
So just so I understand, my understanding is that the Board of Adjustment only hears appeals to decisions of, or requests for variances of the building inspector, of the building and licensing building code.
I mean, I don't know what, I think you'd have to read what, I think it's the building and zoning codes, more the zoning, but
Yeah, but does the tree code fall under building and zoning? Or is it separate?
no, the tree code is its own thing, and it says right in it,
Okay,
that it
Okay.
calls out that the Park and Shade Tree Commission, I mean, it's the same thing I read every single meeting we have with them.
Right.
The Park and Shade Tree Commission has the sole authority to do blah, 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 blah.
right.
So what we did was, we took out language in the new 253.5, I think it's C2.
Which
We
page
just,
are,
I'm sorry, we're in the,
which one are we on?
It's the second page of
Oh,
what's.
only a second page. Okay.
It's 253,
Where's this tree?
yeah, Tree Ordinance Commission. It's the kind of the definition of their.
it's like the second
and
page
it's-
of the,
it's wherever it is in your stack.
Mhm.
5 is what you're looking for.
Or maybe, is it this? I've already gone past 5,
Yes, I think you've gotten past 5.
but it wasn't at the top of the page like yours.
No,
Okay.
because it's in smaller print.
here.
Here's 5.
5, go to the last item.
To authorize a variance from this ordinance where. I mean, that's pretty much what they do now.
That's what they're currently doing, but that's
Mhm.
not what they're currently authorized to do. And it's not what our language in the appeals section addresses. It only addresses to purported errors in your decision-making.
It doesn't even address the hardship part at all.
No,
the
not at
code.
all.
Yeah. Let me.
And Jean thinks that the Board of Adjustment can hear a request for variance from any code in the city.
I mean, I don't know about the Board
But
of
I
Adjustment.
don't either.
So I'd be the
Okay.
wrong person to ask
But
about
I'm
that.
not sure that that's true,
I would
with all
rely
due
on that.
respect.
I would rely
I would believe what Jean says is accurate.
Okay.
But I'm gonna check right now while we're
Because if so-
discussing the other part.
Because what we wanted to do was add an item in there saying that if someone wanted to request a variance, they could they could go to the Board of Adjustment. And to my knowledge, it's never been done.
Well, I'm just trying to, I mean, the main cases we have at Park and Shade are fee and load mitigation
Right.
and, I guess people saying they just don't want to plant the trees.
Right.
Is that a
But
variance?
the current, yeah, that would be a variance. in
Yeah,
a
I
sense.
think-
It
I
really
mean-
would.
Okay.
And the Parks and Shade
Yeah.
Tree makes determinations, but the code doesn't authorize them to do
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I think that's
And
what,
our proposal
get that out.
doesn't either.
yeah, get it out.
But I also am sympathetic that someone should be able to request a variance if there's an undue hardship or
So the
break.
question is, you request a variance
Where?
from whom?
Exactly.
But I'm just trying to think of this right now because if somebody, say I denied a tree permit that they wanted the tree out, they would go that it was made, they would appeal through the fact that the decision was made in error, that it meets one of these qualifications. No matter what the qualification would be, there's one that's like the tree is a nuisance, that you could argue, we had somebody argue that pine needles fell inside of the Jeep and that was a nuisance. So they could argue any of that. So I'm trying to think of like, what would constitute a hardship in the tree world?
Well, it all started when we read the section.
I mean, I get what you guys are
Just reading, I
saying,
gotta
but
get
like,
back
what
to
would the actual case of the hardship be is
Well,
my
I'm
question.
not even talking about the hardship, we're talking about the appeal process now
Oh, I got it.
says,
Sorry, I've got
I
two
got it.
different conversations.
the appeal process now says, they don't agree with you, they go to the Tree Ordinance Committee.
Mhm.
City code.
They don't agree with the Tree
You
Ordinance
guys, it's
Committee.
really hard for me to hear
Yeah.
him when you're having
If
conversations.
if they don't agree with the decision of the Tree Ordinance Commission, they go directly to the Board of Commissioners.
Yes.
So in that appeal process, there's no place for them to apply for a variance. That was the whole issue. So what we were trying to do is, if anyone is, quote, still aggrieved by the final decision of the Tree Ordinance Commission, they can go to the Board of Adjustments and get a variance, or file for a variance.
So, but they're going
That
to,
was our thing.
so they're gonna go to the Board of Adjustments to rule over the park and shade, basically to try and overturn park and shade tree.
That was what we were
No,
talking about.
Not necessarily. What they could do is look at the code, say the code tells me I have to do X, Y, Z. I've looked at my property, I don't think I can't do X, Y, or Z.
I'll go
They
directly.
haven't gone to you for a permit or of any type, and they just say, we don't wanna have to be bound by this, you know, we want a variance from.
By the
these
front yard, let's say
requirements.
by the front yard tree. They don't
So
wanna plant the
maybe-
front yard tree.
Yeah.
Cause right now, park and shade has no authority to issue a variance from minimum density, for example. There's no authority in there. They can deal with mitigation only or errors. So if somebody comes in and says,
Right.
yeah, we know we don't have a front yard tree, we're building a new house and we don't wanna have one. They have no, in my opinion, reading this, no authority to say, we agree with you. You don't have to have one.
Right.
And that's what you guys are trying to put in that hardship appeal for?
Well, we're just saying
Or-
that it just seems,
We're removing that language from, that's what I was trying to point out to you before, 253(5)(c)(2). We're trying to take that out. Okay? So they don't have any authority to,
And that authority would go to,
and so in the absence of authority with the Tree Ordinance Commission, it would fall to the Board of Adjustment as it relates to their authority to create variances in any other, any other code.
Well, that's what, the Board of Adjustment has two roles. One is an interpretation of the code, which is a yes or no vote,
Right.
that the building inspector did this properly or he didn't. But that's an interpretation of the code. The second is subjective. It's the variance part. That's where you've got the arguments about hardship and whatever. But that doesn't give you the right to overturn the code. The only thing it does is
our current Board of
it
Adjustment
basically
says,
gets you a variance around that issue.
our current code says that the Board of Adjustment hears appeals of decisions of the building inspector.
Right, but they also hear variance requests, which is a separate issue.
Okay.
well, all I know is no matter what it is, you need to be able to appeal it. That's the whole basis of city decisions.
Sturgis.
So
Yes.
somewhere, somehow.
I think that either you've confused me way back when, or we're just, I don't know. The way this draft was presented to us this morning, C2 means that the tree commission has the authority to issue a variance, blah, blah, blah. You didn't want it there because it was a part of the appeals process. But if what you just said, that they don't want to even go to Liz, they just want to get a variance, then it does belong here.
It might, but
It
if we
does.
put it there, then we need to amend the appeals section, because in the appeals section, we have described limits of their powers that do not include the ability to grant a variance.
Because that's an appeal.
And
Appeal
then-
is different than a variance.
But don't,
I got it, thank you.
don't both of them have to be based on a decision?
No, no, no.
She's
no.
saying no.
Yeah, no.
She's saying,
Yeah.
I don't have a front tree in my yard, I don't wanna have
We'll be
a
in
front
touch.
tree in my yard. I'm not even gonna go to you, I'm gonna get a variance. That's what she's saying is a hardship.
But you've gotta have a decision.
First, a decision.
Yeah, it may not
You're
involve
right,
the
you're right.
issuance or
So
denial of a
people
tree
don't
permit.
request variances from Board of Adjustment until they've been
So-
told they can or can't do something,
Yes.
usually by the
So
building.
then that's different
Usually the
than what you
plans
said
have been,
before.
so usually the
Yeah.
plan review, usually the plans have been denied. So in my
Right.
case, say somebody's building a new house and they wanna
Right.
request a variance from the front yard tree because it blocks their view of the ocean.
Right,
Or they
Right.
feel their safety would be in danger from the
Okay.
nor'easters.
right.
And I'd say unfortunately the code is you gotta have it in the front yard. I would
Right.
suggest you tuck it in on the west side here, and
Right.
no, we don't want it.
Right,
And I would have to say, unfortunately, we can't approve your tree
Got it.
plan, we can't issue your building permits. You're gonna have to request a variance
Okay.
from
right.
Park Shade Tree Commission,
We could stick it back in there.
or Tree Appeals Commission, or whatever, Tree Ordinance.
Got it, thank you. We can put it back in there, because I don't think the Board of Adjustment can hear
Whether or not it can,
request variances.
do we really wanna add another thing into the mix?
So we're looking at 253.12.3.
What have you found?
Why don't we just put it back in under the tree
Let's just put
commission?
it, let's
Where it
just put
was.
it
I
back
was
in.
gonna say, just put it
Let's put it
underneath.
back
Put
in.
it back where it was.
Where it is, 253, because what are you finding about Board of Adjustment?
It's basically saying for the building official, but again, it's nowhere is it really determined.
Do you have
I still haven't
Just
found
put it
where the
right here.
landscape department falls.
authority by the Tree Ordinance Commission? Make that a subparagraph A, and then take 253, make this underneath that. So they have the authority to do all this, and they have the authority to do that, and then you're done.
But does it, but I see your point, does it need to be under appeals? Because they are appealing, they're still probably appealing. the
An
decision.
appeal is
Yeah,
a decision's been
it is.
granted that they didn't want, so then
Okay.
it should be under appeals.
Okay,
So, but it doesn't, which means that it has to be an appeal first. I mean,
Got
a decision first, whereas your assumption or your hypothetical said they could go right to get a variance, and I guess they can't. They have to have a decision first
yeah,
from this.
I think you're right, you're right.
So we can just put it
Somebody
there.
gonna help me
and
with that?
Yeah, somebody's gonna help you.
All right.
Does Pete wanna help him?
Actually, Pete's got another assignment.
Huh?
What was that other thing I had you doing there?
Well, that, it doesn't make any difference anymore.
Oh.
So you take 253C2,
12, okay.
that paragraph,
And you stick it
and
back
you
in.
move it to.
Can you leave it there? I think you should leave it there and then repeat it under the appeals.
Yeah, cause they have two different
need to-
powers.
Yeah, I think you need to leave it there under powers, and then you need to, I would insert it under
Authority of the Tree Ordinance Commission.
3, authority under appeals, and I would put it after that.
Well, you'd have to change it to appeals and variances, right?
Well, you, maybe. Yeah, okay.
You just have to
Appeals,
look because
Well,
it,
again,
isn't-
it is an appeal to your decision.
yeah,
And-
but there are
and
things
the
in here.
authority is that they're given a variance.
There are things in here that are, like the first sentence, agreed by decision involving the grant or denial of an application for a tree removal permit.
Uh-huh.
So that would have to be changed because it might be tree plan review,
Yes, you would have to expand this to include,
the tree plan review. Because they might not be issued a permit, it might be an empty lot that they have to plant 3 trees. Or they're putting in a
Okay.
pool and have to plant 2 or something like that.
Is a tree removal permit also part of a tree planting,
Also part of a what?
a tree plan?
can be.
It can be, yep.
But not necessarily, so
Not
you'd have both
necessarily.
terms.
Or tree plan.
Or you add into the section of the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, the fact that it, from what Jean's saying, they're already doing what we were talking about, and it should be in that code section, that they take appeals from any board, any city board,
I completely agree with that
so.
in reality,
But the Board of Adjustment is defined in the building code, so.
Absolutely.
since it's defined in the building code, it would
And that's
probably
a-
have to be a
that's
department
state law.
under the building code. But Liz's department is not under
She's
anybody.
separate.
The tree plan review, the $50 tree plan review is under the, building and licensing. Really, and so are the permits technically, and that's how they're issued.
So that would mean you could be heard by the board.
What?
Like I said, if you're asking about Board of Adjustments, I don't know anything about it. I'm not the person to ask. I can't correctly
So
state anything
you've
about
never
that.
had to go to the Board of Adjustments for any tree-related issue? No one's ever gone there for a variance? For
Not
anything
a
that you-
variance directly related to trees. I don't wanna say I've never been to BOA meeting. I don't think I've ever been asked. I know I've been asked to provide supporting documentation
Put
for
me to work on language.
certain planning type
But the tree
things.
commission
do
has
that.
done all of the overturning of your decisions or variances related to your
Okay.
decisions or whatever.
But there's been no really, there's been no variances. It's a
I'm
fee
gonna
in
do
lieu of
that.
mitigation or overturning of a decision.
So do we want to present this revised code with the variance and under appeals? And then in the presentation to the board, say, while we have given variance authority to the tree commission, we strongly recommend that this power goes to the Board of Adjustments. Because we're not going to decide this today otherwise.
Okay.
We could. I can also draft some language to insert that thing.
Answer what the,
Put the variance power under the authority here under appeals.
right, well, I think we
Okay.
have to do that
Yeah.
because we cannot give the Board of Adjustment a new authority.
Yeah,
But I think we should recommend to the Board of Commissioners
that if it's possible.
that we think that all variances should be issued by the same body. Are you, are you agree with me, Susan, on that?
Yeah, I just have one question. So when somebody gets a tree permit, do you write it and give it to them, or does the building department?
I write it and give it to them.
So you actually issue the permit and collect the money and do all that in your department?
Well, no, I don't collect money now.
But I mean, do they get, the permit, is it a green card, or is it, I've never actually seen a tree
It's,
permit?
close to the building color permit. It's bright green.
But it's signed by you, not by the building department?
It's signed by me as part of the department, because I am part-time part of that department, as the arborist has always been.
So
somewhat
could
part
the
of that
building
department.
official sign it?
They have in the
Then it
past.
can go to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
Yeah, they have in the past. Joanne's done them. Dom's done them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then it could go to the board, so we could leave it the way we have it. Right? Ron?
Which was the language that I was going to add about.
Which is what you're gonna add to the appeal section.
What do we want to do?
I'm gonna add that to that, the variance.
So the bottom line is, do you want a tree commission deciding what an exceptional hardship is, or do you want the Board of Adjustment deciding?
I prefer the Board of Adjustment. However, I'm not sure our current code or even state code would
It will,
permit
based
it.
on what she just said, it will
Well-
definitely apply.
The Board of Adjustment, as set forth and established in Chapter 270, shall hear and decide requests for variance from the requirements of this chapter, and appeals of decisions or determinations made by the floodplain administrator and the enforcement or administration.
This chapter is only 270.
Yeah,
This one.
correct.
And it's saying 159, it has as
That's-
well.
270's building,
159
Zoning.
is the
Zoning.
floodplain.
is zoning.
Yep, zoning and floodplain.
But again, it's just a matter of,
But it's not explicitly saying,
If Liz
Anything
reported to
besides
building
those.
It would have
inspector,
to
that would
say
be a whole different
270
thing.
and Chapter 270 and Chapter 250.
And yeah,
yeah, but we're
but
not
it
in the
would,
business of amending 270 at this point.
and Liz is certainly
We're gonna
currently
make
a
a
separate
statement, I'm gonna put
department,
in
that's the
recommendation.
problem. She
per your comment.
doesn't answer to the building inspector.
I'm telling you, if the building official can sign a tree permit, then it could go to the board.
I hear you.
And the chapter's not written properly. Because
I agree with the
theoretically,
latter
she is, do you agree? You're an attorney?
I agree with the latter part. I think it's a very vague
Right.
slope here.
Why would the building official sign a tree permit?
For a while, there was no arborist, and
No,
say
no,
if I
no,
go
no,
on
no.
vacation for 2 weeks, and somebody has an emergency, they need to take down a tree.
I'm talking in the context of organizational flow, not of somebody having a,
Covering, filling in.
vacation.
Well, then, no, nobody would just
Yeah,
randomly
and so-
decide
so
to do my
point
job,
is,
no.
How can you have a building official contemplate the possibility of a variance being filed? Therefore, that person signs the tree permit. That's not getting me.
Does the Board of Adjustment hear zoning violations? We don't have a zoning official.
What do you mean violation?
Or do they hear variances for zoning?
The Board of Adjustment, that's pretty much all they do.
So that's not,
And appeals.
normally, so if we hired a zoning administrator, it wouldn't be the building official, it would be the zoning official. We just don't have a zoning official, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Can I just tell you one thing while we're on the subject, just FYI for future reference? On the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 270-78 fee schedule, remember we were talking about this earlier? It says all fees and charges shall be as established from time to time by the commissioners of Rehoboth Beach.
Give me specifics on it?
It doesn't tell you it's $1,000, so I'm just saying.
That's under zoning.
270-78.
That's what I was referring to earlier.
270-78 fee
78
schedule.
270-78.
B, no, not B, I'm sorry, A.
A?
A and B.
A and B.
270-78 fee schedule.
Yeah, fee schedule, just says fee schedule.
Each application for an appeal has one, each filing for the Board of Adjustment has one,
Yeah.
and then it says all fees and charges shall be paid in advance.
Noted.
Precedent.
Okay? All right. I'll keep that bookmarked, but.
Okay. Are we moving on to minimum density requirements?
I have
Yeah,
no
do
idea
we-
what we decided.
What we decided is,
Yeah, she's
I
gonna
am
draft
going
some
to, I'm
language.
gonna draft language, we're gonna put 253.5C2 back in. We're gonna restore that. And I'm gonna draft language for 253.12.3 to add
To
the
reference,
variance, to reference their authority to make variance decisions, the Parks and Shade, Parks and Ordinance.
So we're back to
Ordinance
letting
Commission.
the Parks and Shade Commission.
Correct.
Make hardship decisions.
Yes, yes. And I'm going to draft language to go in.
And we're gonna recommend that.
We're gonna recommend that perhaps, if possible, legally possible, that all code variance requests go to Board of Adjustment.
all right, can we button up caliper before we go to NGO?
Sure, you can,
Yeah.
you wanna talk to Ms.
Yeah.
Pease about that?
So the current language, Liz, refers to 12 inches, and it sounds like you're more inclined to go with 6 inches.
Well, 6 at 4.
For simplicity,
And
I'm sorry?
for simplicity, I think it
So, okay,
might make
so
more
all I'm
sense.
gonna suggest is we change the definition of caliper to read the diameter of a tree trunk measured at 6 inches above the ground, period.
You have to say relating to a new tree.
But we need to say, I
Oh,
would like.
new
to-
tree, new tree,
yes.
I'm sorry, forgive me. Thank you. I'm glazing over here. Watch me. Where did that go? The diameter of a newly planted tree measured 6 inches above the ground. How's that, Susan? Okay?
Or would it be,
Liz is scrunching.
No,
her-
no, no, no.
You all right with that?
Yeah,
well, it would actually be the diameter of the trunk of a newly planted tree.
Okay,
Oh
tree
my
trunk.
gosh.
Tree trunk, all right.
You don't have to put trunk in there, do you?
Yeah. Otherwise,
What
what
else
are
you
you,
gonna
otherwise,
measure?
what are you measuring?
Okay, all right.
I don't know, just put it
Yeah,
in
it's
there.
in there, it's in there.
Why not?
6 inches, point go.
Cool.
Oh, mercy, Percy. All right, now, minimum density requirements. Liz, I regret to inform you there is,
Dissension in the ranks.
yeah, dissension among the ranks
no.
about your concept of all lots. And the idea of having a commercial zone properties zone commercial, subject to those fee requirements.
Fee
Is
okay.
Is onerous, shocking, and what else was, what else?
Just businesses or condominiums?
Well,
Well, anything zone commercial, I think we're just, you know.
Anything zone commercial, no matter what's on the lot?
no, there was an exception here for, let me see. Mixed residential and commercial use, where natural area requirements apply. Any such lot shall have at least one tree for 833.5 square feet.
I think,
It was the D that
yeah,
got
well, I
struck.
think it's more than that. I think in the end, wasn't it that you guys wanted to go back to the language that's in, if you go to 253, I'm gonna take your thing for just a second here. 253.6. Easy for me. Oh, where did this come from? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, you were right on it, forgive me. It's right there.
Okay.
So the language that has been removed would be returned. Isn't that what you guys were saying?
I would say
No, okay.
return all the struck stuff, except I like the struck stuff in C2. I think that's easier.
Okay.
I like that.
So really just the
Oh, yeah,
First
yeah,
part.
Yeah.
shall apply to all lots.
Whether or not in the following zoning districts as stipulated. in
One
this
has
section.
R2 districts, ER. Any lot zone commercial or natural area requirements apply. I mean, that last one is problematic because I'm not the determining factor on natural area requirements.
Well, and indeed,
So that,
my comment would be, I spoke to Matt,
Mhm.
and, where did I put that? That's in here somewhere. Oh, that's right, it's in my, what happened to can I have my other paper back, please?
This one, that's yours? Sure.
Thank you. If a residential use is sought for a commercial property, the bill, this is his language, the bill will have to adhere to all R1 zoning requirements, setbacks, heights, tree requirements, etc.
Right.
yeah, and we've had that a few times, people building single-family homes on commercially zoned
right,
lots.
right.
Like Lake Avenue is a perfect
Right.
example.
So do we need to add some specific language to that?
Well, I mean, what I'm
Any lot
saying
zoned-
there, what I'm saying there is, that is my, how I would apply the term natural area
Okay.
in the context of these provisions.
But here's, our problem is that in the way we've written this, including the strikeouts,
How about just any lot zone commercial used residentially?
I
And
think
where would we
when
put
Sturgis and I originally did this, okay, and this is where this all started, when we originally submitted it, we referred to properties that were residentially used,
that?
okay? Not zoned, used.
We did, yeah, we did.
Okay?
Again, I'm sorry.
When Sturgis and I originally did this, we made these rules apply to any property that was residentially used,
Correct.
okay? Not zoned. And then when we had our meeting, we all decided that we might need to refer to zoning districts. And then just make exceptions for residential so in other words, if a commercial property was turned residential, it had to meet the requirements.
Right.
And then we all started talking about it, and we decided that residentially used properties was not officially defined anywhere. And
Right.
that's when everything got screwed up.
Right.
So if we went back to where we were and found a different way of saying residential use properties, I think you covered every single property, just not by the name of the district. So then we decided that we need to do it by district.
Mhm.
So we rewrote it by district.
Yep.
R1, R1S, R2, R3, took out the educational part. Okay, and then rewrote one section specifically for properties that weren't zoned to any of those that were used for residences. And then it all got discombobulated from there.
And is that the existing non-conforming lots?
Right.
Is that where that comes in?
Right, so if somebody put an apartment over a commercial building, they had to meet the density requirements if there was land to do it. And if they had to obtain a building permit that substantially recreated the space. And that was all covered, and then so we either need to go completely back to where we were, or start rewriting.
Well,
things.
if you look at,
It's very confused right now.
as Sturgis is suggesting, if you just look at A, let's just focus on A. If we use the language that's crossed out of A, all right, put that back in. And then, as Liz just suggested, add the term or phrase used residentially after the word commercial, so that it would read any lot zoned R1S, R1, R2, blah, 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 ER, blah, 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 and any lot zoned commercial used residentially where natural area requirements apply.
You just have to make sure there's some sort of definition of like residential use and if that covers what you want. I know you wanted to get away from dwelling units, but that might be
Yeah,
another way to
right.
phrase it, or any
Yeah,
lot containing one or more
I
dwelling
don't
units.
get that in there at all.
But dwelling units is already defined, is the good thing. I don't know if residential use actually is, because like, do we want this to count for condos and stuff? Because, I mean, to me, that's,
where it goes off the tracks.
well, to me, like, common sense, that's residential, people are living there.
Yeah, right.
Now, does that technically define as residential in our code? I don't know.
What say you, Susan?
I just think we need to start somewhere, so,
So, no, it sounds like you don't like what I'm suggesting.
well,
That's fine.
this is, here, I don't have it. This is where we started. Okay, which pretty much,
Yeah. Yeah, hang on a second. Is that your,
it's the
document?
very original one from October.
Oh, October.
That's the one that Sturgis and I did. I keep saying December, but we did it in October. That's the very original one, and basically, it says
What do we have in December?
residential,
What do we have when
December
you-
was our meeting when we started rewriting this
Yeah.
one. So we had residential use property, non-residential use property, and city-owned property were the three divisions that we had addressed.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're going back too far.
So basically, you know, this is, and then, so this says if it has any residential use on it, it's got to meet the requirements. It's non-residential use property, there just are none. And then city-owned property, they can basically do what they need to do. So, I mean, that was the very, very beginning stages. And then I guess we got into, in December, when I was trying to rewrite what you guys were saying, that's where we left it. I think we just ran out of time and we kind of left it there. And then since then, I guess you and Liz rewrote the whole thing, and this is what this copy is, correct? Where did this one?
Yes.
Where did this one
What you
come
see
from?
today
You
is
mean
what,
we're using
Yeah,
today?
where are we
what
using
came
today?
from
This
the,
is, it did not come from this committee, it came from,
Well,
where?
Hoyte actually put this all together from past stuff, consultation with us over
Okay.
the past month and
Yeah.
with Liz, is my
So I think we just
understanding.
need to pick one to work from. Are we gonna work from the
I
very
think we
first
should-
one,
I
the one
think
we
we-
had in December, or this one?
I think we should work from this,
What's this one?
the current
The
one.
one we have right here? Okay, All right, well
I
then
mean,
let's just start.
Again, taking this, the strikeouts, removing the strikeouts is what
Correct.
you're saying.
Remove the
So put-
strikeouts,
Put that back in. Okay.
except for,
And still, we have to deal with, we somehow have to address how this is gonna affect or apply to commercial zone properties.
commercial.
And then what I'm hearing is used residentially is not making it.
You mean residential use, you don't, what I hear Liz saying is that is not a term that's used in the code.
I don't know if it's in the
And-
zoning code.
Yeah, it isn't, I mean, so we might be safer with the zones, but I think Liz made a suggestion that we put in, just add in some language that, per your conversation with Matt.
Yeah.
That, you know, if commercial property is used residentially, it must meet all, you know, residential minimum tree density requirements.
Well, it may not.
Something along that line.
So what happens if there's no land?
Yeah.
Then what happens?
Well,
Then you pay your fee and move on.
No, that's where we got.
I mean,
That's how we got started on this.
Essentially, kind of what you're saying. What I'm hearing Liz say is just say you got a commercial lot, but what you decided was you wanted to build a house on that. You wanted a single-family home on a lot that's zoned commercial. As far as I know, what the building code says, or our zoning code says, you have to follow all the requirements for residential zoning, including building and trees.
Setbacks,
and
yeah, setbacks and coverages,
That's
yep.
currently in the building.
But
code.
that's not the problem. The problem is not when you tear down a commercial building and build a residential. The problem is when you alter a commercial building.
So let me
That's
go,
where the
Well,
problem
let me go to your 2
We have-
points. Wait a
there-
second,
we have two
Wait a
problems.
second, wait a second.
Both
So
of
you
them.
both raised the same issue, and I think it's already addressed in here if we accept the language that she's suggesting. And that is, any lot zoned commercial, whether or not there's any room or not, okay? Used residentially where natural area requirements apply. So if they don't apply, there's no room for
You're
them.
correct. So in
Okay.
other words, if someone wanted to do
Where are you
R1
reading?
in commercial, the last phrase in A1 strikeout, the last phrase.
Right.
So what he's saying, and you're right, any lot zone commercial where natural area requirements apply
Hey,
would apply to someone taking a
Where's she
commercial lot and building a single-family home
Did she
on it.
just leave?
The food's right there.
I see it.
Yes,
Did her duty and she's gone.
I don't blame her.
Did
Yeah,
anybody
right.
tip her?
I got that.
Did anybody tip the poor lady? Come on.
Yeah, I know, I just.
What kind of delivery
Point blue
acceptance
kisses.
people are you guys?
I whispered, thank you. That's about all.
Excellent. But I think we do need to add, I think that covers R1 use in commercial. I think that covers it. But I think Susan's right, we need to add something in there about somebody has a commercial property and they come in and, wait, okay, what am I trying to say?
You're trying to say this, what was
What am
written
I trying to
originally. Existing non-conforming residential properties must be brought up to the minimum property requirements when existing commercial properties must be brought up when a building permit would be required for work which decreases the natural area of the property. The extent of a renovation of existing main structure
Might have to make a pitch.
changes its classification from existing to new construction.
State your scenario
I am-
again, because I'm lost. What's
Okay.
your scenario of a commercial property that would get
Scenario
in
of
trouble
a
with this
commercial
code?
property.
Yeah, what's that?
Did I do
The
that?
pond tries
No,
to,
No, I wanna buy the parrot.
You want to buy
The parrot's lost its beer garden, which has a couple of bamboo trees back there.
Right.
But they rent that
Yeah,
from,
we used the purple.
they rent that from somebody else. So the parrot building has dwelling units above it. So it's gonna be a mixed use. There's actually, and I wanna go and renovate the building. There's no way that I could put a tree in that building. And I don't wanna have to pay a
Happens.
fee.
Well, so I've never actually gotten a complaint about the fee. It's happened a few times where restaurants have apartments above. And it was more the inconvenience factor of having to wait to go to commission to request a fee than the fact that, you know, they're doing a few $100,000 worth of work. So a $500 fee, I don't think, sure, do you want to pay a fee? No. But, you know, I think it was more the inconvenience factor of the
What's the
whole.
rationale of making them pay a fee when it's impossible for them to put a tree in?
Well, nothing's impossible.
Yeah, it is.
They have trees right now for Barrett.
I'm trying,
But
they don't
I
have it in
think-
the front building.
I think in general, because we've had this happen where a commercial lot was entirely paved and tree permits came into requirement because they were making significant additions to the building.
And it's a mixed use.
Yep, it was a
Okay,
mixed
a
use.
mixed use.
And they just paid their fee. I guess the way you can look at it is that the urban forest, the community forest, is a community. It's not just the residential property owners, it's all of us. And it's been proven time and time again that businesses benefit from trees being planted, that it makes people linger longer, makes them spend more, and it contributes a sense of character and community to an area that result in people being able to charge more for being in town Rehoboth versus out on Route 1. Now, how much of the burden should be carried by the residents? How much should be carried by visitors? How much should be carried by businesses? That's, you know, not really in my field. I can tell you that in other municipalities where I've worked, they were actually stricter. In one place where I worked in Rockville, they actually didn't have any residential tree requirements. They only had them for businesses. So any commercial property or business had tree permit requirements and residential didn't. So it varies all over the place, but my general thought is that every property owner should have to contribute to the community forest because it provides benefits to everybody. Now, should businesses, commercial property owners, let's put it that way, should they get a free pass, 50%? Should they pay the same? I don't know. But I mean, how much does a business license cost? Depending on what you are, around 300. Residential property taxes, what are we averaging? 1,000, 1,500, 2,000? So.
But you're really talking about probably not the business owner. In most cases, you're talking about the landlord.
Yeah, property owner. Now, whether or not the
Owner,
property
property
owner,
It all gets
What?
passed back to
You're
the
Yes.
what?
business, trust
Just
me.
pass to the
Exactly.
business.
There's
Okay,
no
I
way
hear
the
you.
landlord is gonna.
yeah,
pay for
so
that.
if the
I'm
business
sorry.
goes to do renovations, it'll be
Working
up to
here.
the business.
Working here.
You want a picture of mine, Jim? I'm willing to share, I cannot eat.
No, I brought a couple of.
What do
books
they
from
charge for
there.
this, $6?
Oh, this
They
is
must
always
be
a
on the
big,
highway, not downtown. It's
This is
cheaper to
always a
operate
big
down
hit.
there.
Do what? On the highway?
I brought this from home.
I think they only do it in,
Oh, that came from home?
don't they only do it in the off season though?
They just do it on Wednesdays at $6.
Yeah, but I think only on the off, the special might only be in the off season though, honestly.
No, it goes.
Is it year round?
Year round, and they do Sundays too. They do football, football
Let me see
boxes.
what you got. What'd you get?
California Club.
Oh, yeah, cool.
And that's one of my favorite sandwiches from our other sandwich place in town.
Oh, okay.
Second favorite, I'll say. Because I've been there so many times, I can rank the whole menu.
So what's your reaction to her comment about it?
I just don't agree. I mean, it's
I
that
think
simple.
any business owner will disagree with me. I think most
No,
residential.
I don't agree with that either.
I think most business owners would disagree with me, and most residential property owners would, just in theory.
I'll tell you one thing, the chips are better in the summer than they are in the winter.
Really?
Yeah.
I just like the kettle chips anytime.
I've
Look at
asked-
that,
I've
Sam.
asked
Everybody
somebody to
look
go
at
back
this
and
right
forth.
now.
That's a hard.
Nice sandwich.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
you go, sure. I'm not sharing my cookie.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you guys want to, do we want to break for lunch? Do we want to continue?
I think we want to continue, right?
Okay.
Well,
Could we?
where are we?
I don't know. Well, we're about 10 to 12.
Are we, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, where are we in
I'm
the
at
pages? You're at A.
A1,
I think if we add back in
adding the
almost
term
all
used
the strikes.
residentially and see what happens.
No, why don't you just put the strikeouts back in?
That's what I'm saying.
Just put the strikeouts.
Put the
Don't-
strikeouts back in, but
Yeah.
used residentially.
No, I don't think you have to do that.
Oh, I see what you're saying,
You
okay.
don't have to do that.
All right, and then are you all right with the rest of you, are you all right with?
So just read.
It would have to be all
What's it say?
applicable lots.
Yeah, put applicable back in.
So it says minimum density requirements shall apply to all lots,
Yeah,
whether or not there are trees. Whenever an application is filed that requires, you're leaving that red part in.
leave that all in, but the sentence continues, in the following zoning districts as stipulated in chapter 270 zoning.
And then, two, is that all right, the way it's been modified?
Okay, what are the natural area requirements?
What are the natural areas, what?
It says any lot zone commercial where natural area requirements apply.
Yeah.
Where are we saying what natural area requirements are?
Well, we have a definition of natural area.
Yeah.
That portion of a lot inside the property line should be used for trees, bushes, shrubs, flowers, other plantings, and/or permitted permeable landscaping.
Okay, so if you have a commercial property that has some natural area,
If they're requirements. Not all commercial property has,
not,
zoned
Some have,
commercial has.
some have natural area, but they don't have the requirements.
Correct. Any lot zone commercial where natural area requirements apply, and natural area requirements would apply if it's mixed use or it's a commercial lot that has been sort of has been converted to a residential use, exclusively residential use.
Well,
well
what
then it
about,
should say residential.
what about where there's setbacks because it backs up to residential? Or maybe is that only if it's mixed use, I don't know.
Again, I'll repeat what Matt Dennis said to me in his email.
It's any lot
If
zone
a
commercial
residential
or
use is
natural
sought for a commercial property, and he didn't further define that, the build, whatever that means, will have to adhere to all R1 zoning requirements, setbacks, heights, tree requirements.
Natural area.
I think
Okay.
any lot zone commercial while natural area requirements apply covers the waterfront.
I still don't know where natural area requirements apply means.
I don't
When it
either.
comes what?
I don't think it's defined.
It's in the zoning code. It's from.
So you need to add something in that says,
Well, we've
For a
defined the
second.
term natural area, we just discussed
And
that
it
earlier.
says-
well, you didn't define natural area requirements. I don't know what that means, a natural area requirement.
It means a
So-
portion of a lot where you have to maintain a natural area.
You
Where
have
it
to
is
maintain it,
required, where it's required. So in other words,
by whom? By
Yeah.
where?
by the zoning code.
All right.
If you build
Your
if you build
points
a
were-
residence anywhere, a single-family home, you have to have certain setbacks. You have to have.
This is commercial,
Mhm.
where natural
If-
area requirements
Correct.
apply.
If you had a commercially zoned lot and you decided you didn't want to put a commercial use there, all you wanted to do was put a house on it, you would have to abide by the requirements in the zoning code for R1
That I
construction.
understand,
And that's what the natural area requirement
but
means.
that's not what that means.
You don't think that means that to you, okay?
How about
I
where?
don't know what it means.
How about
But
where,
I would never have gone for what you just said, that's what that means.
Okay,
where zoning,
I'm kind of with you, I
where
don't think
zoning
it's clear.
requirements, setback, heights, and tree requirements apply?
Say it again, please.
Where zoning requirements, setbacks, heights, and tree requirements apply.
Here's a
I don't
question,
think that
is it
helps.
supposed to be just single family we're talking about here?
no,
No,
not
It's
necessarily.
residentially used.
well, what would we consider a condo, those are
The
commercial?
residential use.
Just, I think it's I think it's R2. I mean, there are certain structures that are permitted in certain districts. You're not allowed to build an apartment building in R1, but you can do it in R2.
Well, but we have a lot of existing ones in,
Probably in R2 or C3.
oh,
Do you think you
there's
have?
existing ones around Maryland. I mean,
Oh,
if
okay.
you look, there's
Okay.
like those
Okay.
type of,
So they're kind of like pre-existing kind of.
so my
thing.
question is,
You're right.
what are those in our code, like in this? Are we making planting requirements for them or not?
They currently exist, planting requirements do.
If somebody is building a new condominium, are they gonna have to have 2 trees per 5,000 square feet? Or
No,
whatever our,
actually, what
3.
we've said is, what did we say?
Well,
I know
Let's-
you and
let's
I.
come back at that again.
well, because I think that's, you
The
can't
only-
figure that last part out.
The only place you can build that kind of property today is on a commercial zone lot.
You can do it in an R2.
But we also have plenty of existing condominiums and rooming houses and stuff like that where,
Oh, that we're modifying?
Well, that
exists.
we existed
Guest
prior to
houses,
our
yeah.
code being written to restrict that in R1.
Yeah,
She's
but
saying
we're
we
gonna
got
modify
R2
it.
and R1.
If they don't get modified, it doesn't matter. But if we modify them, then things start to kick
so we
in.
want somewhere where anybody could live, not a hotel,
Right.
but anywhere where there is Blake's favorite thing, dwelling unit. So really that's the term that should be in there. Or any lot containing 1 or more dwelling units.
what's the unloving considered?
It's a hotel and a condominium.
Well, they're two separate entities.
Yeah, they are.
So the condominium has its own land.
Well,
I used to live
they're
there.
conjoined.
They're not
Yeah.
conjoined,
I don't think it's like,
They're not physically conjoined?
They share a parking lot, or they share,
Okay.
Yeah, there's
driveway.
2 towers, right?
yeah. Well, if you get inside of it, you can, from the outside, it just looks like a cube, but yeah.
Yeah,
You cannot.
No,
get
you're
from
right.
one
You
to the
can't
other.
go from one
I used
to
to
the
live
other.
there, so.
got it.
Oh, did you?
So my question is, where's the trees for that? They own a little bit to the north, they own a little park, and that's it.
No, they just have those like 2 feet, 3 feet on the side of the perimeter of the building.
Yeah.
That's not their little park?
No,
I thought
In the
that
middle of the
it
parking
was.
lot?
that's city.
No,
No, city owned.
that's city property.
So, okay,
Were
so,
they
you know,
assessing
that
you
is,
fees for
so
that?
that is, no, I remember when I was president of the board for a while, and I remember someone coming to us and wanting us to put new trees in that little lot. So I just assumed we owned it, it may have been somebody who wanted us to just do it. So there are no trees there.
And they might have like a crepe myrtle or Japanese maple or something in that
Definitely not
perimeter.
enough to meet minimum.
I have no, I mean, it would be 2,
Whatever it is, it's invasive or nuisance.
Isn't it supposed to be 2 trees per dwelling unit? It's supposed to be 2 trees.
but I
per
don't think
dwelling
that's really fair.
Current code.
So my question
That
is, how
doesn't
does
seem
this
fair either.
apply to something
it's
like
not.
that? That's all I'm asking.
This version, I can tell you right now how it would apply is if it came into effect. So if they were doing an addition of 500 square feet or more, which they can't, then it would pull the tree code in. Or if they had to remove an existing tree.
So my position on this is tree requirements should be based on lots, not dwelling units. Okay?
I agree. It
So-
shouldn't matter how many dwelling units, it's just my square
Exactly.
footage.
So if you have a commercially zoned lot with space, then you should put a tree in. If you don't, you don't put one in. But you don't have to put in 83 trees just because you have a condo with 41 units. You know, there's something wrong with that concept.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it should just be the same number per 5,000 as the regular residential
Right.
use. And if for some reason they
So if you
can't
want to
plant
use
them,
the term dwelling unit in order to have a more explicit definition, as long as there's nowhere else in the code that's going to suggest you need to put in 2 trees just because you have a dwelling unit. I mean, there shouldn't be, but I'm good with it. So going back to the language.
I mean, that covers anything that could be used residentially, because that's
Yeah,
what a dwelling
and so
unit
I'm going
is.
back to the language.
I mean, here's my thought. My thought is you have a current commercial or R2, or who knows, or an R2 use building in an R1. I mean, you've got
An existing non-conforming.
existing non-conforming. Or you've got something that's conforming, what can I say? You've got a mixed use maybe, but it's conforming and it's in a commercial zone. It seems to me that those people should be able to make substantial alterations or repairs to their properties without it triggering a tree code.
Alterations or repairs,
Uh-huh.
like ripping out a kitchen or something.
Yeah. Now, say you got R2 use. If you have R2 use in an R1 and somebody decides they're going to redevelop the property, do they lose their R2? If they tear it down to the ground, they're going to have
they
to
would have to come
rebuild
into
R1.
compliance.
They'd have to come into compliance at that point. So, in a sense, if we were kind of taking this all the way out, just say you've got somebody, they've got an apartment building, current code says they're supposed to have 2 trees per dwelling unit.
Mhm.
They want to rebuild, they want to rebuild what they have, which they legally can have.
With the same number of dwelling units?
Same number of dwelling units. But there's not room on that property for 2 trees per dwelling
Dwelling
unit.
unit.
So what should happen to those people? I don't think they should lose.
Right now, what happens?
Uh-huh.
They go to Park and Shade Tree and they request a fee in lieu.
Fee in lieu.
Mhm.
So, and I'm kind of hearing you say, you kind of consider that part of their, part of the community responsibility to
Part of the community
support
forest, it's
part of the
community,
community
it's not
forest.
residential community,
Mhm.
it's not
Mhm.
municipal community, it's community.
Mhm. Mhm.
Think of it this way, the city spends a lot of money on Hoyte Avenue, those trees. More
I hear you.
You mean
comparatively,
just recently?
just in general. Because it's in the commercial districts, you get more money spent on the maintenance, like trash pickup, vacuuming the parking spaces, sweeping the sidewalks, power washing the crosswalks, all that type of stuff. It's just any community, you get more wear and tear and you spend more money on your commercial areas. And that includes the landscaping.
Mhm.
I'm just kind of lost right now.
Okay.
I'm not sure why we got rid of non-conforming existing, why all that language is gone.
Why it's gone?
Yeah. I don't think you can make one rule to fit everything that's happening, all the different parts of Rehoboth. You need to have, in the residential uses, this is what happens. In the mixed zones, this is what happens. You can't pigeonhole, I have one rule for every property. It's just not gonna work. And while I totally agree that businesses do not pay a lot of taxes here, or license fees or whatever, we are responsible for creating an environment where everyone's property values has gone up from $200,000 to over $1 million or whatever. So we do contribute to the community in other ways. But I also look down Rehoboth Avenue and on the side streets and see a lot of vacant buildings right now, which is not our job. But as a business owner, and I see so many places that don't have businesses in them right now, why create another hoop for them to jump through? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, they probably should be civically minded, but I also think that this town has some real issues right now. But having said all that, I just don't think you can do every kind of property in Rehoboth with one rule.
That's one of the reasons that we can add exceptions. And we can kind of cover things that we're carving out to which it doesn't apply. To me, that's an easier way, maybe not clean necessarily, but an easier way to avoid starting from scratch and rewriting and trying to somehow
I mean, no matter what, we won't be able to figure out every single scenario that can ever occur, because as soon as you talk
That's what
about
Pete said.
37 different scenarios,
Yep.
somebody comes in with a 38. It's just inevitable, especially as like times change and other rules change and
Yep.
character of certain things change. And that's why it's so important that we have an appeal system, right? And so sometimes things might meet the spirit of the code, but not the actual code itself.
So, as far as I'm concerned, I think the way we stand at the moment is that we have, if I can make a little progress here, we have decided to revert back to the language that was struck out in A, and also the word applicable in B.
Correct.
And we're gonna leave the changes in C2.
Correct.
How about C3?
I'm okay with that.
So have we determined, not based on district, very simply what the minimum density requirements are? Because they're all mixed in here now. I mean, is there a section, we had at one point something that said, this is the minimum tree density requirement, period.
Yeah.
That's 6,
I
right?
think that's what we're,
253.6.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. That's what we're working on
Yeah.
right now.
Minimum 2 inch.
One healthy existing tree or one newly planted minimum 2-inch caliper trees for 1,660.
Which is 3 trees a lot.
all right, so I'm moving along, if you're okay, Susan. To 4.
Yeah, I think those strikes are fine.
All right, we're getting close. 5, a land tree, I know you're not gonna fight that, please. An ornamentally pruned tree, we're good. All right, now we're down to it. So, existing non-conforming lots, what's our position on that?
So we're gonna demand a front yard tree.
Excuse me?
We're gonna demand a front yard tree.
I'm recommending that we do, yeah. Go ahead, give me an argument,
And what are we trying to argue?
I would prefer that we have front yard trees, and the reason being,
I would prefer that too.
Yeah.
That's not the same as requirement.
I think if we want them, we have to require them.
I would think most people would want a front yard tree. So,
Not necessarily.
The lady that delivered lunch doesn't want one.
You know, there's some situations where there's room for a nice street tree in front of a house, where a front yard tree and a street tree could compete.
That's different.
And the street tree, I think, should be the one that's in place, but there are a lot of places in this town where street trees are either,
Well, I'll disagree with you right off the bat with there.
Okay.
Street trees have max 3 feet. It's always preferential to have them on the other side of the sidewalk.
I
So
agree-
much
I
that
agree
in a
with
lot
that.
of cities, they had the sidewalks butt up to the curbs. Like in DC, they own at
Okay.
least 10 feet into what you would see as a front yard to a row house. And those are all city trees because of the
I
root
got it,
space.
I got it. I'm just saying that in the town, we do have street trees in places where when then someone goes and plants the required front yard tree, that front yard tree then possibly competes with the street tree.
I don't see that
But
very
you're not
often.
seeing that.
No.
Okay, that's cool.
I think if anything, if there's an existing street tree,
Uh-huh,
if it's large, they'll plant the tree on the other side, their new tree, or
uh-huh.
honestly,
okay.
most people have a tendency to plant the small species tree in
I
the front.
already do, yeah, you do.
So usually it's not an issue.
Okay.
And especially as one tree, you want to have continuity. So as one tree dies or is removed,
mhm.
street tree comes out because it's a 30-year-old pear and it's inevitable. Well, great, they have a nice red bud right behind it.
Mhm.
So something that's already been there for 10 years and can take over if
Okay.
we plant a new street tree.
Yeah.
By the time the red bud dies, the new
Yeah.
street trees, keep the cycle going.
Well, I guess what I would say to this, Pete, or, I accept Liz's statement, but there are a lot of places in the town where street trees just don't work because the sidewalk, the planting area is just so small that they don't
I just
work.
don't understand why we're taking out the exception in 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, where? Oh, you're saying except where planting a tree in a front yard is impracticable or hazardous to a tree's growth is determined.
It's
by
too
the
subjective. That would be a nightmare for me. Every single time I'd make any decision, it would be challenged.
I got it.
That's unenforceable.
That works for me.
I mean, I'm not saying the
And they
idea of
could
it is
appeal. I mean,
wrong.
they can appeal their decision.
You could say in where the whole front yard setback
Ask for
is
a variance.
covered. I mean, if the whole front back, say, I mean, there's some of them where like the whole front yard may be gravel, existing, non-conforming, like maybe Columbia Avenue or Henlopen. Or the whole front yard is paved, less rare, but
I mean, isn't that why we took that language out? Isn't that why when we met, did we take that language out?
because I just said it would just be so unenforceable. If it's happened where somebody legitimately could not plant a tree in the front yard setback, it's been like max 2 times in the 4 years I've been here. There's always some way to put a tree in. Is it maybe your preference? Maybe not. Maybe it has to. I remember one on like Baltimore Avenue where it had to go on like the side, technically, in the front 10 feet to the side of the building. And it's fine. It serves as like a little corner accent tree, and it, would they have rather spent $500 on something else? Maybe, but they had the option to appeal,
Right.
and they thought it was easier just to plant the tree, which I would tend to agree with.
All right.
I mean, I think, I do want this code to be enforceable, and I trust Liz's judgment with regard to that. And, I mean, the fact is we've given folks the
Option to appeal.
option to appeal.
Yeah, and that is a rare
Um,
circumstance.
And since we're increasing on paper, the right to have a variance with undue hardship or exceptional practical difficulty, that kind of,
I just don't agree.
I got it, okay.
I think we need to stop writing things in the code that require people to go get variances. That was the whole point of doing this.
If someone wants to put all their trees in the backyard and the whole backyard is canopied, and they don't want to put a tree in the front yard for whatever reason, but they're putting 5 or 6 trees in the backyard, why are we making them not do that?
Because
I
one
don't
of the
understand that.
visions of Rehoboth is tree-lined streets. That's where the front
That's
yard
what I
came
was
from.
gonna say.
I'm okay with the front yard thing. I'm not okay with being able to go pay money to eliminate doing all this stuff, because that's not planting trees.
Well, let's get.
And I think it needs to be either you plant it or you plant it.
Well, let's
And
get
if
to
you
that.
absolutely can't plant it, then you can't plant it. You know what I mean? It's just you're striking out the part that says, look, if it's impossible or impractical, we can't do this, then it needs to be determined. But to make somebody pay when it's obviously you can't do it.
But I mean, this situation would just be so rare. Either they're gonna be doing major work, which would require them to come into conformance, or closer to conformance, and that would only be concrete. If it's gravel, you just rake it aside and put a tree in. It would be fine. Maybe not ideal, but fine.
Now, if they have to come into compliance with all current building code over a certain amount or something.
I think so. I mean, once again, not a question for me, but I know there's concessions to be, maybe it's not
And
full
so,
compliance, maybe it's closer towards.
so having like that kind of hardscape would probably be something they'd have to change in order to meet natural area requirements.
And that's
So then
kind of
that-
what I'm getting at.
That wouldn't eliminate,
The only time I can
the
think of
planting
this
of a tree.
ever being an issue was the one on Baltimore Avenue, and it was a commercially zoned property used residentially, like as a boarding house, rooming house.
Okay.
And so the whole front was like bricks or pavers or something like that.
they're using it as a parking lot.
No, it was just
Yeah.
the building just set
Okay.
right up to the
I'm okay with
street.
4, but I'm not so sure the strikeout should, I think it should be left in.
That's what I'm saying.
I really.
Why? I can't enforce
you
it. Why are we
can't
gonna leave it in
enforce
there?
it.
I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with the idea and the intent behind it, but
You
it's-
can't say it's, I understand, you can't say to somebody, you know what, you have to have a front yard tree, but I'm not going to have you put one in there because it's gonna be hazardous.
because
to
I
the
like you
street tree.
better. So I can already tell that.
You feel it's too subjective?
100%. That's nothing but opinion. You could put a calculation in there.
I mean, the possible, I'm just saying this, if we left the language in,
Mhm.
and Liz made the decision, the person said this is impracticable, or I don't think a tree can grow here healthily, and Liz says,
Sure, there's a
Les
tree for every
says-
spot.
Liz says, I disagree, then they're gonna go and appeal.
Exactly. But what you're
So they're
saying
gonna
is,
appeal either way.
you could
They
too
appeal
easily
either
just
way.
agree and not make them put it there.
I'm not saying I could, I'm saying perception is everything, and the perception is that it would be inequitable. It's a recipe for disaster. There's a tree that can fit in any spot. If you got a 3x3 patch, we're good. If you can rake aside some gravel, you know. And then the other situations, like I said, in 4 years, it's not happened once where we couldn't put a tree in. Not to say it couldn't happen in the future, but it's a rarity.
I'm just sort of saying, you could get as many appeals if you left it in, or you took it out.
I mean, even if you have pavers, pop out a 3x3 pit of pavers and put in a red bud, put in a service berry. Gravel, you rake it aside. The only thing that would be difficult would be concrete.
What if it's a parking area?
If it's a parking lot,
Like the parking lots on Sussex Avenue where the whole front is a parking area.
and they had to have a front yard tree. Yeah, I would consider that the same as concrete / asphalt. That would be difficult, but actually worse with asphalt because you can't even cut it and make an opening. Concrete you could. But once again, 4 years, never happened.
Okay.
Because what's gonna trigger them to have this tree plan? They're gonna either have to cut one down, well, more than likely, if the whole front yard, or they're gonna have to do an addition. And if one tree dies, which is probably outside of construction, the main reason trees come out, they're dead or dying. If it's dead, then they only have to replace it with one tree and it can go exactly where the dead tree is. So then the front yard wouldn't even matter.
Not according to this. According to this,
Say how it is now.
if they cut down a tree in the backyard for whatever reason,
Whether it's
they're
dead or
still
alive.
gonna put it in the front yard now.
Right, current code, that's not how it is.
Under this code it is.
Well, maybe that's something to consider.
You're forcing someone to plant a tree in the front yard.
Yeah, right now,
Yeah, see, I'm actually okay with that because I think that goes with what the city was trying to do with the aesthetics. So I'm actually okay with making them put it in the front yard,
I actually don't, I don't get complaints about,
as long as it can
That.
be put in the front yard. Now, if it has to go in the front yard and I can't put a porch on my house because of it,
but
then
why,
I
how would that ever
probably
happen? That would
wouldn't
never happen.
be-
That would not happen.
Because you have a setback requirement, even 10 feet.
yeah, so I'm kind of okay with it being in the front yard. And then if it can't go in the front yard, what happens, Liz?
Then you would appeal.
You'd have to go to the
Unless,
tree
is there
commission?
something in here where you can
Yeah,
plant a
I'll
street tree in place with approval of the city?
No,
Okay. 'Cause
it
that's
just
how it is
basically
now.
says you would have to be the one that says, you know what, they can't do this, so I'm gonna take a backyard.
There's not even a place to appeal a decision, because there's no decision here.
Right,
That's what I'm hung up on.
Well, yes, there
Right.
would be a
Would
decision.
Yes, there would be.
No, I mean, it says you have to have a front yard tree. You have nothing to do with it for. It
Well-
doesn't say unless the city offers determinants or
Who's
anything.
gonna tell them they have to have a front yard tree? That's me.
It says it right here.
It doesn't matter. It says in the current code, and I still had a meeting this morning. Hey, you're missing a front yard tree, and you're adding 600 square feet. Oh, okay, here, I'll draw it in now. So that's how it is. I will have to review the tree plan and say you need a front yard tree. It can be any one of these species, or you need a tree. It can go anywhere, and it can be any of these species. That'll happen every single time because
so So I'm back to the same question. If somebody can't put it in,
So-
what do they do?
Currently under this,
What would you recommend they do? They go to the tree.
say the
ordinance?
whole thing is entirely
Impossible.
paved.
Yeah, it's paved. They got parking all across the front. Can't put a front yard tree in.
I would say that they should have the option to install a street tree at the discretion of the
Sounds
city,
like
and
that's
if
a
not,
variance.
and if
Yeah.
not, then it should have to go, say
Refer back.
there is no appropriate right of way, so it's paved right up to the curb, pavered or whatever, or there's already street tree there, then it would have to go to appeal.
And you can't make that decision? You can't say, obviously, your whole
Right
front is a
now,
parking lot, so I'm gonna tell you can't put a front tree in.
you can write that in there, if the whole front yard is 100% paved, then a tree shall be, it has to be something enforceable, not where the city arborist thinks that it would be not healthy
Gotcha.
for the tree and,
Gotcha,
the-
okay, I get where,
has to
I
be-
get where
In
you're
the
going.
interest of moving on, are you willing to?
yeah, like I said, I don't necessarily
I'm
disagree
not
with
gonna
it.
agree with you, but I'll move on.
Okay.
Okay,
Fair answer, I like it.
all right,
Uh,
so we're leaving that strikeout.
I would.
Okay,
I'm gonna put that right in there for you, Pete.
all right, I'm gonna disagree with 5, because a line tree may not be counted in calculating tree density. Because I really think that if there's a really gorgeous tree on the line, that I know we ran into some problems with this before, whose tree is it, one or the other, and we said 2 line trees counted as a tree. So if you had 2 line trees, it could be counted as one of your existing trees.
So
But I think that all gets changed now
I
because
have-
we're
I have-
protecting 10-inch trees anyway.
I have a dog in this
So-
fight, because I have 4 line trees.
Okay.
And the good news is I have a wonderful neighbor. Okay? And I just know if, there was some controversy about one of these things, that we'd come to some mutual acceptable understanding. But I'm gonna guarantee it, that is the far exception from the rule.
Well, who can cut down a line tree?
Well, that's the question.
That's a question that is a civil matter between you and your co-tree owner.
Right.
But I cannot approve a permit
Line
to
trees
remove a
are a
line tree
nightmare.
without a notarized okay from the other owner.
They are a nightmare.
But what does that
Yeah,
have
more
to do with
likely than not,
density?
they are contentious.
Because when we had said there has to be 3 trees, and then, like I said, if it's a lot that didn't have a lot of room, we were gonna allow them to count, if there were 2 line trees
Right.
that were huge, that 2 of them together could count as
I agree.
one person's required tree.
I don't have a problem with it as long as you have a survey showing it
Right.
and both parties acknowledge it.
Right.
Meaning they have to provide some notarized letter that the trees are line trees.
Right.
That's my case.
But somehow it
Doesn't
got
matter. I mean,
changed
But
to,
this
they're
is
not
new.
allowed to be counted at all.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Why did this change?
I don't know where it changed or why it changed.
I'm the guy that's changing.
It's in the current.
probably because
code.
it's super complicated
It's in the
Yeah.
current code and it's super complicated.
and
Yeah.
it does draw into legal issues that,
Well, what's the legal issue gonna be if you have to cut down a line tree to fit a required tree? If there's no room, because you have these huge gorgeous line trees there and you're required to put 3 more in.
that's kind
somewhere.
of
most of the time they're not. I run across line trees a lot, like a lot. Most of the time they're unkempt because nobody really owns them.
Okay.
But not all the
aren't
time.
sometimes they're big older trees?
I would think they'd be the
Sometimes,
biggest
Because
trees in
I would
town.
think they would be the biggest.
So I would
oldest
count 'em.
trees on most
I would
of
count 'em.
them. That's the
Sometimes.
part-
I would count them to try and protect them and get the owners to make an agreement. I
I
would-
mean, we could
2
write,
of them, though,
we could
2.
write that in there and just say, be given these conditions.
And if it's 2, it only counts as 1, so each person, it can be counted for each lot, because there's 2 of them.
Well,
It just
and
made
There's only
sense
one
to me.
tree.
You can't, you have to have 2. 2 line trees can count as 1. 1 cannot. It has to be 2, so each owner is getting the same credit.
is there a minimum number of trees out of the 1 per 1,666 that have to be located wholly on your lot?
You're only required 1 tall canopy.
So the
tree
front
as it
yard
is.
tree could be on the lot line.
Yeah.
Sure,
That's
if
cool.
there's
One of mine is
2
in
of
the
them,
front.
yeah.
I mean, you could have
Yeah.
one in a line tree in the backyard and one in the front tree. One front yard.
No, I would say your one line tree in the front yard, if it's one of the two, should not be counted as your front yard tree.
Oh, I think it should.
I think if you're going with it, it's counting, it should. I mean,
I
just
think it should.
imagine, like, say South Rehoboth, which is less canopy, that in between every home, so like in the gap, which is the largest section, say, there's a 20-inch oak or pine, and it just went like that down the whole street.
Yeah.
It'd be-
Okay, all right.
So,
All right, yeah, I get what you're saying, that's right.
And
I'll
to-
go, yeah, I agree with it.
to
Mhm.
be
Yep.
fair, if you own a part of the tree, then you have to pay to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if they're gonna take responsibility and take care of it, it seems only right that it's counted in some
I think
manner.
it should be
Whether it's 20 count as one, or one counts as one, or two.
We talked about that for
Do
a
you-
long
do you
time,
wanna-
and I think it made sense. 2 trees should count as one of them.
Okay, do we want to try to write something now, or do we want to?
So can you be
Again, we had this.
really simple and just say something like a lime tree may be counted and calculated tree density, subject to an agreement between the adjacent owners and approved by the city.
Why don't we
So there's
just,
not gonna even be one tree if 2 neighbors say, okay, you can have that as your line tree. It's an official
No,
agreement.
there's no you can have it. Survey shows it's a line tree.
So,
No,
Survey
no, 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 no,
would be
no.
one.
You can have it to count against your tree
Counted.
density, is what I meant.
I'm gonna take a step
So
back in
that's
spite of
the
my,
tree.
my hurt feelings, and say if we eliminate 5, if we just eliminate it, what happens?
Don't like that. No, because this is such an unusual, I mean,
Because it's talking about on your property, so then that means a line tree. A line tree still wouldn't count if the tree's not wholly located on your property.
yeah.
But why wouldn't it count? That's what I don't understand.
If it's not in there, if there's no mention of
It's
it at all.
contributing to the canopy.
No, she's saying if it's not mentioned, it wouldn't be counted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think they
Line tree.
should be counted.
Maybe
I think they
counted
should
in
be counted too.
calculating tree density.
What do you think about the 2 for 1 concept?
I think it
Seems
needs to
fair.
be 2.
Okay.
What if there's only 1?
Yeah, what
Why
if
can't you
there's only one?
why can't one of those 2 property owners count that as part of their tree density, as long as there's a written agreement that's an approved? by
Because
the
then the
That's half the
property, then the
tree.
property sells,
It
and the
doesn't
new
matter.
one doesn't
Once
like it.
Once that agreement is in place, it goes
And
with the property.
Because
We're
that's
not writing
defeating the
legal
purpose.
agreement.
Because then you're
Yeah.
trading 2 trees for 1 tree, because they'll both be able to use it.
No, the agreement has to say, you know,
Who's the keeper of the, who's the
Which
keeper
one is
of the
that?
agreement? Who's reviewing the agreement? Who's drafting the
I think
agreement?
if there's 2
There's
trees,
flower.
you could have a
then,
form that does it. It's not that complicated.
We're not lawyer, like,
well, he's a
when,
lawyer.
we're not.
You can have a
Yeah.
very simple form that identifies the tree, and identifies who the property owner which property owner counts that tree as for density. It's notarized, it's gonna go with the property, and you read it and say, okay, Joe Smith, you're gonna get the tree, that's for the rest of whatever, the tree's life, and that's the end of it. This is not a big deal, it's not like a 5-page document.
Seems unnecessary to me. I think the 2 for 1 is probably the easiest.
If there's 2 trees.
Yeah,
But I hate to lose a wonderful lime tree because
why would you
there's
lose it?
only one.
Why would you lose it? You're talking like it's gonna disappear.
Well, if it doesn't have value for density,
Because you said nothing
Under
ever
my
turns into
concept, you
committed
had
land.
more trees rather than less trees.
Well-
Because since you can't count a line tree, you still have to have 3 trees on your property.
Mhm.
So those don't count.
now, yeah, I mean, any property owner could choose to save his one lime tree regardless of whether it helps with his minimum. And then it could only be removed if he and his neighbor who share the tree come to some agreement about its removal. I mean, as far as I understand what Liz is saying.
I mean,
And
Yeah,
that protects.
so we're neighbors, and I have to put all new trees in my yard because of this ordinance I just did in the additional house. So I go to my neighbor and say, God damn it, the city's making me do this, can we cut down that tree, because now I have to put these trees over here. And the neighbor says, sure, let's cut it down, and that's the end of it, you just lost a huge tree, because no one can cut in the tree density.
but isn't there like requirements that you can't what's the requirement to even get a permit? 'Cause
10
nobody's-
inches now.
10 inches.
So you can't cut it down without, she'd have to
Can't
give
do
you a
it
reason to do it.
without a reason.
Yeah.
And so when we get to the reasons, we'll kind of talk about that. The one thing I would say, how you would calculate what a half of a tree would, how that would be counted in your 3-tree minimum.
Why couldn't you
And only
plant one of your
1/4 of the
trees
tree
as a
is
line
on my
tree?
lot and 3/4 is on my neighbor's
That's
lot.
another good.
Why couldn't you just, if there's one line tree, why couldn't you plant one of your other ones as a line tree? And now you have 2.
They don't count for tree density, that's why. Why would you wanna do that?
Well,
Because
if
you
it
have to
did-
plant
if it
another one.
did- If it did, and if your neighbor agreed to it.
Yeah. So now you got 2 line trees, which I think there should be more of, because
There should be,
there's
because
not
that's just
big enough
about the only
setbacks for
place
you to
there's
have one
room for
here
them.
and me to have one here, but if there's 2 gorgeous trees in the middle that we're counting as one, now you're gonna get some big trees.
I mean, but if you think of it that way, you could also scoot the tree 1 foot to the right or left and have it be solely, if you're planting a new one, have it be solely on one property or the other.
Right, stagger them.
Yeah.
Again.
I mean, I could see property owners that get along wanting to go in on like putting a tree in between, but any smart property owner would not do that because you never know who's gonna buy the house next door.
Susan, what was your original language? You still got that?
The original
page up there?
language was, right, I just lost
The 2 for
The-
1.
The original language,
Yeah.
and again, I'll just read, every residential use property, which we've already changed, must have a minimum of 1 healthy existing tree or newly planted minimum 2-inch caliper tree for every 1,666 square feet of land area. Now, we went back to do the 800.
Yeah, I'm only asking about the line tree.
Okay, well, it said the first and 4th tree, when applicable, must be a high canopy. The second must be a high canopy. The 2 high canopy native property line trees may combine to account for the 1st or 4th required tree. And then we took out native.
Can count?
2 high canopy property line trees may combine to account for a tree. And in this point, it was the 1st or the 4th required tree.
So you would just say 2 line trees may combine to count for,
For 1 tree.
For 1 required tree,
yeah.
yes. But we were only using the high canopy type. We weren't trying to
Yeah, let's not
save,
worry
We
about
don't
we
that.
have
weren't
to do
trying to
that.
not
save a
worry.
hedgerow.
I know, but why don't
So
we just?
I think if you want to really save the big trees, that only high canopy line trees should be counted. Okay, or else you're gonna have people with smaller hedgerows and things that are, so I think it should have to be a high canopy line tree. That was where Sturgis, you and I spent a lot of time talking about that. At one point, we had a high canopy native, which we've since gotten rid of all that, but
So
I think so it can only, 2 of them can only count as your high canopy trees.
Okay, and so if that is in fact the case.
Yes,
Then I have 2 high canopy trees on a line.
Yep.
And how many other high canopy trees do I need to meet the minimum density
well,
requirement?
you guys have changed all
On a
that.
1,500
Originally,
square foot lot.
we were
Just tell me what your thought is.
No,
Okay.
no others.
you had to have a high canopy tree. You had to have 2 high canopy trees based on what Sturgis and I did.
That was only 1.
2 high canopies, and the third
If
maybe
they're
any
wide.
permitted species.
So what if somebody has a red bud and an oak on the property line?
Well, the red bud doesn't count.
Right. So,
Really?
Yeah.
well, you just asked me what we had originally, and I just told you what we had
It doesn't
originally.
count as a high canopy, but it
Okay.
counts as
Good.
a tree.
line
My
Just
gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
let's just listen to this. We all agree that a line tree should count.
Okay.
Pete thinks it should be 1 for 1.
Okay, can I read it one more time? A high canopy tree, number 1. The second is a high canopy or native tree,
Right,
And right
was
now,
the 2.
right.
The third, tree was any permitted species.
Well, that's what was struck out.
That's what
That's
we
right
had
there, it's just been struck out.
determined that you needed to have on a lot. 1 high canopy, the second either a high canopy or a native, and the third any permitted species.
okay. Right now,
So,
permitted species are a list that Liz maintains,
Right.
and they are native to Delaware, as far as
Right.
I understand.
So we eliminated all the native stuff.
So, we don't have to have that language in. I like your idea of you can only have your 2 lime trees count towards your 1 high canopy tree if they're both high canopy lime trees.
Right,
I like that.
but if they were both, the second tree must either be a high canopy or a native tree. Again, high canopy or permitted species. If they're both permitted species, you know, do you want to count them as something? I would say you need to try and preserve the high canopies
I like the
on
high
line.
canopies, and the high canopies are the ones that are line trees that,
Right.
that we're losing.
And that's what we said,
And
2
that's where
high
there's
canopy
room for
property
them.
line trees may combine to account for your first, or if you're over 5,000 square feet, your next required tree.
I like it. Let's
How do you
put
like
it,
that?
let's put her in there.
Is this to replace number 5?
I guess.
It
Yes,
replaced
yes.
like 6 of these.
Well,
It,
no,
it was the language for,
well, what you just said about line trees, what Pete's asking is would it replace the current language for 5, what we're looking at?
well, basically that whole thing that I just read is B 1, 2, 5 is like 4 or 5 of these new ones that are listed.
Well,
So-
I'm currently accepting of most of the current language.
Okay,
The one change I would like to
Yeah,
go.
I was kind of
along-
hoping we got past
I
the
would,
last stuff.
yeah, the one thing I would like to go along with is your suggested change to number 5, a line tree may be counted.
May or shall?
Shall. Shall, yes,
Never use the word shall so much as in a code.
I like shall.
see, I don't know, I'm so confused with the way this is written. I still can't read it and look at it and go, how many trees do I need?
You only need a minimum of 3.
Existing
That hasn't
trees.
changed, that hasn't changed.
Okay,
For-
where does
for-
it say that?
Okay, what
One
it
per-
says is, what we did is we did the math. We changed it because it made more sense because, you know, even though the current code refers to most lots being 5,000 square feet, you know, not all lots are, so why use that as a standard when what we're really saying is that you need a tree per every 833.5 square feet when you do the math.
Okay.
Okay, that's what is really determining that minimum. It's not number.
The number minimum, 253.6B.
But it's 16.
No, you need 1 tree for every 1,666 square feet of land
Oh,
area,
okay.
not every 830.
Right.
Fraction,
you're right.
if it's a fraction, it's rounded up, is what
Yeah.
they're saying. So once it
Yeah.
hits 0.5.
Per fractional area, sure, it's right, right. 1,666 is 5,000.
I think that's
divided
clearer
by
than the way it's
3.
written now,
And I
even
think
though it's
that's
the same.
clear. Yeah,
I'd agree with that being
So
clear.
that's-
So do we
that's
have
how
some,
the
do
math
we have some
works.
language to substitute for
5.
5?
A
I
line
mean,
sheet,
I guess what I need here is the part about the high canopy
a
business.
line tree shall be counted.
What
2
I've
high
written is,
canopy
I've
line
written
trees,
2 line trees
2 high
shall count as
canopy.
one
Line
tree
trees
towards
Shall be counted.
minimum
In
density requirement.
calculating tree density.
Yeah, yeah.
And do we need to say something about, you know, if, well, do we have to say anything about
No.
property owners, about an agreement between the?
No, because they can't take them down anyway. 2 high canopy line trees
Line trees shall be counted.
shall,
Okay,
Shall
may
be-
combine, is I
all
don't know,
right.
may
That's what I
combine
need
to
to hear.
account for a high canopy required tree.
We need something about a survey in there.
All right, hang on.
That's the only.
Two high canopy lime trees shall count as one tree towards, I just wrote in the minimum density requirements, but I'll
Shall
work on
count
that.
as,
Shall
Okay,
count
so are we
as
as
good
a
on that?
required tree, but a required high canopy tree.
Because it's the required high canopy tree that it is,
That's all I got.
that's the
Two
specification.
high canopy lime trees.
But they shall count in calculating tree density for the high canopy tree requirement or something along
Or
that.
you
don't think we need
actually, you don't even have
We've
to
already
put
said that.
You don't, okay.
We already said that. Now,
Okay.
we gotta get a survey in there.
Okay, guys, I need a break.
Mhm.
My union break.
Okay.
Is there anything
You
you
gonna
wanna?
come back?
Yeah, I can if you need me
Because
to.
we're about to get into the heavy duty stuff here. We're down to the
thought we
motor
just
oil
did
now.
that.
Well, is there anything you wanna
Mitigation-
ask me
mitigation
before
and-
I leave?
When we get to permits, I got a lot of
Yeah, tree plans and permits is where the action
suggestions
is.
for permits.
So can
Alright,
I?
any
can
last
you-
questions?
Can you put the lime tree as a definition? And in the definition say
Yeah, I think
lime
we need
tree
it.
is a surveyed tree between two properties. And then that would basically say the lime tree you have to have a survey for it, could you put it in there? I know what a lime tree is. Anyway, I just want to ask why you were still there,
Well,
that
and there's
question.
not quite
How would
even
you-
legally, there's not quite a consensus in a lot of the cases. If say you have a 30-inch tree and 1 inch hangs over onto your property, are you equal co-owners?
Right.
Oh, and when the other person planted it, does that seem right? So there's,
Should be the trunk of the tree.
well,
So
but what
the
I'm
tree
saying
on
is there is some room for error even in like the legal precedent. They don't always agree in the cases.
So I don't think we wanna put that in
Well,
as a
what do you-
definition.
Okay.
Right now, if any tiny piece of trunk at 4.5 feet lies on a different property for the intents and purposes of issuing a tree permit, make them get the co-owner's signature.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
Just
we-
because
well,
that's
so I think
on,
we should
that's
use
on
that.
the side of caution.
Right.
Do we need to codify that?
I think we need to define it.
Lime tree is a tree where
Lime
any
tree.
portion of the trunk falls on two adjacent
At
properties.
4.5 feet,
I'm sorry.
at 4.5 feet,
That's-
TBH.
I see what you're saying.
Okay,
Okay, that's, your point's well taken.
Because canopy doesn't count, the root flare doesn't count, it's
Right.
4.5
Yeah.
feet, the
There you go.
actual trunk of the tree.
And then you put that in as a definition, and all of a sudden you've solved the problem for the other one.
I shall return.
So, okay.
Which survey shows
okay.
is on two property lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, the line is really, really hard to figure out if they're line trees without a survey.
Tree, which a
Too much
survey
in there.
shows,
Is on two adjacent properties, is shared by two adjacent properties at
okay, tree, which a
a
survey
trunk height
shows,
of 4 feet.
Yeah, so in that case, somebody might just elect to plant another tree on their property instead of paying to get a survey. I
And
mean,
two owners
you
could
give
get
them-
together and say,
Yeah, you could,
you know, hey, let's
but it's
combine
up,
ours.
you're giving them options, right? You can just forego the survey, or you can update your survey, which is a good thing to have for your property
Property.
anyways.
You're giving options for a nice big place for a healthy tree to go.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, if you can envision the street being lined with trees in between houses, it's a nice vision. It would more than meet everything
Right.
we want.
And then Hoyte and his neighbor, hopefully will always live next door to each other.
Yeah. All hell breaks loose.
That
Sure,
is the,
that's
that is
4
the truth though. All right, I shall return.
Thank you.
Okay, a tree which a survey shows is growing on two adjacent properties when measured at 4 feet
No.
above ground level. No, I'm not
Oh,
real
don't-
sure
you don't
how
need
to-
all that in there.
A tree which a survey shows is growing on two adjacent properties. She said something about that it had to somehow,
A tree,
okay, okay.
You guys are trying too hard.
Well, no, we're trying to get it
I
done.
know you are, but
a tree whose trunk
Okay, a tree whose trunk.
at
Mhm.
4 feet
4 feet
is
from the ground level.
on two adjacent properties. Surveyed tree,
Okay, a survey.
surveyed tree.
Do you want the, Merriam-Webster?
yeah, that's what I'm working
Yeah,
on.
got one.
I'm working
I
on
have lots, lime tree, a tree line in a boundary line, specifically one intersected by a survey line and marked, now I have to pull it up. And marked subsequent event. So it's a tree that's, the, on a boundary line would be the perfect thing, and then it's intersected at 4.5 feet TBH. A tree line in a boundary line that is intersected by a survey line and marked for subsequent identification, but you don't need that part. So it intersects a survey line.
There you go. I think that's pretty much what you said.
But I didn't write it.
No, but it's okay.
A line tree.
I think you said the same thing, pretty much. Again, I think Mr. City Attorney will probably, I mean, I think it's close enough, yeah.
Where are we
I'd like to
now?
entertain some discussion about the provision D that's been struck out.
Okay.
And then hopefully maybe we
The
can move on to maintenance.
exceptions to minimum tree density are permitted which contained, any such house shall have at least one tree. And this is, I mean, this is an interesting thing because there may not be, well, this is one where in some instances, and maybe a lot of instances, someone would not be able to plant trees in the area that's left beyond the building property and required parking or whatnot. I mean, so it kind of falls into that same area as, you know, a commercial property.
Well, it is. I mean, it's-
Yeah, it could be, this could be a commercial property that's currently built to 100% of its lot line.
I actually like the concept of this.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're saying if the lot has natural area, then there has to be a tree for every 833.5 space of the natural area.
I guess
So
I
you-
should have
you
stated my
defi-
position.
So you're defining the fact that there is a natural area to put a tree.
Right.
I think that needs to, if we're doing all the other stuff, I think that needs to go back in there.
I do too.
But that makes more sense than the one that I didn't agree with.
What?
Okay, so let's take it for instance here. Rise Up, okay? They just took over that property and they built that outside patio area they added on. They didn't put up any trees anywhere,
Right.
okay? Should they have?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
Or do you know for a fact?
No. I didn't see any trees. Did
I
anybody see any
think
trees?
there's a couple scrub trees that are along the back of the
Okay.
building.
All right, well, let's just assume
But
they
do
didn't.
But do they have to, because they're commercial?
Well, that's the decision you have to make. Here's a property that's commercial that had room to put trees in, and instead put an entire parking lot in.
Oh, the parking lot was there.
Parking lot was there, but the addition that's over 500 square feet was not. So, would they have been required, or will
Wait a
they,
minute,
under
where-
our
where
new
did they make
code?
an
No.
addition?
They wouldn't. They built an
The
outside
outside
patio
area.
to the
Oh,
west.
okay, oh, yeah.
Attached
Okay.
it on the west.
So
Yeah,
there's
well, that's
not-
where I believe
right.
the scrub trees are back behind
But
there.
should they have had to put in trees?
Especially a front tree.
I don't, well, they're not residential.
But
No,
why
but I mean,
should they
have
not
that
have had to
huge
put
area.
any tree
I
in?
agree.
Oh, you're kind of, so,
Saying that they should have. And I'm saying this and cutting my nose off to spite my face, because
No, I
Grubb's an
hear ya.
identical situation.
right, it is,
Okay? And there are other properties that do have room for trees.
right.
Now, you're gonna probably forsake, what if it's forsaking parking, which is needed even more than trees, probably? So where do you draw the line? Now, I will tell you, in other jurisdictions where I have worked, they have what's called a required landscape buffer. Okay, so you have a parking spot that's required to be 20 feet,
Right.
and then 17 and a half of it is parking spot, and then the bumper overhang is low-lying green shrubbery, which we have zero specifications in our landscape code,
Right.
which is why I wanted to call it landscape code and not tree ordinance in the beginning,
Mhm.
because where there's parking, you can require and still have parking. Where
Right.
2 parking spots meet, you can get a 5-foot landscape strip in between.
Mhm.
I haven't seen any town almost anywhere other than here that doesn't require that. Okay? So what I'm saying is, I know I'm opening up a can of worms
That's
here,
okay.
Hoyt, and you're not gonna like it, but, and we're adding work to us, but this is the original, when we started talking
I said, is it a tree code or is it a landscape code? Because you can get green from landscaping, that's not trees. I don't know if you even want to bring up that can of worms right now.
I do not.
And there's not a whole lot of properties, but Rise Up specifically was sticking in my head as, you know, a place where you possibly could have put a tree.
And the other
Pete,
place
do we
is what, the
even want to go
Remax?
there, or do we want to exempt commercial properties
The door's always
completely?
gonna be open, and, excuse me, let me.
No, go
make
ahead,
my
go
point.
ahead.
And so, I mean, I pitched a bitch whenever back in December about landscape, and I've conceded that now. And so, to the extent you believe that there's more landscape issues that should be in the code, I'm open to the concept, except that I would like to march ahead with what I've got here.
Okay, so we're gonna let a
Do
sleeping
a
dog
pre-
lie and
well,
we're
no,
exempting
no,
commercial
make a
properties.
presentation to the Board of Commissioners, but just like I'm doing with some of these other issues, make a statement or a recommendation that there's other landscape issues, for example, parking issues or whatever, that I would put out there, okay?
I, as a commercial property owner, would prefer not to leave that up to the Board of Commissioners. I think if you're gonna write a code that regulates commercial landscaping, it should be discussed, and, because if not, it's gonna go
No,
extreme the other way.
You're going too far.
Is there-
All I'm saying is, just like some of these other issues that we said we can tell these guys about, but not have anything substantive for them, okay? That would be another example of that.
So right now, just to clear out, we are leaving commercial properties that, without residential use, exempt from any landscaping requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
Now,
Consistent
excuse me,
with
let's go back, I mean,
That's fine.
actually, what we're talking about
Then
here
we're
is-
leaving the.
is D,
Yeah, exactly.
okay?
That's where I was
And
going.
so,
That's
can
where I
I,
was
can
going.
I,
It's D.
can I, interpret your response as being in favor of removing the strikeout from D?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, all right.
but that's
The
why I was
original.
I was actually playing devil's advocate in favor
Sure,
of, do
okay.
you want to
So
do
I'm
that?
gonna,
The original did.
I'm putting down a
Yeah,
little
the
note
original
here,
deal.
putting down a little note, Susan wants landscape language.
So Susan, natural areas on a parking lot, correct?
Yeah, well, that, I mean, Liz has spoken about this before.
But we're not
in
talking about
Montgomery County,
trees.
huh?
That's where it's gonna become a problem.
What?
Not necessarily talking about planting trees, because then you lose parking spaces. We're talking
Yeah,
about
no.
planting something
She's-
green that's low, that you can
She's
pull your
talking-
car over.
Montgomery County has regulations on landscaping of parking lots.
It's a landscape strip.
But
So
we
does
don't- We
everyone
don't have
else.
any of that,
Right.
as you said.
But if you leave it as this, then they're going to require
Okay.
trees, which is going to eliminate
Oh,
parking,
I
which we
see.
don't want to do.
No, I'm not,
You
I'm
understand
saying
what
specifically landscape.
Okay. Landscape strips,
Now,
2.5 foot
now I've
landscape
lost what I
strips.
was saying. Susan wants language
Which is another definition.
to,
But it's universal. I mean, if you go to the outlets, there's landscape strips in between. That's what they are, and that's why they're there. It's drainage.
Mhm.
It's for drainage, it's for green space, it's for a lot of things. But when you cover an entire piece of property
did
with,
you call it a buffer?
it's a landscape strip.
Landscape strip.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, we don't have very many commercial properties in the town that has their own parking lots.
That's exactly what I was.
Because we don't.
You don't. And
Atlantic Sands,
Yeah, there's the Atlantic
That's a whole
Sands,
new
there's,
section.
what, was it
Alright.
Remax?
Remax has it, Grub has it,
Grubs and.
Royal
the-
Farms has it.
the bank
Yeah,
has it, they have tons of landscaping around.
Yeah,
MNC.
the bank does do a lot of landscaping, and of course.
Some of
Rice-
several of the hotels have it.
Some of them, you're right.
A lot of
some
hotels have it.
Hotels do.
Sands
That is-
has it,
yeah,
Boardwalk has it.
Those are the
Boardwalk
biggest
has
ones.
it.
You're right, you're right.
There's a lot of them that have it.
Yeah.
A lot of these houses that have been turned into stores, like the dress shop down by Royal Farms, that has.
Okay. They
You know,
do
there's-
behind their place, yeah.
There's a
they
lot of
do.
places that
Yeah,
actually
you're
do.
right, you're right. That is
So
true.
you can't
And
make
we
them
just
put a
never-
tree where they could put a parking. That would be silly, considering we already have a parking problem. But you could require a low park over landscape.
But there-
And that
we've
helps
never
with
had that.
drainage and stormwater and
It
everything
does,
else.
it does.
So,
All right, forgive me. We removed the strikeout from 4. Isn't that correct?
yes. No,
No,
we're
leave-
keeping-
No, we didn't,
That
okay,
stays
all right,
in
I'm
there.
sorry, I'm
No,
sorry.
we're keeping
So
the
that stays.
strikeout, keep the
Sorry.
strikeout in 4.
Okay. So D, which will now become E, and E will become F.
All right, now
Very good.
D, you talking about leaving D3?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Is there any reason
Okay,
not?
yeah, because that's existing non-conforming lots. Again, are you talking about commercial lots?
Well, that's what we never figured out.
Well,
That
yeah,
was
but
Liz's question.
Because
What is it and how does it apply?
But see, if you go back, if
God, I
you
can't
go
get
back
down.
to A1, we're talking about R1, we're putting the zones back in.
Okay,
See, so we're.
So that should not
cool.
apply,
No,
correct?
yeah,
so the second D applies to commercial.
Okay, all right.
yes, correct.
So
Mixed use. That's our mixed use thing.
D, I'm gonna call it D3. That works. That's actually the footnote, but nevertheless.
But you are requiring trees there. And each such lot shall have at least one tree for every 833.5
Yes,
square
that
foot.
goes back to
We
A.
are doing that.
Yeah.
We're doing that for
So you are requiring commercial properties to have trees.
where natural area requirements apply.
Right, but natural area could be an area that
All
could
right.
be used for parking.
Maintenance, please.
So again, I'm saying no to that. Natural area on commercial property could be used for parking.
It could, in some instances it
If you
can.
put a tree on it, it
cannot.
can't. If you put low-lying shrubbery on it, it can.
I think what you're talking about there, are you talking about the property owner's option to either put in a parking spot or a tree? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
that's what I'm talking about. Yes, that is what I'm talking about.
Okay, but there isn't any such thing as an option.
Right.
Now, if you have to put a tree in it,
Huh?
if you put a tree in it,
I
you can't
I
put a
hear you.
parking spot
I
in
hear
it.
you.
So D cannot be left as written. It has to be altered.
Can you continue that sentence to say, or the equivalent in the form of a landscape strip?
You can't really equate trees.
I
and
think you need
landscape.
to set up two or make it longer. I think it needs to be, again, and I'm going back, we'll use the Rise Up property as a perfect example.
But see,
Okay.
Rise Up isn't mixed use. The current, this E or current D only applies to mixed use.
It says mixed residential and commercial.
Uh-huh. Mixed commercial and residential use on lot zone
Oh,
commercial.
okay, I stand corrected, okay.
See, so this is where you've got a
All right, so
business
where
on
is
the
it
ground
exempt
floor.
commercial completely?
We don't have any, well, because we list the zones and we don't say that commercial needs trees. Only commercial zoned lots where natural area requirements apply,
I just don't
Which-
think that specifies.
which are mixed use or a commercial lot that has been converted to an R1 or R2 use.
Then it needs to say it in one. If this is all going under one,
I'm not sure what you mean.
so A, there's an A and there's an A1. There's a B, there's a C.
Okay.
So what is D under?
D is its own thing.
Yeah.
Okay, D is its own thing.
They're just, yes, it's just another idea.
Okay, so then what does A1 say?
A1 says minimum density requirements shall apply to all lots, whether or not there are trees. Whenever an application is filed that requires a tree plan or tree
No.
removal permit. This is A, or a building permit
Yeah,
for
but
work
we're
which
changing
involves
that back. We're
land
taking out the
alteration
straight.
in the following zoning districts as stipulated in chapter 270 zoning. And then it says one, any lot zoned, blah, blah, blah.
Right, so minimum density applies to any lot zone commercial where natural area requirements apply.
Correct.
And those natural areas are where parking could go, is what I'm trying to say. So it's going to apply to lots that have land
That has
So,
residential use.
excuse me,
that have
I think I'm
residential
seeing the
use.
light here.
Let's see where it says that.
That's what,
When
that's.
somebody wants to alter the property, I think what happens is they come in and they say, I wanna put a building here, and I'm gonna have, a delivery lane, or a parking lane, whatever you wanna call it. I think that's what happens first. If, when that application has been submitted, if there's still some natural area, then you gotta put a tree in.
I mean, because there are lots that have uses that require.
In other words, you don't
parking.
start with the natural area, you start with whatever it is you're gonna build. So in the case of Rise Up, all right, or not, that's not a good example. If somebody wants to put up a property and have a parking space to go with it, all right, that's the plan that's gonna be submitted. So it's got nothing to do with a tree or natural area.
All I'm saying is you guys
You
say you're
follow what I'm
exempting
saying?
commercial properties, but Pete, you're an attorney. What does A1 say to you? What does A combined with A1 say to you?
Only read it 5 times. Regarding the commercial lots?
Says it includes commercial lots. It's basically says every zoning district,
Any lot,
zone commercial.
Zone commercial where, only where natural area requirements apply. Natural area requirements don't apply to most commercial properties. You can build to 100% of your lot line on Rehoboth in C1.
So natural area requirements are setbacks.
They are,
No.
they are setbacks and
Not
that
Who
have
knows
to
what
be
they are?
undeveloped.
let's look at a
Maybe
couple
we need a
of
definition of
upcoming
natural
examples.
area.
You have a lot between the Sands and Jam that I believe is being developed,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
You also have clear space, taking down 3 buildings and to put up clear space with parking because of the city mandate. Now, considering those 2 properties and the fact that these are brand new properties that are gonna be built on, they are in the commercial district.
Correct.
How does this stuff we're talking about apply to those properties?
Okay, so the way I would interpret that is, the guy wants to put up a building, he's got 100% of the lot that he can use for the building. If he wants to put up 94% of the lot with a building and 6% with a parking space, he can do that. And if he wants to do 93%, 3% parking, and he's got 3% left over, maybe he sticks a tree in.
The only natural area that the new hotel in Baltimore has to retain is a sort of a buffer in the back of his property because I think that's C1 and it abuts R1.
Oh, okay.
And
That's a different issue.
That's a specific zoning
That's a different issue.
thing. And all clear space is in the same position.
Well, then,
They're C1 abutting
I mean, it
R1.
is a natural.
No,
They
but I
don't
asked,
have to
how
plant-
does
they don't have-
this
It
change?
doesn't at all. They don't have to plant trees.
But if they have 3% of their property, or at least 833 square feet, that they want to put some kind of a landscaped something in there, according to this, they had to put a tree in there, right?
You know, you're absolutely right, and thank you very much.
That's what I wanted to.
Good, you got it.
And
Nailed it.
do we want to do that?
No, we don't want to make.
that's what I said. That's
Thank you,
exactly what I've
thank
been
you.
trying to say.
Yeah, the problem is, the only places these occur is where C1 or maybe C3 abuts R2 or R1.
No, not necessarily.
No, I think what Susan's saying is valid. I mean, so I'm
I'm
gonna
not
build,
arguing
I'm
with
gonna
you.
build a commercial building, but
Right,
I wanna have some pretty natural space.
right,
But I don't wanna put a tree in there, cause
Right.
it will screw up the parking next to it.
got it.
So I
You wanna have a
wanna,
fountain or
I wanna
something.
have something pretty, it could be shrubs, it could be
Right,
something,
right.
but it's not gonna be a tree.
Right.
I think that's what she's saying too.
And
Cause if you
there's
put the tree in, then all of a sudden you're gonna lose a parking
There's
space.
nothing to prevent you, as if you're in C1 or C2 or C3, you can build, I think, possibly to 100% of your lot. If you decide you want to build to less of it, you can. If you want to put in, once you've had your parking, whatever parking requirement, if you have one satisfied and you have excess area and you want to beautify it with shrubs, trees, ground cover, you can do it.
According to this,
nothing-
I have to put a tree in for every
Only,
833
no,
square feet.
only in commercial where natural area requirements apply. If you're,
And we've never defined that.
I just
Okay, that's the whole
Okay.
problem.
Well,
I'm
The problem
defining
is,
it.
I am Joe, commercial property owner, and I'm reading this code going, well, natural area requirements, what are those, and do I have them? It doesn't, you need
it
to.
doesn't, but the building code and the zoning code does tell him.
then
It
we
says
need
you
to-
can- It says you can
So,
build to 100%.
Definition.
We need to change the way it's written here.
Okay.
Commercial
And-
needs to say something.
And also, you have caught and this is the exception, okay? The tree code should not say that the new hotel on Baltimore has to plant trees behind it. It has to have natural space, but currently we don't require them to plant trees in that natural space. He's in a C1 district. The only reason he has to have that natural space behind him is because he abuts R1. But we've never required anybody in that circumstance to plant trees there, and this
How do you know
would
that?
make him do that.
How do you know that?
Because I'm married to a former chair of the Board of Adjustment.
So, I mean, I believe the property over on Wilmington, hopefully Liz is gonna get back here pretty soon. The property over on Wilmington, if you don't know what it is, it's at the middle of the block.
It's next to the old Culture Pearl, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Next to the old Culture Pearl,
Yeah.
that lot.
No,
No.
second block. Second block, down from Henlope and Oyster.
Oh,
Oh,
where
my God.
Planet X was, that lot there.
Across from there, that's a Avenue
And
Inn owns a.
there is a,
House.
whatever the hell street that is, Delaware or whatever, is a residential lot, and I believe they had to put trees. They had to have like 6 feet or something like that from the back of their building to the property line.
Because it abutted a residential
Because it
area.
Because it abutted it,
Yes.
and they had to put trees in there.
Right.
They have
Ask her
to
when
put
she gets
trees.
back, ask her when she
Who
gets
did?
back. Property owner.
It's a new
No, look.
business. It's a business just to the east of the Wilmington. That was a home. It was a residential building, used kind of as a business, but it was torn down. And a new structure was built there, a big block structure. And Hoyte thinks they had to plant trees in their backyard. In the
This is
backyard.
right down from Gallery 50.
Yes, correct, just east of where
Yeah, I haven't even noticed, I drive down
Yeah.
that street almost every
There
day.
was a 2.5-story yellow colonial
Yeah.
that operated as a cooking
Yep,
school
yep.
at one time.
Because there's a required setback.
There's a required setback.
And
but
that's
I've
the
never
natural
heard-
area that you're talking about.
Yeah, but Hoyte thinks they were required to plant trees
Well, they are
back
according
there.
to what we just wrote.
Yeah, but this
Not
code
according to
isn't
what's
enforced.
currently
This
applicable.
code isn't enforced. He says they were required, given
That's
what's
the current-
currently in
The current
place.
requirement.
And I've never seen anything.
Well,
like
here's
that
my next
in the
question,
code.
because this is gonna come up, and
And
that's why I
should
think you need to define, I'm just saying, what I'm trying to get at is, you need to define this commercial thing better, you can't just lump it into that one. What if somebody has a commercial property,
Okay,
okay, and they decide that they want to put some trees on it,
right,
okay?
right.
And we just
Good.
wrote into code that anything over 10 inches is protected. And the new owner comes along and there's 0 setbacks on the property and they want to build out. So now they can't because somebody put a tree on it.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think so, because
I just think you need to rewrite that to be clear, that part right there. It
I
needs
mean,
to be
this person
rewritten.
is doing it.
Not now, maybe Hoyt can write it, but
voluntarily.
it needs to be rewritten, that commercial is specifically stated, and it's stated in terms that people can understand. Natural area needs to be defined as a required setback, is basically what you're saying, right?
Well, right now, we're calling it that portion of a lot inside
I
the
did
property
create
is
a
to be
definition
used
based
for-
on what Matt Channing.
To be used for trees, bushes, grass, flowers, and other plantings and/or permitted permeable landscaping.
Right.
That's a natural area.
Natural area.
What's a natural area?
So Natural area requirements.
You must.
It's a setback,
it's a set-
basically.
it's a
That's why it
setback,
should
but
be
you
called
can't
setback. That's
put
why we're getting confused.
anything in it.
It's a setback.
But is this a term that's currently used in the zoning code? Natural area.
Yeah, it's in,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
in there.
So it's in there.
Okay.
And that's
And that's
different
not
from the
necessarily in the
definition of a
setback either.
setback.
So,
Okay, well then we
natural-
probably should put a definition in our code, as much as I hate
in
adding
there.
all this.
natural
No,
area is already in our,
It's in our definitions?
Natural area is, but
yeah,
not
we did that
natural
about
area
4 hours ago.
requirement.
Huh,
Natural
Okay.
area required.
Natural area is defined, natural area requirement is not.
Right, I'm trying to define it.
Go for it.
Is
I
it
know
the
you've been trying
same
to do
thing?
something.
All right. Natural area requirements.
That portion of line, side of property line required
Must
to be
adhere to
used.
zoning requirements, setbacks, heights, and tree requirements.
So if we put natural area requirements, then we could say that portion of the lot inside the property line required to be used for trees, bushes.
Yeah.
And that would make a little more sense.
Okay.
I don't know who's writing all this stuff down, but you've kind of gotten away from me on this.
I am not typing anything, I haven't been.
Well, if it's required for trees and bushes, then is it redundant to say you gotta put a tree in there? I mean,
No, if it's a required area, then I get it. Okay, but I was under the impression that natural area was any area that didn't have a building on it currently. And that's not where we're going with that. Okay, well then that solves pretty much everything. It's
except
basically
that
the setbacks.
the natural area
Sort of kind of.
requirement,
It's the setbacks
Doesn't
in
have to
which
have
you can't put an
Doesn't have to
improvement
have a
that's
tree.
not permeable.
it could
Right.
be
It's
bushes.
impermeable.
Right. So it's a setback where you can't put a deck or a porch or anything like that.
Yeah, or a pool, or a, right,
Right,
or a shed.
okay, so that's fine. I just,
Something you can't pick up and.
Let's move on.
Or that rain can't go through.
okay. Okay.
So what happened to D?
Which D?
Pick one. No, the one that has been struck out, that we're unstriking,
253-6
that I made E.
D.
It moved from D to E. Are we
It
good?
has become E.
No, I don't agree that you had to put a tree there.
Huh?
I don't agree you have to put a tree there.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. If Liz was here, and I'm
All
kind
right,
of
she's
shaking
coming
around
back.
because she's not here. I mean, what this is kind of is sort of a holdover from her kind of saying, you know, she'd say something like this, possibly. You should have a certain number of trees in a community per numbers of people that are there, just in terms of health and well-being.
I'm going with Pete.
The
I'm gonna leave
community,
it scratched out.
the community should take a responsibility for making sure that those trees exist, including paying mitigation funds to maintain, plant, blah, blah,
All right.
trees. And in this case, our current code says that you have to have, if you have residential use, you have to have trees for those people in those residences.
But Pete, I don't understand if you have to have a natural area and you can't build anything in that natural area, why would you not want to put a tree in it? What would be a reason not to put a tree in it?
Because he wants to put a fountain in there, or
No,
shrubbery,
I mean,
excuse
I
me.
might wanna put shrubbery in there,
Yeah.
and maybe that natural area, maybe
Pansies.
a place where I don't want a tree obstructing the view of
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
I
yeah.
built.
Oh, right, okay.
I may not want a tree that's gonna hang over cars
So,
in the parking area.
I'm opting to leave it out.
I just don't know
And
why you
ask
have
Liz
to
when she
insist
gets
upon
here.
that.
Okay, I'm open to,
Yeah.
I'm open to considering that.
All right, how about tree maintenance?
Okay.
Are we done with this section?
I
am.
More or less?
I've been done for
You
about an hour.
Well,
I have one
What?
possible addition to F. And
I don't even have an
it's
F.
only consistency.
Go ahead.
If a lot does not mean, okay, I'm okay until we get to the very end, but I'm trying to repeat the language I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's because I put the D in.
It's
Oh,
E,
oh,
okay, it's
okay.
E, okay, it's E. So it's the very end of it. Unless an application is filed that requires a tree plan or tree removal permit or a building permit which involves land alteration. That is just to make it consistent with,
What did you change? I missed that.
okay, what I did,
You
okay.
slipped it in on me.
What I did was make it
Say it
echo.
again, say it
Okay.
again slowly.
I made it echo A.
All right,
I made
say it
it
again
echo
slowly.
A.
Can you read it again?
Yes,
please?
okay, so what I've added to the end of that sentence is taken right from A, which
Okay.
is, or a building permit, which involves land alteration.
Wait a minute. Is that language that's
That's
already
fine.
in there?
That's fine.
Yeah, it's already in there. And it got dropped on this,
Let me see.
okay? Tree plan or tree removal permit, or a building permit for work which involves land alteration. So that's all that I'm saying, that it should, I think your intent is that,
What are you saying here? Because that's probably what it is.
that's
on-
it, that's what I wrote. Or a building permit
All
which
right.
involves land
All right,
alteration.
so if I may, unless an application is filed that requires a tree plan or tree removal permit,
Or a building permit
okay,
for which,
wait,
okay,
I can't write that fast.
okay,
Or a building permit, which,
involves
yes,
land alteration,
period,
period.
tree maintenance.
Okay? I got nothing under tree maintenance.
Quick, well, peace out.
Well, pizza, let's get on down the page.
No,
I
I'm
got
kidding.
nothing under-
I'm kidding.
Okay, if you wanna wait for Pete.
No, you go ahead and start giving
Okay,
your
I got
comments.
nothing under maintenance, and I have nothing let me see.
Well, wait a second. If you're moving on from tree maintenance,
I
let's
got
give
nothing
Susan
for
a
maintenance,
chance.
so
here.
let's let Susan weigh in.
I have,
Actually, Pete added a phrase which may or may not be highlighted in your copy. 353(7)B, unless, and we added, we agreed, unless maintenance by another party is authorized in writing by the city arborist.
You've got that right?
I know, I'm just saying,
So it's
that was
cool.
something he added.
Yeah, I don't,
That was his,
I'm not sure, I don't care about the provenance of any of the language, I'm cool with it. I'm cool.
so we
with
got
it.
rid of all the street tree stuff, right? The city's taking care of all the trees?
Unless the city says a private person can do it.
we defined street trees.
So why do we define street tree? Where is it used in the code?
There you go.
We have it
Yeah, we
defined, but
should-
now it's no longer used.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not using a phrase in the text.
Are we
it
using
should-
public tree? I don't think we're using any of these terms anymore, so why are we defining them?
Exactly.
All right.
Right? Am I wrong?
good-
Are
I'm
we
good with
using
that.
them?
No, you're absolutely
I'll
right.
verify, but I'm good with it.
So you're taking out both those
Tree
definitions.
maintenance, do you have any further questions?
And the bottom line is now the city is taking care of trees that are on their property, including street trees.
Unless another party is authorized in writing by the city arborist.
Not required, but has asked permission to do so.
All right, street tree
That's
out,
what it says.
That's a good idea.
street tree out. Public tree out.
Take public and street tree, because we're not, like she said, we're not using it.
All right, so those go bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All gone bye-bye.
Okay, and I am good now.
Hang on. All right, tree protection.
Okay. I'm okay with the first page. What's down to through 4?
Public.
Okay, and I'm okay with all of tree protection.
Damn, look at this. Yeah, actually, again, Pete and I he wanted to specify as provided in 253-6 in that 253-8B. So that's the only other change.
Yep, that's all good.
Okay. All right, folks. Tree plans and permits, huh?
Okay. My first question is, let me see. Is a tree plan, otherwise known as a tree survey and planting plan? And if so, should we call it that here? Because we refer to that in 253-13. We say
Wait a minute,
that.
wait a minute. 253-13 what?
Go to 253-13.
Yeah,
We say that the city arborist
oh, I see. Survey protection planting plan, okay.
does
Right.
work to approve the
Right.
tree survey /protection /planting plan. Now, in here, we have designated tree protection plan, but we haven't stated, used the
That's
word
something different.
survey.
That's different.
So I'm wondering if if the tree plan is also known as, or should be called a tree survey
No,
plan.
I
or
would
a
say
tree-
no, because once you put survey in there, you're required to
What
have
would you
a
say?
surveyor come in and do it. And you should not have to have a surveyor come in for a minimal.
Okay.
It's way too expensive if
Well,
you're doing something
now,
minor.
when we talked to Liz about that before.
She's gonna want a survey because it covers her butt, but you
Well,
cannot make
no,
people get a
she-
survey.
So
I
my
would-
sense is,
Okay,
to jump in,
okay.
my sense is that we eliminated all that business.
Okay.
And I just missed it when I got back to
Okay,
13,
Okay,
because I think the sense was,
okay.
and indeed, I don't know if it's in here or whether it's in my notes or whatever, but there's gonna have to be a tree plan form created.
Okay.
You know, Liz or somebody in the city's gonna have to come up with a form that then, you know, includes all the essential items, you know, that go into the tree plan.
Okay, so I'm just gonna.
But that's my sense.
Okay.
Now, I'm sorry, you go.
No,
ahead.
I'm just gonna make a note on
The key thing for her,
253-13.
I think it's in my footnote here, is that apparently she has a real issue when people come in and they'll get a building permit, they'll file for a building permit. They get the
Okay.
building permit.
Okay,
And then some weeks later, well, she'll go out and do something in connection with the building permit. And she'll discover that there's no damn tree, plan or permit, tree removal permit,
okay,
submitted. So
Mhm.
one of the things she wants in there is the term simultaneously.
right,
So that,
right.
you know, when this happens, they're on notice that they have to file both things at the same time.
All right, now, before we get too far into this, again, so you guys are saying, if you have a piece of property that has a 10-inch tree on it somewhere that you don't want it, you can't remove it.
Without a permit.
So if I wanna put a swing set up in my backyard for my kid, but have to take out 5 10-inch trees to do it, you're telling me I can't do it?
Correct. Well, I'm sorry. You gotta have at least 3 trees, okay?
That's not what it says.
Okay,
We're back
that's right, that's
to,
right, yeah.
we're back to
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
people can't take
Yeah.
trees off their
Look
property.
at C.
Yeah,
And
you're right,
right.
Susan, you're right.
And that's what we completely tried to get rid of, was the fact that people can't, we're doing one of two things. Either you have to have 3 trees and that's all you have to have, or you have to have all the trees that you have to have unless the city tells you you don't need them.
Right.
So what have we changed from the original?
All right,
Again.
if I can take you back
Do you
to,
need a permit to put up a swing set?
no,
Okay, but
Well,
what if there's a tree there?
Yeah.
So what if I go in and say, I got my grandkids coming, I really wanna put a swing set
So,
up, but these trees are in the way, and Liz says, no,
I'm
sorry,
gonna
you
take,
can't
I'm gonna
do it."
take you back to June of 2019. Because it was at that meeting that, I forget who the people were, but clearly it was Gene and Sandy. And it was one other, I don't know if it was you, it was one of the two of you. That said, we only need 3 trees. And anything beyond that could go. Okay. And that was, I think it was you.
It was me.
And I think that was the consensus at that time. And so the way I drafted the language at that point was 3 trees and you're done.
Right.
Okay.
But
I don't
then
feel that way.
Sturgis
She
got
doesn't feel
upset.
that way. I don't think
Right.
Liz feels that way.
Right,
So I'm taking another shot at the,
okay,
I
and that's
think-
fine, but
yeah.
now I'm asking, if you're gonna say that.
Yeah.
Right now, the only way that you can get a tree removal permit, tree removal permit can only be issued if the trees lie within the footprint of a proposed building construction, or they're determined to be endangered by excavation or construction demands, or they inhibit utility installation. That's it, period. All right,
Okay.
so you can't, why do we even have a required minimum number other than for new construction? Or the fact that you don't have any trees on your property at all.
right.
So basically, I mean, if this is what you
It's-
wanna say,
It's the 3 tree rule.
it's the 3 tree rule means that's the minimum. You have to have 3 trees, period. But any other trees, unless you're building something there, you can't take them down. If you want 10 foot of sun in your backyard so you can sunbathe every day,
Right.
you can't have it under this
Right.
code.
Well, isn't that what I was trying to point out back when we were talking about
Okay.
protected trees and the definitions?
Right,
Where you're protecting any existing tree that's
exactly.
10 inches or more DBH.
Right, but I waited because I wanted to see what they changed back here on how you could take those trees out.
You can't, right?
You can be
Without a
issued a
removal
tree
permit.
removal permit, but no, basically you cannot. And I disagree with that.
Okay.
I do too.
I
You do too.
totally disagree with that.
Give me some language. I mean, give me some,
I would just
give
take
me
it out.
some rationale.
We had it.
As long as you're meeting the minimum density requirements, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
There's,
We had
So what
24
we're doing,
inches.
what
When
we're
we
doing
first
in
wrote this,
effect-
we had
excuse me,
24
Sue,
inches.
what we're doing is
That-
Okay.
we're reducing the number of trees, we're reducing the size of the canopy in the city. That's what we're doing. If we go to a 3 tree rule, trees are gonna fall down, there's gonna be a lot of playgrounds. But there's not gonna be that many trees.
And you really think everybody wants to take their trees down?
yeah, I do.
And why do they want to take them down?
Because the building that's occurring in the city now, and from what I can observe, is being done primarily by speculators who are building to the maximum allowed property on the lot. And they're trying to maximize the number of bedrooms and living space because these are income-producing rental properties. Now, interestingly enough, if Liz was here, she would say this. She'd say, given the current code, she's able to save more trees with these new builds built by developers because they don't really have any preconceived ideas of what some kind of ideal thing they want to do with the property. They're willing to work within the
She
city
muscles them
rules.
before they can figure it
So
out.
she'll say,
Huh.
you know, you could, these are trees that, you know, given,
Yeah.
But that's
The
what
rules.
setbacks are for. Setbacks are to keep
but
things from being built on.
if the rules weren't as strict as they are now, we would be losing more trees. She says the only folks who are unhappy with the number of trees that she's making people preserve, possibly above the minimum, are people who are redeveloping their own properties and are not doing it for resale. People that are redeveloping and have a unique personal vision of how they want to use the property. She says that the guys that are coming in, the builders, are
I
fine.
have to put a further
They follow
proviso
the
on that.
Well, I mean, but they
Excuse me,
will.
those people are
Yeah.
not the rental income people. Because
Gotcha.
trust me, the street I live on, in fact, I've been meaning to count the number of
Right,
houses
right.
that have changed since I moved there 20 years ago.
Got it.
But there's a guy down the road, down the street, across the way, who just tore down a lovely little Dutch colonial, which was falling on itself, but nevertheless had like 2 bedrooms or whatever, maybe 3. And they've dug a hole in the ground. It's at this point, there's only a hole in the ground. But, you know, they might be putting in a Macy's there, as far as I can tell.
Mhm.
It's gonna be that damn big.
Yeah.
And they're gonna rent it, you know.
Right.
And now there's another guy, another property across on Munson, 3rd block back in Country Club Estates.
Right.
And that's clearly somebody who is a developer.
Okay.
And again, they're building it to the max, but you understand it. But I guess my point is, there's a little more to it than what Liz is suggesting.
I hear you. I mean, both homeowners that are redeveloping their property and speculators,
Who
you
want
know,
an investment.
who want an investment, they may both want an investment, but what Liz has told me is that the folks who are the homeowners, not the speculators,
Yeah.
are the ones that she gets more kind of pushback, and she says, or she kind of says, I've been able to save a lot of trees, especially with the speculators, because those are the current rules, and they know that's what they
Right.
have to work, but if it was only 3 trees,
So
they'd be, you know, they'd be,
on Scarborough, again, just
Go.
around the corner from me, a new house is going up. Huge, huge damn thing. And when it was a hole in the ground, I went over there and there were 3 trees. And they might even be all high canopy trees, but they're all about 2 inches.
oh, the
Okay.
species are going to become high
And,
canopy.
yeah, they're gonna become high
Okay.
canopy in another
Okay.
40 years.
Right,
But in the meantime, this monster house is gonna go up,
yeah.
you know, and there's enough room for 1 tree here and 2 trees in the back. And,
But that's not a tree ordinance issue, that's a zoning issue.
oh, no,
It is.
I-
Oh,
no,
you're
I'm just-
absolutely
So
right.
I'm
why
just
are
describing the
we
reality.
penalizing grandma and grandpa who want a swing set because the zoning code is wrong?
Yeah,
Here's what I'd be okay doing, okay? I'd be willing to go to 3 trees, okay? However, what I'd want to say is that if you have existing trees on the property, I think you and I kind of talked about
Right.
this. Is that where our 24 inches are?
Right.
That are at a minimum 24 inches in diameter, or DBH, that you have to retain 1 or 2 of those trees, whatever we decide, to meet your minimum.
24 inches
Yeah,
instead of 10.
24 inches. Now, this isn't about essentially we say, what I would be willing to do is give up any trees other than 3, okay?
You would be.
But what I don't want to do is give people carte blanche to cut down every tree on their property and start from scratch, or to cut down an existing high canopy tree that would work for them to build around and that could be retained as their high canopy tree.
I'll take that 1 step further.
Okay.
The 3 trees that I mentioned
Uh-huh,
on that property on Scarborough.
right,
So let's say there's no house there,
okay,
okay? There's probably 4 or 5 24-inch trees,
right.
okay? Plus these 3 little 2-inchers the guy just stuck in there. But he cuts down all the 24 inches because he only needs 3 trees.
Exactly, and that's what I'd like to prevent. What I'd like to say is you only have to have 3 trees, but if you have I don't know how many, 1 or 2, or at trees or one. If you've got one existing high canopy tree, you have to retain that to meet your high canopy tree requirement.
Okay.
Well,
If
it says that already, right? For minimum
It-
density requirement, it has to be one high canopy.
It does, but you could
Well,
start,
yeah,
you could
you could
plant
start a
that
new
as a
one.
2-inch. You
I
could cut
totally
down.
agree.
Yeah,
That-
those
I
three
totally
trees are high
agree with what you
canopies,
just
they're only
said.
2
Yeah.
inches.
Yep.
You totally agree to 24 inches?
No, well, hold on, I agree to both of these things, but first off, I agree, I get what she's saying. So basically, you could
That's
tear down all of your trees
Every
under
single
what
one.
we've written and plant a baby that's gonna be a high canopy in 20 years.
Or
What Sturgis is saying, if you have one in an area that is in a setback.
Right, that you can.
Okay.
You can, not in your building permits, set, you know,
That-
where it can be preserved, it's far enough away from where you're building that it can be preserved. Then you have to preserve it, you have to use that as, to meet your high
And
canopy
so
tree
how,
requirement.
give me the language for that.
Here, I got a thought before it goes away, because my brain works very good. What if we raise the number of trees you have to have? What if you raise the number of trees you have to have,
Okay,
but an existing tree
okay.
counts for more?
Of 24
So in other words, instead of having to plant 3 trees, you have to, or 1 per every 1, 6, 6,
I
6.
would say you gotta take out
Yeah.
the smaller trees before you take out the larger trees.
So, but
Right,
say
but
this
that's,
again.
so basically, right now, we have 1 tree for every 1,666
Right.
square feet.
Right,
Right.
So what if we dropped it to 1 tree for every 1,000 square feet?
okay,
However,
okay,
an existing high canopy tree over 15 inches in diameter can count as 2 trees. Would that make people want to save them? Or would it be easier just to cut it down and plant 2
Not if
smaller
it's
trees
where I wanna
somewhere
put my
else?
playground.
Right, right, so let's think, so that might not work, all right. But how could you get people to save them? I would just think people would wanna save them, that's what I just can't
Yes,
get.
you
But you were just arguing or making the point that grandma wants a blue swing set.
Right,
So she can cut down some kind of tree.
yeah, but these are, you're talking 10 inches.
So
I'm
the
talking
10 inches are
24
fine.
inch tree, I'm good for saving all
So
of
we
them.
need, I agree with
10
that.
inches
I
is too
totally agree
small,
with
and I
that.
don't know how it
So
got
we
down.
need to change the diameter and then we're all set.
It was 24 inch when we originally wrote it, and somehow it got down to 10 inch, which to me is every pine tree in town, you know?
Yeah.
So 24 inch is a tree that's worth saving, you know, how did it get to 10 inch?
Okay, do
What,
you
was
wanna-
that you?
That
You
was
wanna
my
go down
idea.
to
I had
18?
changed
Do you
it.
wanna go down to
Changes the
15?
words without asking us.
Well,
You're like
that's
my
the
kids,
problem.
changing the do list.
I mean, we talked to Liz, and Liz gives us her input and her wisdom. And,
10
you know,
inches
we're-
too small.
I mean, I'd be okay with, even with 3 trees, as long as, if you have on your property an existing high canopy tree with 24-inch diameter minimum, you have to preserve that as your high canopy tree.
No, again, the problem is if it is in a really bad spot. I mean,
Right.
a lot of stuff can be built around,
Right.
but, you
I
know.
mean, yeah, I mean, I'd say if it can be built around, whatever.
All right, can I throw something out at you?
Go it,
Yeah.
go it down.
It may not help.
Go legal on us. We need-
I'm not going legal. at all.
Please do something.
Protected trees, so I'm going back to now definitions.
Okay.
Paragraph 3 is any existing tree of 10 inches or more DBH.
Right.
Why don't we change that to say something, and I'm making this up, any existing canopy tree of 15 inches or more DBH is approved, and any existing tree of 24 inches or more DBH.
Oh,
I'm just throwing this out, you don't have to write it down yet.
okay.
Okay.
So, if it's a high canopy tree of 15 inches DBH, it's protected. If
Okay.
it's any tree that's 24 inches, it's protected. And protected only means that now you need a tree removal plan.
You get a permit. You're gonna
You
need a
just can't
permit.
cut it down
Yeah.
willy-nilly.
But under the section that we're working on, she can't issue you a tree removal permit.
Unless, but,
You haven't given her the authority to issue one for anything that I just mentioned. It's strictly for the main structure.
I mean, having a
The
tree,
footprint of proposed building construction.
yeah, but to me,
What do
these
you- I
are,
don't understand what you're saying, Susan.
right in the back, she can only issue a
Are
tree.
you in the plans and permits?
Number 24.
She's in 9, she's in plans.
I'm
and
in
permits.
where we
plans and
just were.
permits.
Okay,
Tree removal permit is required,
right.
okay? Tree removal permits will be issued, I don't understand why it's under exceptions.
Yeah, I don't understand.
That makes no sense, but
Okay,
tree
point of
removal
information.
permits will
All
be
right,
issued to the extent that the tree lies within the footprint of proposed building construction. What proposed building construction? The house and the pool, the house, the pool, and the shed, the house, the pool, the shed, and the deck and the playground? What proposed building construction? Just the house? Then she can issue it. Or the trees are determined to be endangered. She's not, you can't take down anything over 10 inches right now the way I have written unless it's one of those.
Okay.
So now you could expand on the tree lies within the footprint of proposed. I just don't think, unless it's in the setback, you can make people keep them. I just don't think you can do that. I mean, you buy a property that's buildable up to the setbacks. And if it's,
Well, that's what this says. It says you can take one out if it's where you're gonna build.
in the footprint of proposed building construction, what if you don't want to build a huge house? But you want to have some yard to play soccer in and some, you know what I mean?
The playground.
A playground, an area for children to run and play.
Well, I
I
mean,
mean,
All right, so you can't have it both ways. You can, I mean,
yeah, you can't.
either we can
Can't.
protect the trees and they can't come down at all, or there's gotta be, they're protected, you can't get them down without a plan.
Or we're
It
gonna
sounds
have
like you-
properties that people want to live on that they can actually use. That they go outside and they use their yard and they have a garden. What if you want to plant a vegetable garden? You can't even plant a vegetable garden.
So do you-
Not everybody that lives in this town is 90 years old and retired. We don't even have young people here anymore.
Of course not. We do.
Because there's nothing for them to do. And
That's
is that
another
where,
meeting.
is that where we
Yeah,
want to
right.
go? Is that where you're going? I don't know if that's where you're going. Because
So-
you know why all the
so
houses
let
are
him
getting
talk, let him
replaced
talk.
with big houses that people are renting out? Maybe that's why, you know?
well,
So
there
do you
is
want
a
an,
bunch of money to.
do you want the city arborist to be able to approve of a removal of a tree that's protected? 15 inches canopy, 24 inches DBH for all trees.
I will go back to saying, if you buy a piece of property, you should be able to build within the setbacks.
Well, you can,
And if there's a tree in the way,
you can.
then the tree should be able to come down.
Now,
Yeah,
that's
that-
another
that's
issue.
not-
Susan.
Yeah, that's not an
You-
issue here.
The building construction footprint thing allows the whole setback issue.
Right.
Your thing was, I want to cut down trees so the kids can play soccer,
Right.
Yeah.
or I can sunbathe in the backyard. Do you want to give the city the
Yes,
ability to do that?
unless it's in the setback area, then yes. So if I have a 100-foot lot in my house, if I have a 40-foot backyard, okay? But I'm only required a 10-foot setback from my neighbor, then, and my house, I still have 25 feet left over in my backyard. Yes, I should be able to take out whatever I want.
All right, so then you want to have an exception that says something to that effect.
Right.
Any protected tree not within the setback of the property
Can be removed.
can be removed. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
That's pretty much what I think you almost, you know, and if you
Well,
want to change
but
it, make the setbacks bigger.
I'm not sure that would help, and I'll tell you why. Because currently what we have for setbacks is, oh gosh, I think it's 15 feet in the backyard. It's, oh gosh, what is it? It was 15 in the front, but you can reduce it to 10.
Yeah, it's
if you-
15 in the front and
Yeah,
20
unless you
feet
have
in
a-
the back.
Right.
Okay, but it's, okay,
So in that area, you can't cut down anything.
6 and 9.
You
yeah.
know? In that area, you have to, if it's over 10 inches, over 24 inches, it's got to stay, period.
In the setback.
Yeah, so
Right.
in other words, if I want to build a house in this town and I want a big backyard, then I gotta put a smaller house on,
Got it.
okay?
Right.
But I can do whatever I want with the rest of that property
I
that's
like
in
what
my
she-
area.
I like what she's saying.
So can you agree with that?
I like what she's saying because I mean, given the current pattern of building here, people are building to the maximum. So essentially, any building, any natural area that's left would be protected for trees.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's happening with redevelopment.
Over a
What
certain
she's-
diameter.
What she's saying, what you're saying is, if somebody wants a backyard, larger than the setbacks, they should be able to cut down any trees, not only where their house can legally be, but in the larger yard that exceeds the setback.
A usable backyard.
A usable backyard that they're choosing not to build on because they want open space.
Right.
So she's saying not only should you be given a pass for anything you can legally build on, but you should also be given a pass for any tree that's in the permitted buildable area.
Yep.
So where a tree exists.
I don't disagree with
I
any
don't
of that.
disagree with
So
any.
where a tree exists
We're all on the
Yeah.
same-
may determine whether or not it's protected.
Oh, always,
Exactly.
Always.
I would still raise the 10 inch
So if I have a
slightly.
tree
I think
that's
it's too
with
small.
15 feet from the back border, it's protected. If it's 20 feet from the back border, I can cut it down.
Mhm.
But in the back, again, you need to come up with
Now,
the
what
right
if I-
number. Is it 12?
Excuse me, what if I've only
24?
got 3 trees? I got one out in the back, I got one in the 20-foot, and I got one out front.
These are existing trees.
Existing
You gotta
trees.
plant another one.
Well, then you gotta
Okay.
plant, you can cut down the one that's inside
Playground.
your backyard,
Okay,
but you gotta replace it.
okay,
You have to meet your minimum density requirements. don't you?
okay,
You have to meet your minimum density requirement.
Yeah.
right.
I gotta go use the ladies, but I think we should somehow capture this.
Well, yeah, let's
And-
capture it.
Capture this somehow in language.
All right, let me,
We're gonna do that in the ladies' room?
No, I doubt it.
why'd you
So-
step on that cord?
The 15-foot high canopy,
I'm s- what?
15, not 15,
Well, we'll figure out the size when
We'll figure out the
Sturgis comes
size,
back.
but we
Let me
wanna,
write this down.
right, we wanna save an
somebody
existing
write something
setback,
down.
any existing setback tree, high canopy above a certain diameter. And then we wanna do that
Alright,
thing, what
So
Susan
we're gonna start over again. A protected tree, what is a protected tree?
oh, we're gonna wait till she comes
said.
back.
Let's work back
Okay,
to that.
protected tree. It meets one of the following standards. Existing. Necessary to meet the minimum density requirement. I think we're good so far. Any tree,
All I have to do under protected trees, right, any tree not in the required setbacks.
well, can we change that around to make it a positive?
Any tree in the. I don't know how to make that positive. Because I don't think there's a name for the area not in the setbacks. It's not all
It's-
buildable. It's not all
A
buildable.
protected tree is any tree in a setback, in the setback area.
Are we in definitions again?
That's where I am.
Okay.
Where are you,
I'm
Susan?
in there too, it's just what you said.
Right.
Any tree in the setback area. That is more than blank inches in diameter.
Yeah, so, I'm looking at the definition, and one is defining a tree, existing or new. That basically doesn't change. And then we put in a new 2 that says, any tree in the setback area, okay? And then 3, any existing tree of X inches or more.
I just got rid of all the A, Bs, and Cs.
Well, no, that's not gonna work either. 'Cause
And
we're
road-
not gonna protect it if it's not in the setback.
any tree in the setback area that is more than blank inches DBH in any existing tree or newly planted tree of 2 inches caliper or more, which is necessary to meet the density requirements.
Yeah, I'm going with the existing language, but instead of any existing tree of 10 inches or more, let's say any existing tree of X inches or more in the setback area. In a setback area.
I'm sorry.
We want 24 inches?
We want 24 inches for, you're not doing the definition.
Yes, I
You're
am.
protected.
I can't wait anymore. I'm doing it. All right, so subset 2 is existing, excuse me. Any existing tree of 24 inches or more DBH in the setback area.
Do you want to go, I'm willing to go a little smaller than 24.
All right, 22 and a half.
I'm willing to go 15 inches for.
15, all
No,
right.
for high canopy.
Smaller for me is better.
All right, well, let's think about this.
15 for high canopy, 24 for
Oh.
everything else.
Oh, we forgot high canopy, didn't we?
I would say any
Any
tree.
existing.
I was going to say any tree.
We
No,
wanna
no,
protect
we
high
can't say that.
canopy
We can't
trees.
say high canopy at this point, huh?
We want to save high canopy trees, right?
Right.
It's 15 inches, a pretty substantial tree.
Right.
So
Okay.
any high
Yeah, well,
canopy
then I'm willing to
tree,
go to, if it's only high canopy, then I would say
At
15 is
15,
probably
and then-
good.
but then any tree over 24 as well. Any other tree over 24.
Oh. Any
You see what I'm
existing
saying?
high canopy tree. Of 15 inches or more DBH, or any tree,
Any
Nuisance-
non-high canopy.
nuisance or otherwise,
Any non-high canopy tree 24
or any,
DBH.
huh?
Any
Any,
non-high canopy.
well, why don't we just say any tree?
Any tree.
Okay, true, that's a good point.
Or any tree, any, excuse me, any existing tree.
High canopy tree. Tree
Of 24 inches
15 inches
or more DBH.
or any tree,
In the setback area.
24 inches or more.
All right.
Now, question, is there only one definition of setback area in the zoning code? Is there setback area, because I know there's areas that you can build, not a house, but you can build decks and porches and stuff. We're going for the
I don't-
setback area where
I
you can
don't
build
know. I'm
nothing.
gonna tell you in a second.
We want the one where you can build absolutely nothing, which I think is 15 rear yard, 5 side, blah, blah, blah.
Building setback lines. Oops. All right, building setback lines.
I'm happy now, you guys can do whatever you want. That's so much better than any tree
So we have building setback lines, and we talk about the different zones, districts. And we talk about, for example, R1 is 15 feet and 10 feet for R2. And then we have rear yards, 15 feet and 15 feet.
And what we want to
And
figure out,
side yards are 6 and a total of 16, so it's 6 and 9.
what are you prohibited from doing within those setbacks?
I don't think it says.
Well, somewhere,
I don't
it
think
might,
you can-
what it'll say
I don't
is
think
what
you can build.
Yeah, but she's kind of saying, can you put a shed there?
I don't think you
put a
can.
Pool there,
I
can you
don't
put a
think you can.
deck
Not
there?
in the, there's other setbacks that you can't put a house in.
Yeah.
I know you
But
can
these
put
are
a,
the ones that you can't put anything in other than even like a chimney or a shower. or
right,
There's,
So we get into minimum lot dimensions. Okay.
I know that since they changed the rear yard setbacks regarding pools at some point.
Hi there.
You had to have a bigger backyard if you put a pool in, so pools are permitted. But you have to have 5 feet more of backyard, I think.
We started over again.
You started over? We're still in the tree code though, at least,
Oh,
right?
Yeah, right. At least you got that
We're still
going.
there.
all right, here they are. Building setback lines. R1, 75
So
feet.
can I put a shed in the rear setback area?
4 feet for
An open
accessory
front
structure.
porch of any size that meets the requirements may encroach up to
4
5 feet.
from the border?
front
from the
yard.
property line?
accessory structures like a shed or the pool equipment, that type of stuff. It's amazing what you pick up 4 years of sitting in.
Rubbing shoulders.
And does that affect your natural area? Does that get subtracted from your 50% lot coverage?
Yeah,
The
from
shed.
your, from the 40%.
From the
part.
40%?
Yeah.
Okay. It's only 40%?
Well, the 10% is the driveway and
Oh, right,
front
okay,
walkway.
got it.
Yeah, that's another
Okay.
issue. All right, so. How many inches DVH should a protected tree be? We started at 10, we're up to 24, or excuse me, we're up to 15 for a high canopy tree and 24 for any other kind of tree. For what reason are they what's the difference, you know what I mean?
Can't
Did
take
you
it
Why
out.
are they
You need
protected?
a permit.
Well, so anything below that, you don't need a permit at all,
Oh,
is what
yes,
you're saying?
correct.
As long as you're meeting your 3-tree minimum.
You can take out, you can clear cut as long as you have 3 trees.
You can clear cut, but we're
Not in
suggesting,
the setbacks at all. You can't take anything out of the setbacks. That's
What
over 15 inches. That's what we're on right now.
that's what we're trying to
Okay.
figure
The,
out.
the building set, the zoning setbacks. So,
But you see, the issue is like, if I don't need a permit, then I'm just gonna do what I want. And then somebody complains and they say, well, prove it. Stump's gone, tree's gone.
Yeah. Cut,
Well,
cut now and
under
ask
this
questions
code-
later.
But that could happen at 6 or 10 or any diameter.
Mhm.
People could come in and just
We
have
got
a
that in there.
stump there. you
It
know?
doesn't happen right now, I don't
That's down in
think it's that bad.
14 or whatever. Section 14.
Now everybody pretty much knows you've got to get a like I'll have people apply for permits and I'll just, that's actually a shrub, or it's in your backyard, you have plenty of other trees and it's only 5 inches, so you don't need a permit. And that's, basically you pay $20 to be on the safe side, if
say
you don't,
to be
if you
safe.
don't need a permit, yeah.
Mhm. And that's really kind of like,
It doesn't happen often though.
yeah,
for me at least.
All right,
What's the
Pete, yeah.
current law?
What?
Liz,
For what?
removing trees on your property.
It's dependent on a lot of different factors, how many other trees you have, where they're located, where the tree you're removing is located, what the species of
I'm
the tree
sorry,
is.
what's the current law for removing a tree without a permit?
I mean, what happens to
You
you?
can't. Is that what you're asking?
I think I am.
Okay, yeah, you.
What happens if you get caught?
You get fined, and then you have to do replacement depending on what the tree was.
Under the way this thing has been written, right now, if you have a 10-inch DBH, you can't cut it down without a tree removal permit.
That was our proposed
Okay.
language.
And
Yeah.
and discussion came up when you were gone, maybe we want to change that. That if it's a small tree, and I want to put a swing set up, I can do that. Without having to go through the rigmarole of a permit.
Depends on what you classify as a small tree, right?
And that's what we do. I think.
I think at DC,
Well, I think what we've said is that if, we've set up a definition for a protected tree, which includes any existing high canopy tree of 15 inches or more DBH, or any existing tree of 24 inches or more DBH in the setback area.
is it in here?
No, it's not. I
No,
wrote
we
down
just
on a
wrote
piece
it
of
up.
paper here.
Okay, so say it again now. Any, what?
Any existing high canopy tree of
So
15
who's to, but see, right there, you're asking people to determine what like on their own, a high canopy tree, right?
Okay.
But right now, they're guessing whether or not they need a permit, and they're coming in to ask you, so they would,
Not really,
in order to.
honestly, because most people are hiring tree companies and they know, like,
Would a tree company know what a high canopy tree is?
Wouldn't you
I mean,
hope,
if,
after you spend all that money?
how much, I mean, if we have a definition for it, sure.
We do have a
But I
definition
see,
for it.
but I see tree companies mis-ID trees all the time, if that's what we're asking.
I can't.
I mean, mis-ID like a dogwood versus a
A tree
red oak,
able
no,
to
but-
attain a minimum height of 45 feet and a canopy spread of 20 feet at maturity.
Okay, 45?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We may need to add one thing, just based on what I just read. Where we have any tree in the setback area, you may need to put any tree in the setback area not otherwise permitted for an accessory use.
Not otherwise permitted, what?
For an accessory use. Because there are 2 or 3 or 4 exceptions where you can have a porch or a small garden shed or a,
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
yeah, there's a couple in there. So I think if you put not otherwise permitted for an accessory use. So in other words, you can have a front porch that extends 5 foot into your setback area.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to take the tree out for that, you would have to let them. So any tree in the setback area, not otherwise permitted for an accessory use, or however the attorney wants to write that, I think would cover.
Otherwise, what for accessory
Permitted
use?
for an accessory use.
I'm missing a word.
Not
otherwise.
Otherwise permitted
Permitted for an.
Permitted.
Permitted
for an accessory.
for an accessory use.
For-
So basically, they have setback areas, but there's exceptions to a few things that can go in them.
okay.
So you can take out the trees if they're in only within 4 feet now, because you can put a shed in 4 feet? Is that what we're saying?
But again, it's not just a shed, there's a certain things that can, like, like a front porch can go in the front yard setback.
It can encroach 5 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be, but it's still, based on the way the zoning code is written, it's called a setback area.
But we're not requiring there to be a building permit to install these things in the setback, is what.
Yes, you are required to get a building permit.
Okay.
All
Do
right,
you
so
have to
if
have
we
a
can
building
jump
permit
over
to
to
put a shed in your
253.9
Yeah,
D,
yeah.
excuse me, 253.9 E, all right, which you you guys
exceptions.
don't like, Liz doesn't like. I put that in there because I was trying to respond to issues that Sturgis was raising, but we need to, in light of how we just defined the protected tree, we need to say what we're gonna do in terms of tree removal.
Liz, what's the difference between, you have a tree removal permit, and then you need a tree protection plan? So,
So one, you're just showing where the fencing is gonna go around the existing trees on your
That's
lot.
for construction purposes.
okay.
Mhm. And
So-
then the other is you're removing trees.
Okay, so basically, we just need to say that a tree removal permit shall be required to remove a protected tree.
For the removal of any protected
Removal of
tree.
any protected tree, right?
Correct.
And get rid of all the other stuff.
Is a tree required to meet minimum density protected?
Yes.
Yep. So that's all it needs to say, I think.
Okay. So am I scratching E altogether?
Yep.
So I'm gonna revise C, tree removal. A tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of,
Any protected
Any-
tree.
I think we can scratch one, right?
Yep.
Of any protected tree.
Yep.
Any protected
And-
tree. Whoops, any protected trees.
So how do you get a permit?
Yeah, that was my next question.
What do you mean, how do you get it?
That's the part that it doesn't.
Well, so
Are
if
you-
it says I need a permit to remove these 3 trees on my lot,
Mhm.
do I just automatically get one? I just have to go and pay 20 and then $50 for it? So it's just like busy work, or is there like certain requirements you have to meet?
It says in A, that's where I think we need to get, tree protection needs to go away somewhere else. And A and C should be together in some way. A tree removal would require a tree plan, correct? So A should almost be under C. A tree removal permit should be required, blah, 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 by submitting a tree plan, or however you wanna do it. So C should be first, A should be under it, and B should be somewhere else.
All right, I think I missed something.
Tree
So
plans.
are you in 253-9?
Yeah.
She is.
And
Talking
you
about
are
ABC.
altering something.
Yes.
What are we altering?
Well, first off, it's called tree plans and permits,
Okay,
which I believe Sturgis and I did combining 2 sections a while ago.
okay.
So tree plans.
Yeah.
There's a tree plan that's required to get a permit. And then there's a tree protection plan, which is a whole nother kind of plan.
That is for construction.
So to do tree removal, it would be under, so you almost need to put A should be tree permits.
I think a tree plan comes before a permit. When you want to do something, you have to file a plan.
Right, but you file a plan to get a permit, right,
Correct.
Liz? Yeah.
A and B.
Okay, so then it should be AC. if you're
Are we
gonna
ju-
put
Oh, I
that.
see what you're saying, okay, okay.
Then-
And deal with the,
Tree
and deal
protection
with the
plan needs to
construction
go
later.
somewhere else.
Okay, I'm good
Yeah.
with that, yeah, sure.
So basically, but it should be called
So ACB,
tree permits and plans, or tree plans and permits. And it should
it
say
already says that.
tree removal. A tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of any protected tree. 1, tree removal permit shall be accompanied by a tree plan, which shall be submitted to the city, but I don't know.
Sometimes you don't have a tree removal when you have a tree plan.
You don't always need a tree plan, right, for a tree removal?
What is a tree plan?
That's
in
what I'm
this
saying.
Scenario.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know
Uh,
what a tree plan is either. That all
So,
came from the original
I
code.
guess you don't remember, we talked about this whenever.
I've kind of, I
I'm
had this,
open to the concept.
I had the
But
same
the,
question.
excuse me,
Go ahead.
let
I'm
me
sorry.
answer her
I'm sorry.
question. Her question is, what is a tree plan? A tree plan is a form, an application, however you want to define it, of your intention to perform some kind of action involving a tree on your property.
So,
okay? So if I wanna plant a tree on my property, I have to file a plan, do I not?
not now.
Okay.
No, see, if you go back to 253-610, the original section,
Okay.
it's in the
excuse me.
proper order.
I'm sorry? All right,
Well,
so if I wanna do something that's gonna alter my property, all right?
Like building permit altered?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I, again, wanna plant the tree, how do I do that?
You go to the nursery, you buy the tree. No, you don't, we don't regulate the planting like
Okay.
outside of requiring certain
Okay.
plantings. Right now, there's like, essentially, there's 3 different things you could do. You could do your tree protection, which when there's land alteration shows, in this, right now, the city can require a tree protection plan whenever we feel it's necessary.
All right.
There's,
So Susan's point's well taken, so we need to scratch the concept of a tree plan as a provision here,
Right.
okay?
That's what I was trying to say, you
I know
need to
you were.
combine.
I just wanna let you do it, that's all.
I guess,
It's just my interrupting
in
way.
current code.
No, you're good.
Liz, in current code, there's a reference
That's
to
why I interrupt, Pete, they
a
ignore you.
tree survey /protection /planting plan.
yeah,
And I think Hoyte, this was Hoyte's attempt to describe whatever
Tree-
that is.
tree plan as a whole,
A
big
sur-
umbrella to hold the other plans, the planting, the protection, and the removal
The
under it.
removal and replacement and et cetera. I-
Whatever it was, he wanted it done simultaneously.
I just said, I just suggested that tree plans show the position and species of trees proposed to be removed and replaced.
This,
A tree plan must also accompany any tree removal
So-
permit application.
the tree plan you're thinking of when you say simultaneously is all of the above. It's the one, say you're building a new house, you're gonna come in and you're gonna show your proposed with your existing trees, trees notated to be removed, trees notated to be protected, and trees noted to be planted. So it's all of them in one.
Okay.
So
Now,
what
that doesn't get you out of not having to file a tree permit or anything like that, but that one thing should encompass all of them.
And what
So
do you
would it
call
be
that?
better to,
Tree plan?
Okay.
would it be better to just change the way this whole assembly is organized?
Yes.
Tree plans. A tree plan form is required whenever an application for a building permit for land alteration, for tree protection, or tree removal, period, or a semicolon. The tree plan form shall be completed and submitted simultaneously when filed with a building permit, something like that.
That's the
So now
one, yeah.
you're saying what a tree plan is, and that it has to be when it has to be filed.
We
And
want
then you
them
go to your
submitted and reviewed at the same
tree
time.
removal, tree protection, all that other stuff afterwards.
So basically, it's a tree plan, permits, and protection plans. Tree plans, permits, and protection plans shall be required when, 1A, when an application for a building permit involves any land alteration or an application for a tree removal permit is required, a tree plan shall be completed and submitted to the city. I mean, this is the verbiage that's already in there. So basically, what it is, if somebody, we need to say that this is when either a tree plan, permit, or protection plan is required. So A, a tree permit may be required not just by Liz, but by the building official, okay, when you go in for a building permit. And then he'll say, you need a tree permit, and to get that permit, you need a tree plan. And then she might even go further and say you need a survey showing your trees. So it's basically the process. Then comes the inspection process, or the building official, somebody comes and they're not building anything, but they want to get a tree removal permit, which we don't really need. There is no tree removal permit not part of a building permit anymore, based on what we did.
That's not true.
Well,
That's what we were talking about.
because
45
if
minutes ago.
somebody the only time they're going to need to go is if they're in the setback, and at that point, she can't approve it anyway. It's got to go in
for a variance.
You know, just, I mean,
I think we've eliminated that.
Now, she's not gonna
No.
like the fact that you can cut down a tree not in the setback to put up a playground, right? Or am I missing
We've
something?
already said you can not, tree not in the setback unless it's over, we already said you can't cut them down. Or you can cut anything you want down,
It's
not in the
protected.
setback.
Let's leave it at that.
any protected tree has to have a permit requested in order to remove it.
Right,
That's what protected means.
Whether it,
And-
regardless of where
right,
it is.
And it's whether it's a new build or it's on existing property.
but where are we letting anybody take down a protected tree?
We're not right now.
We're not, so then why would you need a permit to do so when you're not allowed to take them down?
Well, you have to be able to. there-
Go-
there-
you'd
there's
have to
gonna
go
be
get a variance for
circumstance
it.
To go, there's gonna be a circumstance where you can go to the city and say, I wanna take down this tree.
Right, so basically, when you would need a permit is when you wanna take down a protected tree.
Right.
That's the only time, so this section,
A tree removal.
a
permit.
tree removal permit is required to take down a permitted tree
Protected.
Protected tree.
and must be applied for, inspected, and then you go into your list. A tree plan is may be required with the application of a building permit as required by the building official, and this is what you do then.
I think you're
Right.
basically, we're trying to divide them out. One is a tree removal
Yes.
permit for anybody who
Right.
just has a tree they want to get rid of.
Right.
And then one is tree plans for construction.
Right. So
That's
we
really
almost
two
need
separate things.
253-9, tree permits. Tree permit is required for the removal of protected tree, and then Liz's process to do that. 253-10, tree plans. Tree plan is required, can be required by the building official, or that's what you need to do.
Here's the other thing. I think that the code needs to say, I mean, I think Liz needs to have some criteria in the code under which we're authorizing her to approve a tree removal permit, to the tree removal,
Or deny it.
or deny it.
Well, there is, the part where if it's dead, it has to be,
It's not, we haven't said this.
Right.
We took out, all the exceptions we took out, those were all the
right, so
criteria.
then that needs to go
We
in under
have to
permit.
add in some criteria.
A tree permit shall be issued if it meets one of the below.
Right.
And then you
Right.
have your bullet
Right.
points.
And we need our bullets.
Whatever they
So
need
the
to be.
253-9 needs to say tree permits.
No, yeah, take out the word plans.
Yep, needs to say tree permits.
Okay.
And then each letter, subheading letter, is about one specific kind of permit, right?
Alright.
Tree removal permit, a building plan permit, a protection plan permit.
Well, those aren't permits.
Those are plans, not permits. There's only one permit really involved here, and that's the tree removal permit.
Right.
The rest are plans.
So you need to call it tree removal permit.
I would call it a tree removal permit, or that's appropriate,
So
isn't it?
make
There's no such
253-9
thing as
just
a
about tree
tree, is there a
removal.
Tree
tree
removal
planting
permits.
permit?
No,
No,
there's
just
no
That's
tree
it,
removal
so
permit.
253-9 is only about tree removal.
Yeah, we should call it.
253 has anybody written this down? Toy, you want me to write this down?
I'm ready.
253-9, tree removal permits.
Got it.
Tree removal permits shall be required for the removal of any protected.
Well, yeah, we already hit that.
Trees.
C, what was previously C, I don't know where the hell it went, but anyway. A tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of any protected tree, period, boom.
Now, Liz, when you get a tree removal permit, do you go out to the site and look at the tree?
I notify them of the day and time of their inspection, their right to participate, and then
Okay.
I go to the inspection, and I make my assessment, measure the trees, inspect the trees,
Right.
and then come back, I pull any other relevant files on
Mhm.
them, so I go upstairs, see what they've done in the past, and then if there's any recommended changes or whatever it may be, I contact them, or if we're missing something, or if it's related to a building permit and the building permit is gonna be 3 weeks to review, I'll contact them again and tell them that. Or If there's no issue, they don't need to plant anything, and it's just one dead tree or something simple, then issue the permit, contact them to come pick it up.
But I guess what I'm saying is
That's basically what we have
we
in
need to put
253.9D.
Right, we need to say,
I don't think you need to say anything else.
Well, you
That's
need to
it.
say that you have an application.
Yep, it says
Or
that.
receipt
There's
of a
gonna be
tree.
fees, there's gonna be an application, non-refundable administrative fee.
right.
Where's all this?
She's
But
jumping in.
upon,
she's
upon
jumping in.
receipt of a
Says F
tree
now?
removal permit application, the city arborist shall schedule and conduct an inspection of the site and where warranted, recommend changes to the
Yeah,
request.
And you
And
need to have
that's-
emergency tree removals in there too somewhere.
Right now, the scheduling is a complete waste of time. That shouldn't, because if you wanna meet with somebody out there, all you have to do is ask. So all it does is add a bunch of busy work with me emailing people saying, here's when I'm going out, and then them,
Would you like us to take that out?
yeah,
Okay. so
Give me the
then
language, Liz.
just remove shall, schedule,
Shall
and.
schedule, just say shall conduct an inspection of the site.
All right, what about what's ahead of, before that? Because
Upon
suddenly
receipt
there's a
of
tree plan in there.
Inspection upon receipt of a tree.
Completed tree permit
remove-
application.
Yeah, a completed tree removal permit application.
Okay, tree removal.
Permit application.
Permit. Application. Yeah, okay.
The city
The
arborist.
city arbor shall
shall-
conduct an inspection of the site and where warranted, recommend changes to the plan, period.
To the application.
To the application.
To the, there you go.
Get the plan out of there.
Thank you, application. Got it.
And then we should say, tree removal permits will be issued when or
If the trees,
if,
tree, parentheses,
and
S.
then whatever we want to say of why.
Meet
Say
at
it can
least
go.
one of the following criteria.
Right.
I'm sorry, are you trying to slip
Tree
something by me
removal,
here?
tree removal permits will be issued if they meet one of the following criteria.
Are you down in E now? Where are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at E.
I thought we were gonna do that.
We're putting it back in because she needs criteria. Otherwise, you have someone getting a permit,
right.
applying for a permit, and then
So,
every permit is approved,
so give me the
without any-
language, please.
criteria, which is.
A tree removal permit will be issued, or tree removal permits will be issued. Yes?
Will be issued,
If the trees, with the S in parentheses, meet one of the following criteria, and then
Excuse me?
whatever. If the trees meet one of the following criteria.
Well, that's what we were arguing about an hour ago.
but we're back.
Right, but you guys are,
We're back.
but you're off base,
But
because
this-
you're heading the wrong direction. The only reason that she's gonna issue a tree removal permit is if the tree is damaged and needs to come down.
Well, we have to write that down.
Right, but that's what I'm
That's what we're
saying.
doing right now.
Right.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I thought you were trying to keep in the ones we already
No,
nixed.
no,
Oh,
no,
okay,
we're
okay.
rewriting
Okay.
this right now.
Okay.
We're rewriting this section.
So-
Are these,
So these are protected trees only,
These are protected
Right,
trees.
so if they're,
In the setback.
for an emergency, you would
in
issue
the
one.
setback.
Those are the ones that are now the only protected ones.
Yeah.
you
That's the only
can't- you
protected
wouldn't-
trees.
Or
You
in
wouldn't
the
be,
setback.
you wouldn't be constructing a
These are-
building in the setback.
You can because accessory structures.
Yeah.
So I
No, we've
have
already
a,
nixed the
I
accessories.
just wanna clarify,
Shoot.
I have a 15 dBH
Right.
high canopy tree,
Right.
not in the setback. I wanna put a,
It's in the
I,
setback.
no, I have one not in the setback.
You can take
Oh,
it
you
down.
can take
And
it
I can
down.
take it down.
Yep.
And you're gonna be good with that, Liz, right?
No.
Yes, it doesn't.
But this isn't my I mean,
But that's what
I'm
we're
not
written-
determining
That's what we're
this.
submitting.
Why
That's
isn't
what
it
we're
good with you?
proposing.
because I think it goes against the intent of the tree code that was originally founded, that was to protect trees, not just trees that sit in between houses, but trees. So if you have a wooded lot, unless you're putting a house smack dab on that tree and there's no other normal way around it, why should the tree be able to come out?
Because you missed the whole discussion that we had earlier
We've
about
had
families,
discussion
families
We're
that
never
wanna
gonna
play,
agree.
kids that wanna play soccer in their backyard, or they wanna have, a vegetable garden, or that they wanna put a swing set up. Basically,
And how many people have talked to you guys about doing those things in their yards? That's my,
Like,
we're
but it
we're not
doesn't-
basing
it
this
doesn't
on
Happens to
matter.
me
facts.
every day, drives me crazy, they walk right, knock on the door.
Well, we-
I've gotten one.
I think
I've
the
gotten
issue
one.
is not
They wanted one.
who did what to, whatever. It's, you can build a house
Then why have setbacks if you can't
and
do
use
anything
all
else?
this land up.
Mhm.
But if you choose to build a smaller house because you want to have a backyard,
Mhm.
you can't do that. You can cut down the tree to put a house on it, but you can't cut
Right.
down the tree to have a backyard.
Which is why
But
people
Laura,
are
that's what we were
covering
talking about.
their entire property with a house.
They're still gonna,
They're not everybody is.
They're still gonna
There's
cover-
people that wanna live here.
They wanna put in a
That's
pool, they wanna
still
put out a
no.
deck chair, and they wanna sit by the pool.
some people
Well,
live in
it's
their new
different. That's all-
builds.
Now you have a whole building.
Right,
permit.
but
So
what
it's-
about
Most
people
don't.
that don't want that? What about somebody that might want a small little retirement house with a nice backyard and some gardens and somewhere for their grandkids to play? Are we running them out of town?
Yeah.
Do they need
Yeah,
to go
we're
somewhere
definitely
else?
on.
I think you're way getting out of line with that, to be honest. It's just a matter of perspective. I mean, I've had in the last 4 years, one person I can recall that wanted to remove trees for lawn space. It's possible. I mean, we had a lawn growing up. We would
And
go to the park.
what was the result?
We compromised. The healthy trees all stayed. They had a bunch of other building permit stuff going on, so anything in the footprint of that. And they had a lot of grade issues, so we retained a lot of large, healthy trees. They planted a lot of new ones, but they also got their lawn. Now, that would be a rare case because it's a large property, so they had space to do all these things. Most
It
of
was
these,
an oversized lot.
yes, significantly.
Oh,
Most of these properties are so small.
I know.
You know, 5,000 square feet, and you end up with a backyard that's 15 by whatever, because most people do a planting bed around the perimeter. So you end up with a, let's
I was
say
born and
15
raised on a 50
10
by 100 foot lot, and we always
10 by 40.
had a backyard,
Yeah, we had a
playhouse,
we had a front
a
yard.
pool, a place to play, and
And how many trees?
well, it was called Stone Harbor for a reason because it was mainly stones.
Yes.
But we put trees in there were setback areas,
Yeah.
and you had trees in between the two properties.
Gotcha.
But you know, people lived there, and
I don't know if
You
Liz
know?
is just saying kind of that ship has sailed.
No, there's
know.
still families that live here. Is it the same as when my dad was a kid, growing up on Maryland Avenue, where they were all best friends? No.
And I don't think it's ever going back there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a bigger conversation
Unless
than a
we
tree.
have a
Okay,
humongous
so
recession.
can I read
Yeah.
this proposed language change here? It's E, and it's tree removal permits will be issued to the extent that trees lie within the footprint of proposed building construction in a setback area, or trees are determined to be endangered by excavation or other construction demands, or inhibit utility installation, operation, and/or maintenance.
I think trees also
Yep.
ought to come down if they're dead.
Nah.
Oh, come on.
well, you said
Yeah.
that. Didn't
I
you
mean,
say-
I actually like leaving up
Didn't you
dead
say it,
trees,
Nancy?
but
They're not gonna fall on you or your
as long
house.
as they don't fall.
Didn't you say that?
Well, I had two other suggestions, which I offered to Hoyte,
Well, wait a minute, now
and he
let's
edited.
do a dead.
Do it, we can put it,
Do we need
you
to
can put a
recognize
dead,
dead in there?
put dead in there,
Where? Tell me where to put it.
dead. And you got criteria, dead,
Here's the criteria.
yeah,
Alright.
trees are in the.
Trees, living or
trees.
dead, that lie within the footprint, blah, blah, blah. Huh?
Okay, but also they could have a dead tree in the setback, and they should.
Yeah, well,
they should-
no, it would read like this. Tree removal permits will be issued to the extent that trees, living or dead, lie within the footprint of the proposed building construction in a
Okay.
setback area, or, and it keeps going,
Now, why did you put setback area?
because that's what we decided.
The only trees that we're protecting are the ones in the setback.
Correct.
So you're not,
That's the only ones we're getting a permit to take out
no, you said they lie within the footprint of proposed building construction.
in the setback area.
Those are two different things.
No,
The
they're not.
setback is
No, they're not,
between
'cause that's where the
construction
shed
and
is.
property line.
The shed is
Well,
in the
that's
setback.
that's an accessory
Well, I don't
structure.
care what it is.
Okay,
All right, you
Duly
can, you
noted.
can.
No, I see.
Guys, you
Yeah.
can protect a tree in the footprint of a proposed building construction can come out.
Yeah.
yes.
You don't,
That's what this
it's not
first sentence
protected.
says. I wouldn't try to combine all these things into one one
I
sentence.
wouldn't either,
Just
no,
making it much
no,
more
exactly.
You're
cumbersome to
saying
read.
scratch E.
Exactly.
No, I don't,
We're rewriting.
Make
She-
a,
she
it's
needs
a list
authority,
with
she
number
needs a
1,
list.
2,
One,
3, 4,
dead,
whatever it may be.
Sick,
so, the
How is
only,
it
the
different
only,
than what I just?
ugly.
any
No.
protected tree in the setback area can only be removed if it's dead. Something,
Dead.
some of that effect.
Or it is, I would say,
To
of
the
an,
extent that the tree is dead and located in the setback.
Right.
That would be the way to phrase
So
it.
otherwise, you have everything else covered.
everything else is coming out.
Oh, it's covered.
Covered.
So you just put a 4 in there. The tree, paren, plural, has determined to be dead, has been determined to be,
All right, am I still putting the business in there about in the setback area?
well, I think the protected tree is already defined as being in the setback area.
That's
is that
right.
correct?
That's right.
So you just put in number 4,
Okay,
the tree has been determined, and I would also change number 3 to be consistent. The trees inhibit utility installation.
Wait, so
Okay.
the
trees inhibit?
the
Yeah,
15-inch
you want it
thing,
consistent.
is that only trees located in the setback, or is that all trees?
Trees in the setback. We're not protecting any trees
So,
that are within.
trees that are dead or dead trees?
In permitted
Trees that have been determined.
The building envelope.
building envelope.
But we realize that trees remain all the time that are in the building envelope, because most people don't fill the whole building envelope.
They don't.
Mm-mm. No.
New builds are
Yeah,
not
they
built in.
have dips and cuts and porches and walkways and outdoor showers and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, more than likely, but not always.
Are porches allowed in the setback? Or the-
Yes,
Porches
in the
are
front
allowed
yard.
in the front yard only,
Wait a minute.
but that's
wait.
still lot coverage.
I've just
That's-
lost everything again.
Okay. But when you have a front porch, then it shrinks your setback to what, 10 feet?
Well, the porch is allowed to encroach onto the
Encroach
front
5
yard
feet,
setback.
correct.
But the porch doesn't cover the whole length of the house either. Like if you look at a house, most houses are not a perfect, when you look at the footprint
Right.
on the survey, the proposed,
right.
they're not a perfect rectangle to fill the
Got it.
building envelope.
Okay, okay.
I want to go back here, 'cause I'm totally got lost.
Okay.
Why do we have exceptions? These exceptions,
It-
when all we're doing is this permit is only for protected trees.
Correct.
Protected trees are only defined as those being in the setback, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes,
So the setback can't be in the building construction zone.
right.
So why do we need that exception?
Why do we need to reiterate that? I agree with
I mean, if it's only protected trees that we're allowing to be removed by permit, those trees are only in the setback.
you. The
Correct?
only trees
Correct.
that permit removals are required for are ones that are in the setbacks.
So if they're dead, if they inhibit utility installation, or if they're determined to be endangered by excavation or other construction demands.
So explain to me how a house, now remember that setback aggregate is 16. So an empty lot, which one is which? Most people
What was
do
the
10
first part
and,
of that?
so it's an aggregate of 16, but when you build your house, you choose which side is 10 and which side is 6 for a regular lot, remember that it grows.
Oh, the side yards, you're talking about.
Yeah,
So
so
when
it,
when they determine which one, that would become the setback.
but we just said that they can,
But in the.
unrelated to building, you can clear the building envelope. But what determines the building envelope is your survey that's showing which setback you're choosing. Like, do I want my 6 foot on the north side of the property, or I guess west, or do I want 6 foot on the east? Where am I gonna put my driveway if one day I decide to build this house? So that'll have to be the
So
10
the
foot.
setbacks are variable, even given.
You could change
permitted.
Well,
them.
it needs to be picked, would be when the lot's cleared.
Well, I think effectively you are choosing the minute you plant a tree.
But then
Well,
that would
we
need
won't
to
be
be
able to hold them
documented.
to that. So say you have a lot, you're gonna say, well, I'm choosing the 10 foot on the left and the 6 foot on the right, and you clear it all out without any permits, as is your right.
Okay.
And then 3 years later, you go to build a house and you say, you know what, I'd rather my driveway be on the other side. So now I'm changing it. Well, this is already cleared over here, so now I'm clearing the other side back to 6.
You can't.
Sure you can.
Well, I guess what Liz is saying,
Yeah.
if we don't want that to happen, we need to make
a
sure that
loophole.
it's
It's a
in
very
here.
obvious
Yeah,
loophole.
that it's a loophole.
Then it should say in the chosen setback or in the predetermined setbacks.
Yeah, fix it,
You just need to fix it under the definition.
fix it. Troublemaker.
It's a
No,
big
I mean,
loophole.
good, I know, that's a good thing to catch there.
And the thing is now that's a good question. If you aren't going in for a building permit, can you go in without a permit and clear your lot in that buildable area?
You mean
You
a
guys just said
undeveloped lot?
yes, yes.
Right, or to do a main clearing like that, should we require somebody's gonna have to survey where that area is. So lot clearing may have to go under permits as a permit requirement.
Because you may not even know.
So
how
undeveloped
big your lot
lots,
is.
tree removal on undeveloped lots
Mhm.
May require a
Shall
inspection,
require.
shall require, but not necessarily, because, if you're only taking one or two
A
trees
tree
down.
Mhm.
But undeveloped lot clearing shall require a tree.
Well, why don't you just define protected trees as being what we've already done in the setback, and any trees on an undeveloped lot?
Another one would be a lot subdivision.
I don't think it can be any tree. What if you have a lot and you're just going in and taking down a couple trees here and there to get ready to build someday in the
Or
future?
any trees within this
I would say lot clearing.
10 dBH or whatever, however you wanna do it. I put that under your protected trees, so most trees that we define in an undeveloped lot would be protected.
So say,
Therefore, they would have to go to get a permit.
Or why don't we just say, if you're doing any clearing in, the side yard setbacks must be determined prior to tree removal.
Because I'm gonna step back, because I'm really uncomfortable that we'd like just letting anyone go in there and clear all their trees if they want to, once they have their minimum density requirement. But I am going along with, I see both sides of this. But if I buy an undeveloped lot, I shouldn't be able to clear it at all without going to the city first. So I can clear that whole lot right now under this proposal.
Right.
And not put a house up there for 5 years. I just have an empty
Right, and
lot.
that's what we're saying, where do you draw the line on, can they take out a couple trees here and there and go in and plant a future Christmas tree? Can they do what they're gonna do with their lot? When do you determine that, hey, we're actually gonna clear the buildable area? So we can put in clearing within setbacks for proposed construction requires a permit,
I would say
or
that-
for future construction.
Yeah, I'm just saying, my opinion would be you don't get to clear your lot at all without a permit.
No trees come down at all.
No trees come down at all. Because they're not contributing to anything. If part of the goal here is to keep tree canopy in Rehoboth, then they should be keeping their tree canopy on that undeveloped lot until they go to develop it. How does it benefit Rehoboth if they cut down a tree, all their trees or whatever, how many trees they want to cut down, but they're not going to build for 5 years? Now
Well,
you just have an empty lot.
it benefits it if they're trying to get certain trees to grow bigger and clear away what's around them.
Then you can go get a permit.
So undeveloped lots require permits
I mean, if
for tree
not,
removal.
what it'll be like is the property that was recently built on, that was cleared without a permit years and years ago. If you guys are from here, you'll know which one I mean, and it drew the ire of everybody. It was an eyesore for years and years and years.
Okay.
I think that's the
You mean
situation.
an undeveloped, it became an undeveloped lot.
Well, it became a cleared.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, it had a little
Is
shack
this on the north
it.
side?
Mhm.
Not Maryland, what's the next street up, whatever?
No, it's Columbia. They've got
Oh,
houses
Columbia.
built on them now for years and years and
So
years.
just put tree removal on undeveloped lots may require a permit, shall require a permit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then she makes a determination whether or not you actually need a permit.
But the thing that bothers me about that is I'm hearing Pete say,
All right, easy for you guys to say, all right. So I scratched out number 1, that's gone.
Pete, I'm hearing you say, if somebody's not ready to develop, you would like them to just leave that thing natural. And I would.
I don't have a problem with them clearing parts of the lot to nurture the growth of certain trees,
I got it.
but I don't want them to go and just clear the
I
lot.
agree.
But you guys know what'll happen with that.
Tree
because
removal permits will be,
I've had people apply to me trying to say that they want to remove 30, 40-inch pines to encourage the growth of a 5-inch crepe myrtle.
Mhm.
That's
Well, for
It's a
instance,
possibility, because they like the crepe myrtle and they don't like the pines, so they want it to
Yeah.
be flowering and beautiful and full of
Okay.
sun.
I can see getting a permit, but I think a lot of people, I know we did, we cleared our lot that we're gonna build our retirement home on, cleared the area where we're gonna build the retirement home, and went in and planted trees in all other areas, so when we build, we can't see any of our neighbors. And we did that 15 years ago, and we're not building for another 10, maybe 5.
And all we're asking you to do is get a
Right.
permit.
Right, but when is there gonna be, how do you know, what if Liz says, nah, I don't want you doing that?
Yeah, but we'd have to write the
Then you have to appeal.
criteria.
So I'm gonna
for
put
which
that
you
in as
can
number
deny
5,
the
but we can
permit.
move that around.
But I think
I
a
mean-
lot of people do that, they prep their lots ahead of time for future development, to build up screens and stuff
And I
like
don't
that.
think that's a problem, I just
Yeah.
don't think you should just do it
Right,
and not do anything.
I
about it.
agree, but I think there should be terms on how it can
I would
and
imagine
cannot
that
be.
whatever you did, you've met your minimum density requirement.
It's outside.
Yeah, it's, I'm outside.
Well, just say,
Yeah.
say what you
But if
did
she
with
Yeah, but
inside.
we filled it, we
More than
bulkheaded it, we
Right.
did outled the wetlands, it's all ready to go. Trees are up, it's just someday when you're
Right.
tired of running a restaurant, that's where we're going.
All right.
I mean, other people, I would think, especially here, in an area where, I'm just saying, again, you
You
have
know,
to.
I have 5 trees in my backyard that I want gone,
Mhm.
and I can just cut them all down right now. So, I mean, as a homeowner, yeah, I don't want any rules and regulations. But thinking about what the goal of this committee
Right.
is to preserve high canopy, et cetera,
Right.
then what I want as a homeowner is different than what I would want in the city.
Okay, then again, I think you could go in for that. Now, do you have to go in if you're taking things down that are less than 15 inches and 24 inches? You should be able to do that without having to go in, right?
That's an idea.
Hmm.
Depends kind of what's on
That's
your
what we just
lot.
wrote, isn't it?
It
Yeah,
depends
I mean,
what's
that's
on-
what we
depends
just
what's on the
determined
lot.
everybody else can do.
I just don't know why it's such a big deal if you are buying an undeveloped lot to go and get a permit to cut down those small trees.
I don't think it is, as long as you can get the permit, that's what I'm saying. Is there any reason you wouldn't give them a permit? If they came in and said, hey, I don't want to build right now, but I want to take all these trees right here down.
Does it
Troops,
meet any of
we're-
these 7 listed reasons? That's
We're
what I would
getting
say
on
back to you.
we're
If it meets
getting on
them,
at 3
yes.
o'clock here. So can we move
The
on a little
7
bit,
listed
please?
reasons that are here, you're gonna
No,
look
the
at them.
existing, the ones in the code currently. If you wanna know if you can get a permit, these are the 7 reasons. It's in a proposed, like footprint of a proposed plan. It's interfering with utilities, it's dead, dying, it's diseased, it's hazardous, stuff like that.
Basically what we just put in there.
Or it's under the size.
Or it's not protected, so
Yeah.
so you could do it then. Yeah, that's good, put that in there, that works,
Okay.
What?
yeah. Wait, did you get all that?
No.
So basically what we're saying is if any clearing of undeveloped properties,
Oh, undeveloped properties?
well, I think, we already, oh,
We just did that.
okay, you got that,
You gotta have a tree permit to remove trees from an undeveloped lot.
protected trees,
Yeah.
not unprotected trees, right?
Well,
Problem is
protected
setback.
trees is a
Protected
setback?
trees
Huh?
on the entire property, not just the setback.
The
So now we're
problem,
gonna redefine protected trees.
uh-huh.
No, we have to say, you
We-
need a permit
well, we can-
to remove
Going around again, so we're talking about the
Any-
side lots being 6 and 9.
any protected trees on an undeveloped lot, including those in the setbacks.
Where's the setback?
Including those not in the setbacks, excuse me.
Okay, so what you would do under protected trees,
No,
I'm
no,
hearing
I don't think you
say,
have to change that.
add a 3, don't you add a,
No,
wanna add a
you
3?
need to say, you need a permit to remove any trees on an undeveloped property, including those trees not in a setback area.
But here's the thing. An undeveloped property includes one for which you have a proposed building and you're ready to build. So
Well, then you'd have to go
unfortunately-
in anyway to get a tree removal permit.
Yeah, but the problem is you're saying that now if you have an undeveloped lot, whether or not you have a building permit issued or not, you have to get a permit to remove trees within your building area.
Yes, that's what you're saying, that are over,
Well, you don't-
that are over 15 and 24. Yeah,
You want to do that.
that's what he wants to do.
Any property, at any time.
Any
'Cause-
property.
But what I heard you saying, Pete, is if somebody's ready to build, you're okay with them taking down trees that are in their proposed.
But
got
they would
the
have to
permit.
have a whole tree
But-
protection plan and
but
permit
if-
anyway, right?
If they just own the lot, they don't have any building plan, no date, no permit, nothing, and they want to take out some trees, you want them to get a permit for all trees of a certain size on that lot,
Yeah.
regardless of where they are.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Okay, but you can't apply both. You can't apply that, if you say undeveloped, it also applies to lots that have proposed building plans.
I guess the whole
So
issue right
it's a
now,
language thing.
going way back to the swing set scenario, is we have got to give the city arborist and the homeowner reason to remove a tree.
Right.
And maybe the whole setback thing was not the best way to do that, I'm not sure anymore.
Okay.
I don't want her to go to someone and say, you can't cut down that tree because, to put up a swing set, because I don't have anything in the code to support that. Where you have 5 other high canopy trees on that lot. On the other hand, I don't want someone just be able to willy-nilly cut down a high canopy tree in a non-setback area just because they want to, without permission. So I don't know which way to go on this.
Okay.
I'm at this one.
Okay.
I can see both sides of this, so.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we got 4 issues to go. We've got probably about an hour to get through that and then get to this other issue that I'm interested in. So can we please let's take a look at fees, 253.9F.
Wait a minute, we didn't finish.
Before you move on,
Oh, that was the
would
first
you
one.
like to would you like to give one of us or more of us homework regarding
No, I
tree
don't want
plants
any
and
more homework. I
permits?
want to finish today.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know that we're going to if we move on from this without
Okay, well,
finishing
let's
it.
move
I mean,
on.
we gotta
Yeah,
do one
you
or the
guys
other.
have been taking notes, and I'm gonna rely on you getting back to me with changes based on what you have
Or
written
have
down here.
thinking and our
Right.
hearing.
And-
Okay,
and-
that's the
and
homework I need.
Anytime before 7 o'clock tonight is fine, so.
Do we have a little
No,
more
okay,
time?
okay, yeah, I'll give you a plate.
Regarding fees, can we just say, wherever it says a dollar amount, as set forth in the fee schedule in section whatever.
Oh, how do you like that, Susan?
I liked that 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, where was that language that
Okay,
you were getting at?
5 hours ago. I
Where was
liked
that language you were getting at?
Okay. So
I got it right here. You want it?
253.9.
Yeah, I want it.
All right, here you go.
Send ideas to Hoyte.
Please.
Oh, geez,
Will
I
do.
wasn't there.
Thank you.
And Susan, if you've got notes too,
I didn't take any, I asked
oh,
you guys.
okay,
earlier
yeah,
if you
yeah,
wanted me
yeah,
to,
no, I know.
And y'all said
I didn't
no.
ask you to.
I could've wrote the whole thing up while we were talking.
Are you good with the fee schedule?
Oh, I'm
Liz?
sorry. I got stuck.
253.9F.
So anytime somebody turns in a tree permit application, it's $20, which is what it currently is.
We want to get rid of the numbers and just say as set forth in wherever this
That's
fee
really
schedule.
the issue.
Oh,
That way
No.
the city can
I don't care about that.
change this. Well,
Sorry?
well, we do.
Well, here's our
What is it?
thinking.
Well, you're
I'm
asking me, I'm
sorry.
saying it
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
matter to me.
Oh, it
She
does
doesn't
not
care.
matter
She
to you?
doesn't
Okay, okay.
What we're thinking is this, Liz, every time we see, and Jean has really informed us about this, but every time we see a dollar amount in the code,
Mhm.
what we think is, okay, now, we're thinking 10 years down the road or something, I mean, there's inflation, there's the cost, and it's awkward to try to change things in the code. They have to have public hearings, they have to go to commissioners.
Mhm.
What our thought is, if all fees got put in one place, like a fee schedule, like the building
A
inspector
lot of
does,
municipalities do that.
then
where they
that,
just
that,
have
then
chapter
those,
things.
exactly, then those could be revised as needed and not have to go back and pull it out of
Code.
different places in the code and change.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
So you had a reference earlier today, Susan, to some specific.
I
language.
did, I'll
Yep.
give it to you.
I'm sorry?
I did, I'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay, that's
As
good.
long as you all go on to,
All right, so, so
253-10.
emergencies and the notice, posting a notice. G and H,
Okay, where are we now? I'm sorry, I got lost.
253-9G.
Oh, you're looking at G and H. I would just change notice to permit. The applicant shall post the tree removal permit on the property.
Okay, you good with that, Liz?
What if they don't? Because, okay,
Isn't it
so
a
the tree
permit?
company would have to pick up the permit and go and post it?
It
Okay.
says here the applicant shall,
It's mostly the tree
but
company.
you have the tree company do it.
Well, that would be the applicant
Yeah.
most times,
Mm-hmm.
or the contract, like.
Right, right.
Builder.
I'm just suggesting
So I'm gonna
changing the
change it.
language from
The
notice to
heading, the
permit.
heading's gonna read permit
Permit.
notice. Permit notice.
There you go.
Okay, because otherwise it's gonna be
That's good,
confusing.
that's cool.
A tree removal permit. The applicant shall post the tree removal permit on the property, blah, 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 okay?
okay, fee schedule.
Fee schedule.
All fees and charges shall be established from time to time by the commissioners of Rehoboth Beach.
Give me a site on that.
270-78.
270,
-78.
270-78, fee what?
Fee schedule, it's called.
Thank you.
And again, we're talking about referencing a whole part of the code.
I
This is
understand.
just saying
I
they're gonna
understand.
come up with them willy-nilly,
Yep,
but
yep.
I agree with Pete. You should have to look in
Okay.
one place to find all your fees and,
All right. Now, tree planting.
yep. Well, wait a minute, we forgot tree protection.
You mean the tree protection plan?
Tree protection.
Oh,
plan.
tree protection plan, I'm
So
sorry.
That needs
Yeah,
to be 253 dash something.
Yeah, that's gotta go in there
So
after,
you're gonna put it
253-11.
between. You're gonna
oh,
make
did you
it-
wanna make a separate,
you wanna
provision
make it
out of it?
10?
I would call 253-9 tree
Okay.
permits, and then
Okay.
I would do 253-10
all right.
tree
Well,
plans.
The original language from the old thing was very explicit, and it read tree protection during construction, and I think that's probably an appropriate, title.
Right,
Well, right now you have 253-11, which is replacement of protected trees.
Yeah.
So shouldn't it go down in that section?
no, this is
No.
a plan that,
When you're
when they're
building,
building, you
This-
keep the
It's
contractors from
horribly hot.
ruining the trees.
You're hot too?
Oh, awful.
Okay.
I'm feverish.
oh, you're gonna turn the heat? Oh my
Good.
God, why didn't we
Why
talk
didn't we
about that
ask?
this morning?
I've been suffering all day.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's
ready to
awful.
take my shirt off.
See, I love it.
I'd rather this than cold.
So Pete, you get that?
Yeah, I
So-
got it.
Okay, all right, so
So,
tree protection during construction.
yeah, yeah.
It says the city may designate in special circumstances a protected area on the site that shall be subject to the following provisions. And then I think at one point, Sturgis, you and I had kind of chopped that down a little bit and came up with B.
Well, now wait a second now, the language that's in
Yeah,
there
the
right
language is
now
good.
What do you think?
is something we all
What's
agreed
B?
on with Liz here.
B is good,
I
you
think
just
B's
need,
good.
you need a title of when it comes into play.
You mean an introductory
You need
sentence?
to say why we need a tree
Got
protection
it.
Tree
plan.
protection plan is,
Got it.
will be submitted
Right.
accompanying
Right.
a building
I'll work it out.
permit.
Right.
Introduction
The
sentence.
tree protection plan may be required.
Shall be.
Again, it's not shall, it's if the building official says that any building application needs one.
Okay.
You
That's
know
how
what I
the-
mean? So it's not
Okay.
shall.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I mean, he could say, yeah, you're putting in this huge porch and I really think you might need a protection plan. You better
Okay,
go see
okay.
Liz.
Okay.
But it's usually the person that calls for that is the building inspector, correct, Liz?
What now?
The building inspector is the one that calls for the tree protection plan to be, somebody will bring in an application for a building permit and they'll say, yeah, but you're gonna need a tree protection plan, you need to go see the city.
So if it's
Arborist.
above 500, it's automatic. If not, then we will work on it together. So he might say, well, what do you think?
Yeah.
Here's what they're gonna be doing.
So it's may be
I
required,
got it,
not shall.
I got it.
All right.
And we
How
had
about-
we had the verbiage for that already done. if
Yeah,
you
I'll
wanna-
take care of it. Don't worry about it.
You sure?
Okay.
So, tree planting requirements.
Okay, tree planting requirements.
And Liz, I'm gonna put something at the end based on our conversation,
Okay.
which didn't get in here.
I'm fine with 10.
All right,
I'm
so
okay
D,
with
I'm
10.
gonna add a sentence D. All tree plantings shall be subject to a final inspection by the city arborist. And then I'm picking up, actually
Says that on
repeating language that comes a little later. The property owner shall request an on-site inspection by the city arborist to verify the work is complete.
Well, doesn't that say that on the second line of the opening paragraph?
There is a final
Subject
inspection.
to city
okay.
arborist final
All
inspection?
trees planted pursuant,
There you go.
subject to final inspection.
So what
There you
happens
go.
if they don't
I'm
call?
sorry.
What
They're not-
happens
Okay,
if
I
they're
thought-
not called?
Okay, I
He
must have
says
worked
never
that
mind.
in there and didn't realize it.
Took
I'm
that back.
sorry.
He missed the first phrase
Yeah,
there,
forgive me.
subject to
I
final.
was seeing a note that Liz had given me, and I didn't realize that I had put in there. Thank you very much, Pete. All right, replacement of protected trees.
I think Liz had a question. What happens if they don't meet?
So
the
right
final-
now, the permit gets closed out if somebody calls me for the final inspection to say, oh, we planted our trees. It's never gonna happen. More than
You're not
likely, that
going
won't
out.
happen.
Okay.
No, like the way it is now, and it's a huge problem, and this is not gonna resolve it. So the way it is now, okay, Hoyt, you wanna take down these 7 trees, you gotta put 3 back up, you have a year. Planting plan stamped approved. So by next September, they gotta be in the ground. So say
Yeah.
September 20th, so I come out October 1st, and there are no trees. So I send you a letter. You don't respond. So then I send you another notice. You see where we're going? They have no reason, work is done. Our option basically is to take them to court.
Right.
So this doesn't resolve that.
Just don't give them
Okay.
a certificate of
What-
occupancy
So,
for the
excuse
house.
me.
Well, that's
we-
for a new house. We're talking about everything else.
Why don't we put in a penalty provision here that they're subject to a civil penalty?
Could,
Just
whatever, a
I
fine
mean,
or,
we've got that elsewhere in, the
Yeah.
same sort of thing.
It's a tier 3 fine,
What?
tier 3 fine,
At
as
Whatever it
determined
is.
under the
Whatever it
fine
is.
chapter that goes with the fee chapter,
Yeah, it goes with the firstborn.
okay? No, but again, relate it back to what we were talking about. There's a chapter on what fines are that are
Oh, yeah.
fines,
yeah,
what the
yeah,
fines
yeah,
are.
yeah.
Same as with the fees. This is a
So
fee
this happens
chapter.
to you often, that people don't?
especially when I first started now, it's not as bad.
So
But I mean, I've had
What's your, I can't think of the word, I'm so tired. What's the, what can you do when they don't do that? What's your,
She says
At
take
this
it to
point,
court.
what do you do?
Keep bothering them until they give in.
you can't find them?
Technically, you could, it's not so explicitly stated in
Yeah,
the
but this-
code. You could revoke, like, what it would have to be is revoke their permit. You could take away their rental license, you could take them to chancery court, but those are all really
We can-
All right, so you
complicated.
want a paragraph D that says,
Really want them just to plant
upon
their tree.
final,
It
huh?
says,
Really want them just to plant their tree.
it's for any and
Well,
every
but if they don't
violation.
plant their trees, you want them to be fined.
Subject to a civil penalty, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
I've
only
got,
other.
I've got language elsewhere in
in
there.
That's
Yeah,
gonna
it's on-
be, again, on the fine and fee schedule in
Right.
section 270,
Whatever,
78.
we'll get to that later.
Yeah, I mean, we don't wanna find them,
We'll
but
get to that
You should
later.
get that tape like the police have, where they take it and just tape it around the lot.
Why
All
don't
right.
you wanna find them? I mean, why not
rather
just
than plant
issue
the
them?
tree. That's why.
Well, make it $1,000 fine, make it something
Well,
substantial.
that's what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
put it, the fines in the
Right.
tiers and you just say it's a major offense, you know, and then you have to start
Let's
finding
revisit
them.
that later this afternoon.
We're not gonna have much time. with this.
Tell me about
We're
it.
Later
gonna
this
get there.
afternoon.
We're
Tell me
gonna get
about
there,
it.
we'll
Yeah.
get there, we'll get
So, come on now, replacement of protected trees.
there.
What do
Okay,
you
we're
got?
working.
What do you got?
I didn't have any problems with any of this.
I think it's the only ones I worked on.
I think that's exactly what we wrote, so I'm good with that.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That's what we
Thank you
had
for
in the
that.
beginning.
I
All right.
have one suggestion.
No.
No.
No. Okay. Only, and this is because of a conversation that I had with Liz before
I gotta stop
about,
talking to
She
people.
I
doesn't
know, she
remember.
does, she's gotta stop
She
talking.
doesn't remember.
About the lack of specificity in C, the last thing, which says fees paid for replacement trees will be placed in the city's tree preservation account
okay.
for planting trees on public property or as the city directs. Now, one of the things that tree lovers in the city looked at that and said, well, that means the city could use this money to help plant trees on private property or offer incentives.
Well, and that's the
But-
way it is
Or
now,
balance the
technically.
budget.
But the city attorney said, no, it's not specific enough, can't do it. So I suggested adding, including but not limited to, incentives for tree planting and proper pruning of trees on private property.
Yeah, I have no
Okay.
problem with that.
All right.
Good.
Send it to me.
I would like it to be used for
Send it
that,
to
to be honest.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that's,
We can
thank
put
you,
it in there.
thank you,
Cause
Liz.
it's
We'll do
money
that.
taken from private property.
Right,
Yeah, yeah.
and we have limited public property to put trees.
Can you read that again?
Or as the city directs, comma, including but not limited to incentives for tree planting and proper pruning of trees on private property. Too many Ps?
There's a lot of words there. When you have city's tree preservation account for planting trees on public property,
Right,
or they can use the money for anything else.
That's what it
never,
says.
It never goes into the tree preservation account. That's how I'm reading this section.
That's why she's concerned.
no, fees paid for replacement trees go into the city's tree preservation account.
Or they don't.
No,
Yeah, that's how that's legally how it's read.
wait, fees
Oh.
will be placed for, explain
Shall
that
be
to me.
placed in a trees preservation account, period. The account shall be used for planting trees on
Is that
public
what you
property
mean?
or.
Right.
Okay.
Right
That
now,
work?
it can go into the account, or the city can direct the money to go elsewhere.
Okay, will be placed in the city's tree,
All right,
it-
I got that.
Period.
Got
period.
it.
This may
And then new
be,
sentence,
okay,
whatever you
Difference
got there.
punctuation makes.
okay. Okay, so funds from the account may be used for,
Is that really part of the code?
Right
it is now, right now,
similarly.
yeah, it is.
I think it says the word maintenance though. It does say public property, but it says maintenance.
Replace the trees for planting trees on public property. Planting trees and maintaining, I guess, planting.
What
trees.
about planting trees on public property or maintaining trees on public or private property?
Well, because then it won't help plant trees or.
Yeah.
You want to
There's-
plant
there's
trees on
plenty
Why
of
are we
private
gonna
property?
plant trees on private
Yeah,
property?
exactly.
Planting
It's-
and
So
maintaining
what they-
trees on public or private property.
But why would you plant a tree on somebody's private property?
Not me. Like it would be like a lot of municipalities have incentive programs or they provide either low cost or free trees or even coordinate the planting of trees on private property. So in this case, the money is coming from this homeowner at 100 Stokely couldn't put back all the trees on their private property. So instead, we're putting them on city right now, or pruning city. So in reality, it would make sense, common sense wise, for that money to go back to other private property and let the city pay for its own stuff.
I think you're opening up a huge can of worms.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to go in the code either. I have to agree with Pete on that. I would just say the fees paid will be placed in the city's tree preservation account, period.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if
Where we say where the
someone gets
taxpayer
mad
money
because
goes.
taxpayer money is going, are these fines?
Yeah.
Are gonna go for trees on XYZ's property? Well,
And
how
it-
come
and
they-
it's
how
one
come they
guy
get
who
all-
happens
How come
to-
they got all those free trees and they
Yeah.
have $1 million profit?
You gu-
I would
you
just
guys
say
are
fees
sinister.
paid for replacement trees will be placed in the city's tree preservation account, period.
Yeah.
What's the preservation account to be used
That's
for?
up to the city. Same thing they do with taxes. What are the
That's-
I
taxes?
mean,
your
if
lunch
you read,
money.
if you read it literally, it's
That's your
to
lunch money, Ron.
preserve trees in the city.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be sufficient and not try to say what it's.
Last time I
for.
checked, there was about $55,000 in that account. That's been sitting there for a real, real long time. Is it still there?
Leave that one go.
I think it's still there.
Is it really?
There was when I was on the tree
No, I
committee
mean, you know,
3 years ago.
Well, that's a shame.
That's what I said. Is that true, Liz? Is it still in there? Do you know?
Well, yeah, we encumber a certain amount to spend every year.
But it's in there, because we wanted to use it for tree development, and never mind, it's in
All
there.
right, so we're gonna leave that alone. Again,
We're gonna
when the
end
commission
the
sent to
sentence where
this,
you suggested.
where the city commissions are gonna flesh this all out, if they don't like something.
All right, enforcement,
Okay.
13.
We're done with appeals, right?
Okay, we did
Yeah, we
appeals.
did appeals.
Moving on. There's a typo at the top of the next page.
Okay.
Appeal hearing within 60 days or.
Are you in appeals?
I'm
We
in
already
appeals.
did
I'm sorry.
Give
There
us
is
the
a, I'm
subheading.
sorry, typo. This is under appeals. I missed it when we were
All
talking
right.
about.
I'll
What's the
take it,
sub-
I'll
what's
take
the
it.
sub?
I'm sorry, it's in two, it's under hearing in
Okay.
appeals.
Okay.
Or as,
B2, appeal hearing within 60 days or as soon thereafter, as
Okay.
opposed to a
Got it.
soon, as soon.
All right. All right, enforcement.
Enforcement.
So what can we do? Postpone pending application? Any pending application or just a tree application?
All right, where are you, Ms. Liz?
Second, next to the last line,
Next, and may take appropriate action,
last
included,
sentence.
included, but not limited, including but not limited to action or denial. So this is saying that you could postpone acting on a pending application.
Or a
Building
pending
application.
tree application?
A pending, yeah, a
Well, it sounds like they
permit or a-
probably already did what they want.
No, I would say building application.
The
But I
city
mean, it
of
would-
Horace
it
may
would-
take
it would
including
extend
but not
into
limited
that.
to postponement of action or denial of a pending application and revocation of any issued permit for tree removal.
Yeah, I would say building permit, because that's mainly what that's mainly when you're building them.
How does that sound? That you could, including but not limited to postponement of action or denial of a pending building application?
I think we need to add the part that they have now in the code, any other appropriate city official or entity,
Where is that?
in the current code.
Yeah, but where do you want to add it in here?
Cause it might not just be me, I mean, I'm not gonna if it's a building permit, I'm not gonna postpone their building permit.
I got it.
And the building official will.
Right.
Here's
All right,
what-
so where are you doing that?
Wait a minute, here's what we wrote when
It's the
we
city-
did this thing before. Violations of any portion of this article shall be grounds for action by the city arborist building official, including but not limited to the issuance of stop work orders, the revocation of permits, certificates of occupancy and/or business licenses, specific performance or other equitable relief in Chancery Court, and the fines as set forth in the city's chapter.
Yeah, so this is.
That's what I wrote.
This is yours is more similar to what's currently in the code.
Yeah.
This is less than what's
Yeah.
in the current code.
Yep.
Because with this we can revoke building or demo permits. We can revoke COs. We can.
Yep. That's what I had too. Because I think we talked about this that day
Yeah.
we met many moons ago and decided that all those things needed to be done for her to be able to enforce stuff.
So where is that in your,
It's in my thing,
hang on, I had that up here before.
53-714, wherever I got
Yeah,
that.
hang on.
Well, the thing that's interesting about this,
I can email it to you if you want it.
Okay, let's see. Susan, what did you call that thing?
The one I'm in?
Huh?
The one I'm in, 2019 LOC Tree Code, updated December
December?
10th, I think.
December or October?
No, I think it's in the hold on a second. I don't know. I got so many up here now. I don't even know what I have up. October.
I got one from December 10, but I think that's too new.
No, it's in there. It's in that color-coded one I gave you guys.
Oh, it is in that one?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's in the,
hell, I was
because
just
we
in there.
talked about it, because
I'm sorry,
Gene was
I just
assigned
had that
that.
up. Here we go. All right.
Yeah, but it wasn't, if you look, it's kind of
I'm
all the way
in there.
down the very bottom.
Yeah.
It's in the
All right,
color-coded one.
oh, I see, okay, wait a second now.
Right, and it's the
So-
first part of it where it says before
So, before,
to cities chapter.
and then there's a subsequent portion to that that said B, that's not part of it, correct?
Yeah, but that's only because I combined enforcement violations and
Right.
penalties into one section.
Yeah,
But you need to go to where it says set forth in the city's chapter, and then there's 3 dots. Dot, dot, dot.
Yeah. All right, that's the language I'm gonna use. 253-714,
Yeah,
I
because
love
that
it. I
gave
love
Liz
it.
a lot more opportunities to.
Do we want to
714.
separate enforcement from violations and penalties?
Yeah, well, I think he
Yeah,
did. He's only
yeah.
taken the first part of it.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
All right, hang in there, I'm not ready.
violations and penalties was a whole nother section,
ready.
and that was done already by Gene, right? Didn't Gene do that, or
I have
Sandy?
no idea, I don't remember.
Somebody did that. Because I got
Right.
notes here from somebody.
I mean, Gene and I worked on whatever the latest version of this is, but, all right, so that is enforcement, okay. All right.
Violations and penalties, that was Sandy, right? Who did that?
What do we got here at the bottom? It says, it goes from cities chapter dot, 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 enforcement violation and penalty.
Right, that was my section of enforcement, but then I think you guys went ahead and.
Okay, so we want to stop at cities chapter.
Yeah, at city's chapter, period.
Okay, thank you.
And then somebody else did the
Okay,
violations
all
and
right,
penalties.
All right. Violations.
So ignore my stuff on there.
Did you change 253-15 to 253-14? I did, enforcement. Right here. You're referencing 253-15 here.
Oh.
And in 253-15.
Yeah, you guys added another section, remember? So everything goes down a number because you added tree protection.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be sliding other numbers around. Let me see this again, please.
Now it is
This
hot.
15.
End of the section.
Really?
we just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
That should
feels a little
15, it
bit
should be
better.
14,
Just a
gotcha,
little,
thank you.
Well, I can tell you, you can see
No, I'm-
exactly what it is.
because
What's wrong?
we're still warm.
You're still warm.
Well, the air's not on.
I know, we'd have to put the AC, I think, on to correct what's going
Yeah.
on in here.
It's 79 in here.
Yeah, I know.
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah, man.
I feel,
Well, I think right now you need to put the AC on.
That's what I
Or
was
just
saying.
open the
That's
door.
only thing that would help.
I could turn the air conditioning on.
I don't think we're gonna do that.
All I did was just
Let's-
turn it down to the heat.
Let's go faster, that's my solution.
Let's go faster.
So, violations and penalties. Any thoughts on that?
Again, I would reference as set forth in section 270-78. And not.
Move amounts to a fee.
You mean
schedule.
using the language as set forth in 270-78?
Yeah.
You don't mean specifically put that in there?
Whatever the section is we
Yeah.
refer to for everything
Right,
else.
I got it.
I think it's 270-7.
It was, yeah.
So the only 2 violations are
Says
taking out a tree without a permit, why, I don't know why you have building in there, or destroying a tree without a permit.
Damaging.
Yeah.
Is that not good? Does that leave something out?
Depends, I mean, we put a
Well,
lot, there's a
flip the
lot of
page. I mean,
stuff
you-
in
you
here.
go
I mean,
on
it
to
says
the-
Oh, it goes
shall,
on.
shall
Look at
include but not
paragraph G.
limited to.
I mean, those are all the things that they could, the punishment, so to speak.
You're saying we don't
You
have
want to touch a
violations
tree?
listed?
If those are the only violations that we're going to have any penalty for, that's fine, that's certainly not all the,
But
Can't you just say
I'm-
not doing what this chapter says is a
that to
violation?
me makes no sense.
It says for any and every violation of the provisions of this chapter, any
Right.
person who knowingly commits, takes parts, or assists in such violations shall be subject to civil penalties and other remedies as follows. As noted in 270, blah, blah, blah.
So if somebody
Well, I'm
consistently,
gonna parrot that language, I'm not gonna reference two
so
settings.
for example, if somebody's tree protection fence is falling down,
Mhm.
what are we supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Because
When
this
they're
doesn't tell me.
Does it tell you when the tree protection?
Here's what I had: failure to secure a building or tree removal permit as required.
So-
Prior to any tree removal shall be in violation of this chapter.
Here's what I'd like to do. I believe, Susan, like, as you said, that violations and penalties should apply. I mean, that the violation is for any and every violation of the provision of this chapter.
She's asking how it applies.
Well, I mean,
So-
we've given her broad discretion.
Yeah, but so my answer to you, Liz, is that you have a provision to,
Liz,
No, it's me.
did you?
you have a provision,
All right, so you talk about tree protection.
Mhm.
You go to 253(8), paragraph 5. Failure of property owners to comply with the requirements of this section may result in the issuance of a stop work order for all permitted work and/or be after a written notice, the assessment of civil penalties as provided in 253(14).
Where
So-
are you,
253(8), it's actually,
Three?
it's a paragraph 5, it starts on the top
oh,
of the page.
okay, it's I've got 5.
It's paragraph 5.
5.
In section 253(8).
Right, failure of property owners to comply with the requirements 1 through 4 may result in a stop work order,
Okay.
assessment of
requirements
civil
1 through 4.
penalties, and that's under tree protection. It's the last item under tree protection.
Okay, so construction barriers,
Mhm. Everything that we've said they have to do.
okay.
thank you, Pete.
Well, but she's right. So it says, go to 253(14) and see what the penalties are. And you go to 253(14) and there's nothing there, other than the very generic terms.
What would you want in there?
I don't know.
I mean, I think what it's doing
For
is
every
stipulating,
violation
it's
of
stipulating how the civil penalties will be applied.
$150.
Or whatever it says for them.
$150 for each day, or if we're going to
So I guess
270.
it does give you the power to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Do we need to say, though, under this section, that violations shall include but not be limited to failure to secure a building or tree removal permit
That one
or
just,
damaging? I don't know why we're just pulling out a couple of items from
And-
the code, when what we really want to say is that anybody that violates this code is subject to penalty to any part of this code. So why pull out those two things?
and why do we care about somebody failing to secure a building permit? It has nothing to do with any
Well,
of this.
that's true, yeah. I mean, my feeling, we should move, let's see.
change,
We could
just
put,
scratch A1 and 2.
scratch
and-
A
and
altogether.
Make
Yeah,
it
let's
A,
start off with B.
B,
Scratch A, start with
and
B.
go with that, okay.
And that, but say in B, any person who knowingly commits, takes part, or assists in any violation of this code
Yeah.
shall be declared, well, they won't be declared a civil offense. Any person who knowingly commits, takes part, or assists in
Forget
any
where I
such
got that
violation
language.
shall be,
I'll blame it on Gene.
yeah, that's because that doesn't make,
Shall be subject to a civil offense,
shall
There you go.
be
subject.
subject, okay?
Shall be subject to.
Right.
Civil offense
Civil
pursuant.
offense. Okay,
All right, you good?
yep,
You got your stop order in there, you saw that.
you
right?
got it,
Okay.
man. You repeated it, so let's do it.
Well, this was a little more work than what I anticipated.
Really? This was a lot
No, I mean, we
easier.
got done. I'm impressed that, we got this done. I
Yep.
was
We-
panicking late this morning, but,
We got a few things to work
yeah,
on,
we did.
which if we don't,
Um,
would you prefer we not do those now? And would you
No,
like-
we're done. Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
No, I'm ready, stick a fork in me.
Yeah, definitely,
Okay.
I'm out of
What do
here.
you still left to do?
253,
So what I still
12,
need to
and
do,
9, he
I
wants
need- I
some
need to
feedback
discuss-
on these items. 253, 9, A, B, C, and E. we didn't
So,
settle on final language.
Yeah.
Guys, we're
so
so
what I'm
close
gonna
to
do is
finishing.
I'm gonna take whatever,
Can we just finish?
Depends if we have it in us.
yeah, let's,
Well, we've said we could be here before 30, so it's only 3:20.
all right, you wanna keep
You
going?
wanna try?
I'd like to get this done.
I'd like to get it done.
That would be very cool.
I would like to finish.
That would be very cool.
For many, many reasons. I would like
Okay,
to finish.
here's a minor one. We can
Okay.
tick it off. Let's go back to appeals and variances and
Well, wait a
just,
second, we're gonna start over.
253:12?
let's go back to 253:12 and just get the language in there for giving the Tree Ordinance Commission authority to, what can I say, deliberate on a variance request. So my thought is that that sentence should come after the second sentence, the end of the second sentence.
Where? What
Hang on,
sentence?
hang on.
Okay, so do you want me to read it?
Yeah, but stand by. If
Okay.
we're gonna do this now, I'm gonna do it in here
Cool.
now.
Okay,
And so to the extent we're gonna
Okay.
do that, I wanna save a copy.
Before you start typing, wouldn't it just be easier to put a paragraph 4? The Tree Ordinance Commission shall have the authority to,
well,
Do the variance thing?
well, but this is its authority in,
All right.
we,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Help me here, since I'm the guy that's gonna be the scribe. Where are you?
okay, where I am is.
253, give me a number.
253:12, 3, yeah, 12, appeals, 3, authority of the Tree Ordinance Commission.
Wait a minute, are you in A3? A3.
Thank you,
Authority of the
yes,
Tree
A3,
Ordinance
yep,
Commission. Okay,
correct,
go ahead.
A3. It says, "The Tree Ordinance Commission shall have the authority to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged that there is error in any decision made by the city arborist on an application for a tree removal permit. In exercising its authority, the Ordinance Commission may affirm, reverse, modify, in whole or in part, blah, blah. However, they also may reverse."
Are you gonna start dictating to me at some
Yeah,
point?
yes, I am. I'm just trying to get to where it is. May reverse or modify the arborist decision only if it finds decision contrary to a provision or not supported by evidence or is arbitrary or capricious. And I guess what I was going to say is that the Tree Ordinance Commission shall also have the authority to to
253.
authorize a variance from this ordinance. And we could shorthand this and say as
Well,
specified.
All you need to do is start dictating
okay.
slowly and with
Okay.
feeling
Okay,
where you want me to put
Okay.
whatever you want me to
What-
put.
right after arbitrary or capricious. Then say,
Hang on.
Okay, I'm
Easy for
sorry.
you to say. You know where you are. I have no
I do,
clue
I
where
do,
you are.
I thought I left you with your
You left me at
finger on
3.
there. Okay,
Three, yeah.
Okay, so if you go to right there.
Arbitrary or
there.
com- all
Yeah,
right, what was
arbitrary
your-
or capricious.
All right.
And
Is
then
it a
put
new sentence?
new sentence.
Okay.
The Tree Ordinance Commission.
Hang on. I'm very, very slow at
That's
this.
okay.
That's for me. I just left. Yep.
Shall also have the authority to authorize
Shall also have the authority to authorize?
correct. I know, it sounds repetitive.
Can't they shall
Well, I'm repeating.
shall authorize? All right.
Shall have the
Shall have the
authority.
authority to authorize,
Uh-huh.
whatever.
To authorize.
This is why I want to do it some other way.
Okay.
go ahead.
a variance
Yep.
from this ordinance
Okay.
as described in section, whatever, 253.
You're going too fast for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, as described in,
253.
hang on.
Okay.
Boom, chugga-lugga. All right. 253.
-5 C 2.
Same to you. Period?
Okay.
Period?
Period.
All right, next item.
Does that work?
I wasn't following.
That was
Can
attorney
someone
stuff.
just-
I was purposely
I'll read
staying
it
out of
back.
it, and you
Someone
weren't
just
even
read it
paying
back.
attention.
I'll read it back. The tree ordinance,
That's way above my pay grade.
Okay.
I'm
Just
open-
what you, just what you
Zero.
typed.
the tree ordinance commission shall
Exactly.
also have the authority to authorize a
negative
variance from
300
this
for-
ordinance as
Senior care
described
for my
in
father today at $30 an hour,
253.5C2.
From this ordinance or from this, from the decision?
From this ordinance. And what that refers you back to is 253.5C2, which says they, let's see, they have the responsibility to authorize, I'm trying to see what,
Yeah, I don't know if the language is right,
but
but
they have the power to authorize a variance from this ordinance where owing to special conditions or exceptional situations, a literal interpretation will result in blah, blah, blah. So I'd rather than repeat it, I just said they
I'm
shall.
not sure I love the language that's right there, but we could edit it later.
Okay,
We're on the same page.
That appeals, that whole section's gonna be redone by the attorneys,
That's
right?
true, that's very true.
I mean, that's
But
so
we
far out of our
got it, we
price
got it.
range.
I'm not
like
so
you
sure
said,
it
for
is,
zero.
because it's lockstep with the,
We got it in there.
What's next?
Okay, we're going back to tree plans and permits.
No, we're not.
What section?
If you don't want to. Okay,
All right,
okay for you.
got it.
And did we get tree plan? Okay, we set up a separate section called tree plans. But why don't we start with permits?
is that where you are?
Well, this whole section we were rewriting, tree plans and permits.
I think we
I mean,
did.
I have language that I've written both in my
Okay.
notebook and in my
Okay.
file
I mean,
folder
we can
here.
read, you wanna write it real quick? I
yeah,
can type it
I
up
mean,
if you wanna do
Why,
that.
do you want to just get it typed up? Let Miss Susan.
I don't mind typing it up real quick.
All
Just
right.
do it, because there's a lot
All right,
of mess in there.
all right.
Well, I guess my point,
Uh-huh.
hang on. So we gotta go, I mean, let's start at the beginning, definitions, caliper, we changed the language of caliper.
Oh, wait a minute. You want me to write the whole thing? No, now I offered that.
Well, no, I'm giving you changes, that's what we said we wanted
I
to
thought
do.
we were
Please,
just
talking
in
about
tree
the
plan.
tree plan. So I should stop.
253.9.
Just that one section.
Let's do 253.9. Let's just get that piece done.
All right.
And
Okay,
then you
and
can
she
take
types it.
this and the
Okay,
notes
okay.
and put in all the little,
I didn't understand what you
the little
wanted to do.
diddly
All right.
parts. Because this is the one where you
There's a
wanted
lot of
us to
diddlies.
send you ideas.
All right, so basically I'm doing a 253.9 and that's it,
And a
right?
253.10. 253.9 is going to be tree removal permits.
All right, I was gonna type it in email. 250, let me find, which one am I closest to here? This is completely rewritten, right, from anything that we have?
That's right, we're using the current, yeah, we're using this.
Right, which I don't have.
Right.
All right. Okay. Go ahead. So the 253-9,
Correct.
tree removal permits.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So A would be, it would say a tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of any protected tree.
Okay.
Okay, I think what would be appropriate would be then to put B and say, or one, I'm not sure, with something, some other heading.
What's the subject?
Tree removal permits will be issued. What they'll be issued for.
Okay.
Will be
Yeah.
issued, and what
Did
is
you
the
read that
language?
language?
I
Okay, so
did
the
not.
language I put down was, tree removal permits will or shall be required for, one, trees that are determined to be endangered by excavation or other construction demands.
Okay, stop.
Sorry.
You have
sorry.
tree removal permit shall be required for, and the first one was
But it's
removal of any
Any
protected tree.
protected tree.
Okay, so that needs to be your one.
So
I'm sorry, what?
this is gonna be why they'll be issued. Tree removal permits will be issued for the following reasons, or,
Shall be required for, one, the removal of any protected tree.
okay.
Two, what it was, Hoyte was just saying, is that how you want to do it?
I don't know, I don't think that's what we wanna do.
Okay, go ahead.
A tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of any protected tree.
Got it.
Then what we're gonna say is, what are the conditions under which a permit would be approved? That's
Okay,
what, that's
got
what
it.
we're gonna do.
Tree removal permit
So
shall be,
however we say that, tree removals will be issued given the following conditions, given one of the following conditions.
okay,
Which are, trees are determined to be endangered by excavation, is that what you're saying?
We could, we hadn't settled on this.
Okay.
okay.
Um,
One.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4 items.
All right, give me yours.
We took out one though, didn't we?
We took one out because
Yeah.
it's redundant.
No, he's saying you have relisted one, two,
All
three,
right,
four?
so,
What do you got?
did you get the one about the excavation?
Okay, nope, go
Are
ahead.
determined to be endangered by excavation or other construction demands, comma, or, wherever we are, 2,
then we
3,
put-
wherever.
Two.
The tree.
Inhibit utility installation.
Whoa. Determined to be endangered by excavation?
Or
Or other construction demands,
Okay.
comma, or.
Next number.
And this is another one?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Inhibit utility installation, operation, and/or maintenance.
utility, installation, operation, or maintenance, okay.
Or
Or,
the tree is determined to be dead.
Okay,
or
Or,
the tree,
yeah, the last one
the
then,
tree is.
tree
of-
removal.
What do you have?
Hang
Hoyte?
on, what do I have here? Tree removal or, tree removal on undeveloped lot.
Okay, that's,
You got another one?
before we get to that one, yeah, I have that the tree is of, or trees are of an invasive species.
Ah, okay, now wait a minute now.
Oh, you slipped that in there.
Yeah, look at that, she's going right by me with that.
I'm
Invasive or nuisance?
Well, invasive's
Yeah,
one
let's
thing.
talk about that.
Okay,
So much for
invasive species.
the last hour.
okay, and give me five before y'all change your mind.
Or constitute a nuisance when beyond the exceeding the characteristics
Wait a second.
of a normal, healthy tree.
Are we protecting nuisance trees?
What is a nuisance tree?
That's your.
Do you think someone should be able to take down, would you feel comfortable letting someone take a tree down that demonstrates a nuisance above and beyond normal
Pine
characteristics
needles
of
in your
trees? Or would you rather just not go there?
Well, to me, that's not a reason pine
I
needles
know,
falling
that's
on
why I'm
the
throwing them
lawn.
right back at you.
What I said
don't see
is,
that.
or trees that constitute a nuisance beyond the normal characteristics of a healthy tree.
like
I
roots
think-
popping up,
I mean,
3
roots,
pavers in a driveway, boom,
roots,
tree's gone.
roots, well, again,
Well,
But the cure is worse than the disease. You can take out the 3 pavers, cut, chisel the root, pop the pavers back in.
got it.
Easy fix.
So are there
point of
are
pavers,
there
trees.
some trees that could present nuisances above and beyond what is sort of normal for the tree that you would feel comfortable?
I'm asking, but what is a nuisance?
Time
in
out,
this?
what are the, I thought we were tree removal of protected trees, which are defined already. How does that have anything to do with a nuisance tree?
These are the criteria for her to, you can go, you have a protected tree. You
And
wanna
what's a
take it
protected tree
out.
now?
You've got
It's
a
a
protected
nuisance,
tree,
but it's a
you wanna
nuisance.
have it taken out. Because you don't like where it is, something it's doing, its condition, you go to Liz and say,
It has purple leaves.
I wanna
like green.
take this tree out. What we're trying to do is tell Liz when she can do that, under what criteria she can approve it.
But I'm
And
still thinking that protected trees are already defined as being either 15 or 24
yeah,
inches.
this isn't-
We're
In the
saying there
setback.
are
this
that
isn't
big
about
already.
that. This
You're
isn't
saying a
about
tree
the
that's that big
size.
that's
And
dead.
they're also in the species list that she has.
Right.
approved.
Yes, but trees die, they become
Oh,
We've already
diseased.
wait,
taken
wait,
care of-
wait.
We've already taken care of dead trees.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, that was,
I said it before.
No, yeah, we have done that, but here, these are the criteria under which Liz can say, yes, you don't like that protected tree in that setback. However, you can't take it out because it doesn't meet these criteria.
Right.
It's not, it's
no,
not.
I understand.
Okay, so one of the things that might be, that's in the current code, I believe, is it describes trees that could cause some kind of nuisance or hazard or something
But
that doesn't go along with just dropping leaves, cones, fruit,
But the
having roots.
problem is,
Okay,
nuisance to like a regular person means anything that gets on your nerves. The legal definition of nuisance is different.
I wouldn't
what
put
is,
it in there, I would
what's the
just leave
legal
it out.
definition?
You're asking the wrong person, but I believe it's been told to me that a nuisance is something that interferes with your right to enjoy and use your property.
Well, then we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I would leave that one out. straight
So
up.
let's-
So how about
nuisance.
invasive species?
An invasive species wouldn't be part of the protected tree list that she has, would it?
We did
didn't-
not say anything about a
we took
species
out of
list.
protection.
I thought we did.
No,
No,
no.
we took it out
We took it out.
because
Protected trees are not,
we're trying
They're not
to,
defined by 253.4 or whatever?
no.
Why not?
we don't, what we're trying to protect is your minimum density and the size of a tree. You can't replant trees unless they're of an approved species. You might have existing trees that are invasive.
And they're protected?
They may be protected by their diameter.
If you have a 40-inch
Oh.
Norway maple.
Yeah,
They
okay.
might be protected by diameter, but considered so in other words, someone would have to
You may not
replace
like
the
them because
tree.
they're not native.
No, it's not because they're not native.
It's an invasive tree, so it creates, it constitutes a
They-
threat. It's a threat to the natural environment.
Yeah.
So someone could come and say, I want to take out this whatever,
Bradford pear.
Bradford pear, and I want to replace it with something on the approved list. And you would say,
Please
wonder-
do.
Please, please do. So that in and of itself would be a reason to let
Why
somebody
are we,
take down the
we're
tree.
protecting it because it's more than 24 inches or whatever,
We've set
right?
that criteria.
Right.
We want Liz to
Right.
take a look at it, so they don't say, you know,
It's
if we start talking about species for civilians, we get in dangerous territory.
Because a sugar maple is native and desirable, and a Norway maple is highly invasive, and it's not easy to tell the
We
difference if
need
you
a
don't know what you're looking
professional
at.
to rule on that.
I think we
Still
should leave
don't-
invasive, but the second one, what was that?
We're gonna leave the
I think
The
you
other
should
one,
just.
nuisance
I think
one
you
needs
should
to
just.
stay out.
leave the nuisance alone, but let's put invasive
You should
in
just
there.
list the species that are
Invasive?
the ones that you want to exempt.
Okay, now when you
From
say
what?
exempt from what?
Well, not exempt, put in this list that you get a permit, rather.
Okay,
It's just
is there
easier
a
that
short
way.
enough list that that's practical?
Yeah, it can be whatever, I mean, cause I
You
would
can always
honestly.
build on it, it's not in, right, you know, it's not on the books.
I
it's
would include even Leland Cypress in it, to tell you the truth.
breaking
So
the
you're
law
talking
here.
about creating a second list
Yep.
of trees that are deemed invasive.
Could we?
I would just put it right in the code, it's only a few trees, Norway maple,
Oh,
ailanthus,
no, we're not
craft
gonna put that in
repaired.
the code, oh heavens, no.
I'm not making a whole nother list for 4 tree species, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's just as ridiculous as putting it in the code.
Yeah, we don't want it in the code, definitely.
I
And-
want
And
to.
and if you find this a 5th invasive species tree, you can just change
I'm
your
not
list.
gonna find this magical, like,
I think
you
you,
just
I think you
pick
understood
'em.
what I said.
Yeah, I mean, you just pick them, and if you wanna add something else, then
Okay, wait a
we do
second.
it, but
Under the definition of city arborist, the city arborist shall develop and maintain a current approved species list available on the city's website. Can't we just put an approved species and nuisance species list
And
available
what?
on the website?
Well, not nuisance.
That's what I was
You're
saying.
thinking invasive.
Or invasive,
She did.
not nuisance, invasive. You don't wanna create one?
I mean, you can't, I don't see any difference between putting that on the website versus having 4 tree species written right here in print. So now I'm reading
Okay.
this and I'm like, any trees listed as undesirable trees on the city's website. So now I gotta leave this and I gotta go click on this or log in here.
If you're comfortable, we could do this. We could
I
put
do
this
not wanna put it in the code.
invasive
I don't wanna put it in
species.
there either.
As far as
As-
tree line,
as
that's
list?
not making
Yeah,
it
come
more.
on.
How about this? Tree is determined to be of an invasive species. Same as tree is determined, she's gonna determine it's dead, she can determine it's invasive.
There you go,
And so you
Tree
can have a
is
list saying these are invasive
determined.
trees.
there you go.
To be. Might get a raise because we're adding all this responsibility, son. Trees determined to be
Hey,
of an
we're
invasive
also gonna get
species.
you a raise.
Good, good.
Oh, is that in here?
Okay.
And air conditioning. We're moving. Those guys just said it's really hot out there too, the building department.
It is,
So,
the air, it's freezing downstairs, they'll have to wear
Oh, yeah.
jackets.
That's
what
like
Ann
our
said.
restaurant, it's
Ann
the
said.
same way. All right, trees determined to be of an invasive species. Is that good? Trees
Good.
determined to be dead. Perfect.
Good.
All right, what's that? Tree removal permits. Got them all. What's next?
All right.
Okay, do you want to put inspection next?
Sure.
Wait, where
Or
are
what do you want?
Are we down in,
Or do you want,
what about the undeveloped lots?
Okay. Where and how are we gonna address the undeveloped lot?
I had it in with the
Because
list.
It's part of the list, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not there yet. We haven't put language on the list.
C. We're gonna put a C.
Okay,
This is under tree removal, correct?
we're
Okay.
still under tree.
Yep, tree removal permits.
Removal
C.
permits, C.
Yeah.
A tree removal permit.
Uh-huh.
A
Shall
tree
be
removal
required.
permit Shall be required. Okay.
For the removal of
For the removal of any trees,
Any protected tree.
any protected trees, removal of any protected trees, including those including those not in the required setbacks on undeveloped properties that do not have an active building permit
So
pending.
what's an undeveloped property? Because I just searched our code and undeveloped property, the phrase does not show up.
Yeah,
Undeveloped
good.
lot does not show up.
yeah, what is the term? There is a term, it identifies that, and it is,
Can you go back and read that again?
Okay,
please?
a tree removal permit shall be required for the removal of any protected trees, including those not in the required setbacks on undeveloped properties that do not have an active building permit or application pending. Because you all were worried about what if they're gonna be in the process. So,
Could it be a lot without improvements?
unimproved, that's what it
setbacks
was.
on,
Unimproved, that was
unimproved.
good. Unimproved.
Okay.
Perfect, like,
Yeah,
you can't put a
great.
dock on an unimproved lot in a lot of places. On unimproved properties, Tree removal permits shall be required for the removal of any protected trees, including those not in the required setbacks, because our definition of protected trees
Right.
says it is.
Right.
On unimproved properties that do not have an active building permit or application pending.
I don't think you need the last part of it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, because,
Well, it's already covered. If
Yeah,
it's,
it's superfluous.
is it already covered?
No, the
no, I don't
problem-
think so.
No, because the problem is, if you don't say, if you're not essentially saying this person doesn't have an intention to build soon, you're
Yeah.
creating a category of currently unimproved property that requires a permit for trees within the building setback, which you don't want to do impose on someone who has an active building permit, who has established his setbacks. That's kind of the way we're trying to do
How many
this.
unimproved properties do you even have? 2?
They're not very many,
I
and,
think of 2 empty lots that aren't
uh-huh,
part of like a bigger parcel with a house on it. Because some things you might think of as unimproved, like along Columbia and Henlopen, that huge
Mhm.
parcel
mhm.
has a house on it, 2 house and a
And
shed.
some might be properties that have a side yard, and then they have the house on the other one lot,
Yeah,
but the
but they're
side yard is
usually-
unimproved. I mean, they're,
Yeah, but they're usually one. They're not subdivided with a
no,
house
they're not
in the middle.
subdivided,
So
but
that,
you raised the issue of what about subdivisions when we were talking about this, and so how would that apply?
don't know.
I mean, just say you've got a double lot,
Mhm.
there's a house on one half of it,
And you can
the owner
subdivide
subdivides it
and leave the house
and
there.
leaves the house there, they have now created an unimproved lot.
Mhm.
So I think this covers that, so, yeah,
Yeah,
because that could happen,
happen.
that could happen.
It's happened a couple times.
Mm-hmm. So I think you do have to
Actually, it's
say-
happening right now. What am I talking
Okay,
about? Yeah,
okay.
we just have one.
Good.
Got it.
So what else do we need in here to finish this? We have,
You need tree protection, the tree protection section.
Are you
well,
gonna
we're still in-
continue
we're
on
still
down
in the
because you got,
permits. We're
you
still
got the
in permits.
fees
We've got the fees for the permits.
that
What
you
are-
wanted to make a
and we-
more general language?
We've got the posting and we've got the emergencies.
Okay, we'll read
And
those
then you
down.
got the permit notice?
Right, correct.
Okay, so D is, what?
So D says an
Fees?
application for a tree removal permit shall be subject to, do we want to put a processing fee of $20 in there, or do we want to refer
Well-
someone to a fee schedule? Question.
You asking me?
If anybody who's
Su-
listening.
Susan was leaning towards the fee schedule, and I'm not sure we can convince these guys. The problem with this thing is, I mean, your point is very well taken, but, I mean, we've already seen an example where they just created some new provisions, and they were about variances. And they were taking the variance process out of the Board of Adjustment and giving it to the building inspector.
Oh, okay.
And I believe there was a fee associated with that, and they
Right.
put down a specific fee amount.
Okay. Do you want to leave it in here and then do what we said before, which is to write a kind of a little
I was gonna,
addendum and say,
yeah,
we
I'm
advise
gonna
all fees.
I'm gonna do some kind
Okay.
of thing
Then
as
put
part of
in-
a presentation.
put in
that
a
points out some of
good.
these things.
An application for a tree removal permit shall be subject to a processing fee of $20.
Well, there's no change. You're not
Well, just
changing.
what
We're
it's
just
called.
taking out tree plan protection.
I'm sorry.
We're
I'm
adding
sorry.
an
Okay, forgive
application
me,
for a
forgive me.
tree
Okay,
removal
okay.
permit shall be subject to a processing fee
So
of $20.
right now, we collect 20 when the tree permit is submitted.
Okay, and then what do you do?
And then anytime there's a tree plan review,
Okay,
it's 50.
right.
And then anytime a tree permit is issued and the tree's not dead, it's 50.
Is there a tree plan submitted with each tree removal permit
It's
application?
included as part of the tree permit.
So that, they would also pay $50. They pay
So-
$70 for a tree removal permit.
Whether or not there's a planting plan required,
I
yes.
understand, okay,
But say you're like building a new house
right,
that has no trees on it,
right,
you have a $50 tree plan review, because we
Right.
still have to review your planting plan.
right, right.
If you're removing trees, replacing trees, whatever it may be, it's $50 review fee plus the permit.
I understand, okay.
Okay, so an application for a tree removal permit shall be subject to a processing fee of $20 and a tree plan fee of $50 if applicable. Fees are waived for the removal of trees determined to be dead.
Works for me.
Sounds good.
Not the application fee. Application fee stays no matter.
So what fee is waived?
The
What, the
permit
processing
fee.
fee?
No, the $20 is always, when you hand a permit in, for us to take it in at the front desk, it's $20.
That's it, $20, but they
to
don't,
play.
the $50 is waived.
I don't add the
You don't
$50
add the
on.
50 if it's a dead tree.
Yeah, I'll write in the permit, no fee for
Okay.
dead tree. But it has to be dead, it can't be 10%
Right.
alive,
So the
everything.
$20 isn't waived?
No,
Correct.
the
Okay.
$50 tree
Okay,
permit fee is waived, not the application fee.
which is waived for dead trees. I'm sure somebody will make that a little more eloquent. but- Okay, so one more time. An application for a tree removal permit shall be subject to a processing fee of $20 and a tree plan fee of $50 if applicable, which is waived for dead trees.
Okay.
Yes?
Works.
So the $50 tree plan review fee is not waived for dead trees, right? Yeah, I mean, it can't because it's tree plan review.
So if.
So what's
I'm
waived? That's what I asked you.
The
I don't
permit application.
The
perm-
$20.
The permit issuance fee, the 50. So there's 3 fees. If
Oh,
you
I
wanna
only
come,
have 2 here.
there's 3 fees right now.
Oh,
You wanna come in and you say you own your house and you've lived there 300
Right,
years, you've
right.
owned it for 300 years and you wanna remove a maple that's half dead.
Right.
I say, okay, no problem, you got 75 other trees, you pay $20 to submit it, I issue the permit, it's $50 for you to come and pick it up, and that's when it's valid. Now, say you're building a new house, you wanna remove trees, you have a protection plan, all that. It's $20 to apply for the tree permit, $50 to be issued the tree permit, and a $50 tree plan review fee. So 3 different fees.
Okay, so one more time, I got this.
There's a application
Yeah,
fee,
I think
an
I only
issuance
had 2 in
fee,
there.
and a review fee.
So, application for a tree removal permit should be subject to a processing fee of $20 and a permit fee of $50,
Which is waived if the tree is dead.
which is waived if the tree is dead. Okay. All right, a tree plan fee of $50,
Review fee of
a
$50.
tree plan
Review.
review
But this is
fee
going,
of
this is gonna go
$50.
under, it's, would that,
That would go under
Go
tree
under
plan
tree.
review, yes.
but that's a separate
So
section.
we're gonna move that out of there.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it's for construct, like
Okay.
land alteration.
That's gonna be a separate
Yeah,
provision.
that's under.
Because
tree.
right now, we don't chart, if you come in and you have to remove a tree, just in the same scenario, you've had the house forever, and we require a planting plan, we don't charge you additional to review the planting plan.
Okay. All right, got it. Application, so what's after fees?
Okay, so then you would have permit notice.
Okay. Got it.
The applicant shall post the tree removal permit on the property where it is easily visible from the sidewalk or street 7 days prior to the tree's removal.
Applicant shall post a tree removal permit on the property where it is easily visible from the sidewalk or street 7 days to the tree's removal.
Prior to the tree's removal.
7 days prior. Okay,
And then we have emergencies.
yep,
Do you want me to read it to you?
yep.
The permitting requirements.
read me the whole thing, Matt.
Okay, the permitting requirements of this section may be suspended or waived by the
Okay.
city manager.
Permitting requirements of this section may be
Suspended or waived by the city manager during a period officially declared by the mayor or governor.
Oh, God, we need all these words. Declared by the mayor or governor.
Such as a storm or other city emergency.
We don't need all that. As a state of emergency?
That's state languages in there.
Is that what, the such as a storm or other city emergency?
Such, let's
Yeah,
leave it in
Jean-
there.
Jean is
Such
the
as
one
a
for-
storm
Or other city
or
emergency.
other
City
city
emergency.
emergency.
One last sentence. The replacement requirements,
Wait a minute, is this part of the
that's part of
emergency?
emergencies. Mhm.
Replacement requirements.
For affected trees shall be the same as required with a standard tree removal permit.
So they still have to apply for a permit after that? How are we ever gonna determine?
What do they do now? What if somebody takes down a tree during a storm because part of it falls on their house? What do they do?
It's never I mean, it's not knock on wood, but it's not happened.
Okay. I mean, I know of a property on King Charles where the owner had a cedar tree in front of his house, and he had a tree service come and take it down after a storm. And he didn't talk to the city about it. There was no city emergency, but he said it had been damaged in the storm. He was told he should have called the city and had someone come look at it first. But what would you do in terms of permitting or
Well, I think
fees under those situations?
Legally, I don't think there's anything the city can do to prevent you from taking the necessary steps to
Right,
protect your property.
right.
So
Yeah.
if it really push comes to shove,
Right,
no, we can't do that.
okay.
Now, as a tree company, you have your reputation at stake, and they're all aware that if it's a situation like that,
Mhm.
the first step should be to call your crews to get them out, and the second should be to call the city.
Right.
That being said, your crew shouldn't stand around while a tree is laying on a house
Yep.
because I'm on lunch break.
No, I hear you.
So,
But then how would replacement or whatever, how would you deal with that situation where someone had to take a tree down during a storm?
Well, she would know,
don't
because
know.
if the city manager and those guys waive the fact that they don't need it, they're gonna know that it came down and it should go back up.
Yeah, but what does the citizen, what are they required to do?
Come in and talk to her and say, we had to take a tree
Well,
down.
Liz is
Doesn't-
saying this doesn't happen.
You know what,
I
if they have a
mean,
big enough
but-
storm to knock
but
one down,
should
there's
it
gonna be
happen?
so many trees down, she's gonna be like,
I know.
So,
But I was
I
gonna
don't see
describe a situation
how,
that occurred, I forget, it's been within the last year.
It's like removable of a dead
that
tree
we
without
had
telling
a
you.
major storm in the city, and there were all kinds of limbs that came out of trees, including one across the street from me.
Right.
And I know there was another one down on St. Lawrence, and was crushed a car, dented the top of it anyway. But anyway, the city was out and around that very next morning. And by the end of that day, they had removed this big limb, which was, it was in the
that
yard
just
coming out.
happened, and that we should have, that was against my training and advice, to be honest with you. The city should not be pulling tree pieces off of people's cars.
Oh,
ever.
no, they weren't on
If
the
you-
car.
that's the one you're
No,
talking
they-
about.
I don't know what happened.
Or
with it.
trespassing
The one on
on
St.
private
Lawrence.
property to do
Yeah,
so,
they,
ever.
well, what they did was they, I don't know, you know, they took the limb away, you know, chopped it up and it was gone. That was like, and the people weren't even there, you know, it wasn't even an issue of the property owner failing to notify the city, because the city had it
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, like, say there's a dead animal in somebody's backyard, like, we know the police have gone back and have escorted streets to have it removed because it's a public safety
Right,
issue, stuff like
right.
that.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying, Liz, is there's a possibility that a protected tree would be lost in a storm or have to be removed.
We
and
would
so-
never know.
And do you wanna know? Do we want it in the code that citizens are supposed to come and say, I had to take this tree down?
Or the contractor.
What's wrong with the language that's there now? I just don't understand why we're having this discussion.
It says,
Replacement
Because
requirements
it's-
for affected trees shall be the same as required for a standard tree removal permit.
Because how's it gonna
Right.
be enforced? That's the question. We're putting things in here that we're not really sure on the back end how they're gonna work. Because are we just relying on the people's good nature and the tree company's honesty to bring this stuff forth? And if so,
How
that's
else are you
fine,
gonna-
if that's
how
what
else
we're
are you
doing.
gonna be able to do it?
That's my point. So if we don't think that most people are ever gonna bring it forward, what's the point in having it in
And the
there?
guy's
If we
neighbor
do,
goes to you and says, hey, I have a picture of this tree here last week.
Mm-hmm.
Then now you put a notice and you have the ability to do the fines as per section 14 or whatever. So I don't see what we're talking
I
about.
think the intention here is not to fine them, but rather
Give them the ability to.
to get the tree replaced.
get the tree out and get it replaced, yeah.
Yeah.
But it won't be replaced unless,
Well, it says right in there,
but see what it says
requirements for
there.
affected
But
trees
it's
shall
the
be
same
the
thing.
same as required for a standard tree removal permit.
Okay, well, let's just leave it as if people and contractors want to be good Samaritans and come forward and say, hey, we took out this tree, we're going to replace it, great. I'm not going to go around patrolling the city looking for people that removed trees in storms and didn't come forward. I mean, if we're talking 1 or 2 trees, that's fine. If we're talking like Sandy level in New York, it would never
It's not
happen.
gonna matter anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's a whole different level.
But it's the same thing as people who have 6 months to replace a tree. You know, she has the ability, once she's made aware of it, to go back out there and find them and enforce it. We can't. This
Well,
code
no,
came out-
one's a flagrant, like, just, I'm not gonna do what the code says. The other one, like, your first thought if a tree, like, is falling over or cracked or landed on your house or car is not to call the city. So we would rely on the contractors to do so, so.
No, but you have the teeth in here to deal with it if you had to.
We did put it, I mean, if you leave it in there, if you get notice, a neighbor sees this, then you can follow up on it. I mean, that's a notification. It authorizes you to do something.
We good?
Okay, are we moving on to tree plans?
Sure.
Tree plans.
What are we doing now?
Tree plans. We finised tree permit removal.
This is gonna be a
permits.
new section, right, like
Yes, it
253?
is. We're gonna make it 25310 and make it tree plans.
Yeah, hang on a second here.
And will this begin with A?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
so
you may not need a.
tree, 25310, tree protection plans. A tree protection plan shall be submitted to delineate tree root protection areas and other measures to be taken to ensure the safety and survivability of all protected trees. Such measures shall include but are not limited to all construction activities, grading or draining changes, trenching including underground utility lines, heavy equipment use or temporary construction access drives, and where construction materials and equipment will be stored. B, an application for a tree plan review should be subject to a fee of $50.
Okay, but we also
What'd I
need,
miss?
we need a tree plan also.
Okay,
And that was A.
should that be A? Okay.
It doesn't, I mean, it
That's
doesn't-
fine.
It's one or the other. You can move it up to A. And what Hoyte had was, and I had some suggested, there's nothing that describes what's in the tree plan, and I know that the current code does. I mean, I just made the note that tree plans show the position and species of trees proposed to be removed and replaced. Is that accurate, Liz? Is that what a tree plan does?
Shows the,
Shows the position and species of trees proposed to be removed,
what are we,
replaced, and,
what are we talking about a tree plan in relation to? New construction?
Yeah.
yeah.
So a tree plan would show the proposed
Mhm.
construction, whether it's new house, addition, pool.
Right,
Overlaid onto the existing trees, all of the existing trees,
okay.
with notations on whether or not, like, it would either show fencing around the tree, or it would show TBR, to be removed, and it would show the DBH, and then usually in the key, it'll delineate, sometimes they'll call out species, sometimes it'll be deciduous and
Okay.
evergreen, so, just depends. And sometimes, like, if it's something easy and they know they need a front yard tree, sometimes it'll have it on there, sometimes I'll have to have them add it, just depends.
And those are required whenever an application for a building permit is submitted, is that correct?
Not
Or
always, right?
additions over 500 square feet.
Currently, okay, but what we said was anything involving land alteration,
So,
which required tree protection or tree removal.
yeah, so any land alteration that were, at all?
Mhm.
So trash
Any-
pads, stuff like that, okay.
Anything.
Where are you now?
No,
A,
no, you and I debated this one, because you wanted to do that, and I said that was crazy.
So
Yeah,
you
but
need to be
you
aware that
came-
there's a
You
separate.
came up with the language land alteration, anything that would change the footprint of.
Actually, that was Sandy and I came up with.
Yeah,
Well, I
I did
think-
not, you got, and I even said 500 square feet. Is that an addition
Okay.
of 500 square feet? Because if you're replacing 500 square feet of flooring in your house,
Mhm.
you shouldn't be subject to it. So,
Agreed.
I mean, it should be,
Okay,
I think, again, it says in one point, it's up to the discretion of the building official whether or not it's required. But, I mean, that 500 square feet to me needs to be defined, because there's a lot that affects 500 square feet that shouldn't require a tree plan.
well, in this,
Well,
we're not talking about any dollar amount or any square footage. We're talking about any time that a proposed building alters the land, that would require tree removal or tree protection.
Well, then we need to add within the setback area.
So I
Okay.
want to make you guys aware, I'm not sure that you're aware, but we have a separate provision, or several actual provisions under tree protection that address the issue of tree protection during construction. All right, if you go to 253(8),
But what-
B, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, and they.
Where are you?
Does that echo the language that we're describing?
Well, you tell me.
Oh, okay.
Where are you looking?
He's looking back.
253(8), B.
He's looking at 8B.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Look at you go, Hoyt. So why are we making it 10? Should we just put tree protection plans under tree protection?
Well, there are two kinds of plans.
So
One is a tree plan,
Time
and the
out,
other
time
is a
out,
tree
time out,
protection
time out. What we
plan.
got here are two different things going
They're
on.
two different
okay?
kinds of plans.
We started off with a tree plan, and the tree plan affected tree removal, tree construction, tree protection during construction, okay? And just simply the concept of a tree plan when you're going before the building inspector and the tree and the city arborist to do something.
So maybe we should put tree protection plans
you
as
wanna leave
253.9 and put tree removal permits as 253.10. I put tree protection plans under tree protection.
Well, I don't know that we have to do that.
Or just make it part of tree protection?
We could
So
move.
again, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep, yeah, I didn't even see that. That's a good
Let's-
point.
I'm strongly recommending that we don't monkey with 253(8). I think we spent a lot of time figuring that out and getting general tree protection and then specific protection when there's construction and taking place.
And are you saying that in reference to 253(9)B? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think
Or
tree
259,
protection plan should just be,
253(9A).
should be added onto tree protection.
It could be, but the thing we were
As C.
grappling with before is when is a tree plan required? Do we want to resolve that before we move on to tree protection plan? That's what we were discussing. When is a tree plan required?
It says in the original code that a tree plan may be required by the building official when he feels that the area is going to be affected.
And that's essentially what we're saying here. Whenever an application for a building permit is submitted involving any land alteration requiring tree protection or tree removal, a tree plan form may be completed or shall be, or whatever.
Okay, so give me that and then I'll make that A of tree protection plans. It's kinda
No,
redundant.
this is a tree plan. This is, they're two different things. The tree protection plan is supposed to be a plan to show how trees are going to be specifically be protected during activity on the lot. The tree plan says what trees are in the setback, what trees are going to be preserved, what trees are going to be removed, what trees are going to be replaced. They're two different
Oh,
things.
she's right, Hoyt. Tree protection plan is the one for if they're building something, how do you protect all the trees that are on the
Correct,
property?
correct.
And the tree plan is the plan that's submitted, like with a new house, saying what plans, trees are gonna be left and what trees are gonna be taken out.
Correct, as
So we
Liz-
do need a new
as Liz
section.
described. Well,
Okay.
we need two, I think having tree removal permits as a section and tree plans as a separate section is a good thing.
That's what we
did
have.
separate those out. We could leave tree protection plan in there because it is a tree plan. It's in the
So wait a minute.
title. but
So
we
this shouldn't be
first have
called
to-
tree protection plan, it should just be called a tree plan.
plans, tree
No,
plans.
no, wait a minute, wait a minute.
correct.
Gotcha, go ahead.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
I got,
Well,
we got it.
253(9).
They don't either.
We're separating.
Yep.
No, I
Yeah.
know that,
Okay.
253(9)B.
We're on A. We've got two different kinds of
I
plans.
know that, but
Okay,
253(9)B is tree protection plan.
correct.
Shouldn't that be in 253(8)?
No, that's tree protection for, that is how to protect trees while you're building, so you don't kill the roots and pile building
Okay,
supplies
okay,
on
That's
them.
what you
Fine.
need to
This-
do.
I think I asked that.
We're on
before,
tree
so-
plans.
This is, we're just gonna keep.
So
it
a
in
tree
plan.
plan may be required, not shall, may be required by the building official,
Okay.
right?
I'm gonna give you guys a
That's
2-minute
fine.
warning. I
By
got
the
2 more
building
issues I gotta
official.
deal with before we
Okay.
adjourn.
For any
Land alteration
land alterations
requiring tree protection or tree removal.
Pine tree, I got it, that's good.
Now, I mean, my question was whether or not in this, attendant to this, we want to describe what is supposed to be in the tree plan. The current code is very detailed about this, and I just wonder whether it'd be helpful to at least say,
For tree protection during construction?
no, the tree plan. It's supposed to show the position of the proposed building on the lot, all trees existing on the lot, which ones are designated for.
Are you saying we need that in the code?
It's in the current code.
What do you think, Liz?
Do we need to describe what has to be on the tree plan in the code? Is that necessary? Or do
How
you,
else are they gonna know what has to be on there?
I
you're
agree,
gonna
I
tell
don't,
them.
I didn't
And
know.
they'll say, well, show me where it says that required. And I'll say, well, it doesn't. It's just up to whatever I feel at this exact moment. Not that that's what I would
Well,
say or
to
do,
me,
but that is
Then
the
I would say
perception.
then we need it.
Well, I think you can tweak that language and say, again, a tree plan form shall be made available by the city arborist. So
Is
she has a
there a
piece of paper
form?
that she gives to you.
Is there a form, Liz, that tells them what to put on the plan? Do you have some kind of
No, because it's in the code.
because it's in the code.
So it's right here, a tree plan form, what is that?
There
That's what
isn't
I
any-
put in there.
There's no such thing.
Because
This is-
I believe that it should not be in the code, but rather there should be an opportunity for the city arborist
To tweak it and not have to go
Yeah,
through this.
exactly, just like the tree list, just
I
like the
totally agree.
fees, just like all this
Okay,
other
how's this
business.
sound? Tree plans. A tree plan may be required by the building official for any land alterations requiring tree protection or tree removal. B, a tree plan shall show the proposed construction area with the existing trees and those protected trees to be removed as required per the tree plan application form. C,
Perfect.
a tree protection plan shall be submitted to delineate tree protection areas and other measures to be taken to ensure the safety and survivability of all protected trees. So that's a tree protection plan. That does not belong in there.
Right.
But is that a tree plan as well, Liz?
No, it's a tree protection plan. It's a separate document.
Yeah, tree protection plan is like just less.
So is that
That
tree,
tree
is that under there?
I mean, we can keep it here. But I would definitely do,
I think this
I
needs
would
to
do
be-
a tree plan with, in caps, and a tree protection plan in caps, rather than, I would make, and anything that describes, that refers to the tree plan should be
So,
ones and twos and
is
threes.
there a
and-
fee
Are
for
you
a
getting
tree?
any of the language that's in B currently?
We're getting there.
So this needs to go under 253-8.
Well, it could.
It doesn't
Or
go
it
on a
could
tree
stay
plan.
here
Does
because-
tree plan does a tree plan show tree protection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then, the tree plan,
But it isn't a plan that describes, well, I'm not really sure what a tree protection plan is.
It's
be
exactly
honest.
what it says. It's
Okay.
a plan that shows tree protection
What
on
you're
existing
going to
trees.
do to
Just
protect.
shows it just shows a circle around them.
Okay, okay. But it's not part of the tree plan, it's a separate document.
includes.
What do you mean?
Just what I'm saying.
Give me a
Is
scenario.
the tree
then.
protection, is tree protection a part of the tree plan?
Yes.
Or are those separate documents?
They can be separate
They
documents,
can,
but tree
they don't
protection.
have to be.
Yeah, so say you're coming in and you're gonna like redo your foundation in your house, which
Right.
means you're gonna be excavating, you're having
Right.
heavy equipment. I would look at that and say, we gotta have some tree protection for the trees in this vicinity where you're storing your equipment, where you're bringing the equipment in and out.
Okay.
Now the trees over there, that's fine, they're not in the way. So you gotta get this back to me.
That's a separate document.
Yeah, but
Uh-huh.
it's less than an actual tree plan.
Mhm.
Because the actual tree
Okay.
plan would show you tree protection,
Right,
the overlay of the proposed work,
right.
and then anything to be removed or planted.
All right,
I
I got it, hold on.
Just like a planting plan is part of a tree plan,
Got it,
can be.
right.
Now likewise, a tree plan, if it doesn't have any existing trees, won't show any to be protected. It'll just show 3 trees to be planted or whatever. So,
I don't have a problem if you wanted, Susan, if you wanted to move tree protection plan into the tree protection section. I don't have a problem with it.
I have to think about it.
Okay.
The whole concept there was to address plans and permits.
Yeah, they
Okay.
have everything in one
A
place
tree
that people
protection-
can fill out.
A
I
tree
agree.
plan may be required by the building official for any land alterations requiring tree protection or tree removal. A tree plan
It's also
shall
planting,
show the
planting.
proposed construction area with the existing trees and those protected trees to be removed as required per the tree plan application form. A tree plan may also require a tree protection plan to be submitted, which shall delineate tree protection areas and other measures to be taken to ensure the safety, blah, 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 blah.
The one thing that you left out of the tree plan, it's also proposed planted trees. There are trees removed, trees protected, and new trees
yeah, so if you
to
don't
be
have a front
planted.
yard tree, you would just drop it right on there immediately. Why? Don't submit it to me without it. It's just a waste of time.
And those trees to be planted.
All right, I'm moving on.
I think we got it.
Shutting you down.
Good.
So,
Send
the
that to
next
us.
item of business, A2, preparations for submission of a draft ordinance. Well, we might be a little ways off on that, but I want to talk about that whole concept.
Okay.
I gave you a chart, I mentioned that a little earlier this afternoon.
Right.
I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at it. And if not, that's okay, but I would like some feedback on that. And again, what I'm intending to do is to bring out highlights of issues that we've changed, issues that we've removed, like the urban tree plan.
Right.
Issues that we may have added, that may not have been in there before. And so I'm hoping to do all of that in a very concise, maybe throw some pictures at them with a chart, something like this, and or, you know, maybe an outline of some of the issues as I go through and discuss them. I guess what I would ask from you is, you know, I've identified what I thought were the key issues, and it's pretty much the whole concept of, you know, well, basically the heart and soul of the ordinance that we went through. Maintenance, tree protection, minimum density requirements, protected tree issue, appeals, okay? Those are kind of the core issues that I would propose to highlight in some kind of presentation to the Board of Commissioners. And then the question is when? Well, sooner rather than later. And what I'm hoping is that you guys will give me whatever it is that you're working on here.
Okay.
And I can craft something that I will then send back through you guys, but view as pretty much a final product. And then I'm not quite sure how I'm going to convey it to the Board of Commissioners, but I'm going to do that in some fashion or another. I'll keep you posted about that. Okay? Any comments or thoughts or questions about that part of it? Okay. So, and the other thing is setting our next meeting. Theoretically, we should be setting it for March 5, which is the next first Monday of the month. However, I'm not sure that we have anything to discuss unless, you know, maybe when I go through this thing and send something back to you, you're jumping up and down and you want to have a meeting.
I won't be here March 5th.
And that's an even better reason.
But
I mean, at
I
this
have
point,
a real quick process.
well, hang on one second.
No, I was gonna answer your question, I thought.
No, well, I haven't asked it yet. So what I'm intending to do is to not do anything at this point, but wait until later in the month of February to make a decision. And do that based on whatever input I get and whatever I may not be able to get to the Board of Commissioners before April. I don't, you know, I just don't know how that's gonna work out as a practical matter. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so go
I
ahead.
mean,
My question is very simple. Do we have to vote on a final product?
I don't think we do. Haven't we come to some
I don't
consensus
know, I'm
about
asking a
this?
question, I don't know.
I don't think we're final right now. We're real
Yeah,
close.
yeah. But do you think we need to?
I don't mean
vote?
today, I mean, are we gonna get
No, I
a
know.
final document, and do we have to vote on that final document? Or do we just email each other saying I approve?
Yeah.
We could email each other and say I approve between
That's
now
all I
and
wanted
a
to
month from now.
I
I'm comfortable
I
doing
mean, if you
that.
want to have a vote,
No,
I'm
I-
happy to have a vote. I
Jim, I
don't
was
think it's
asking
necessary.
about process. I mean,
Yeah,
we can-
yeah, I think consensus has worked this
Yeah.
far.
I mean,
And,
literally speaking, to observe FOIA, we can like only talk to Hoyte individually.
Yeah, but we're talking administrative
Yeah.
issue.
Are there going to be any other meetings with anybody outside of us that is going to change what we did today?
Don't think
You
so.
mean before March the 5th?
Before this is submitted to the Board of Commissioners?
How, I don't know. How would that happen? I mean, we're gonna put something together
Who are you
and I'm
thinking of?
gonna take it into the Board of Commissioners, drop it on the table and show them, you know, the dog and pony show.
So this is it, we're done, but
Well, subject to your further comments,
You're
I'm
gonna-
not shutting the door.
you're going to write up everything that we did today?
Well, hopefully you've done
I did
a lot of
not,
that already.
I just wrote up that one section,
Okay.
but
That's fine, but if you
I
can send
offered
that,
to write this
if you
up
can
starting
send
the
that,
beginning of
if
May.
you can send that to each of us.
I got it right here. My question was,
Cool.
do I have to include Ann in
And
this? Or can I just hit
Hoyte,
send?
I think is gonna
Can
try
I
to
just
put
hit
all this
send, or do I have
together.
to
No, you
send
shouldn't
in.
send it to her.
Okay,
You
So
should
it's
send
Yeah,
it
just-
to her.
not to.
it's just
no.
all of us and Jean.
We gotta keep her in the dark over
All right,
My
it's done.
thought is,
You
Hoyte-
have it.
My thought is, Hoyte, before you go to the commissioners, I think we as a group should contribute to the kind of the rationale and the presentation.
I'm gonna
The
give you,
defense
I'm gonna
of it.
give you a draft of what I'm gonna say to them. I mean,
Okay.
if you wanna sit down and have another meeting about that.
I mean, I'm just, I'm
Yeah.
getting a head shake no back over there. I don't know. We
What
don't,
commissioners meeting is it gonna go to? Are you
That's-
gonna
that's
request
what I
it
don't
be
know.
heard at?
he's thinking.
I don't know.
He's thinking April.
They typically will do these things
Right.
at a workshop.
Or
And the
Hoyte-
next workshop is whatever in March. And,
Or Hoyte, you can draft yours and share it with us
I
and ask for
intend to.
comments, and
I
that's
intend
fine,
to.
that's, yeah, okay,
and I intend to have it, I
That's
mean, I've
fine.
done this before with previous presentations to the board.
got it.
Sometimes it's just a memo or whatever. I mean, I share all that
Okay.
stuff to you
Okay.
before I send it to them, so.
Got it. No,
Not to worry
that's
about
fine,
that part of
that's
it.
fine. That works for me.
All right, so just FYI, you're aware that the March meeting might get canceled.
Okay.
We're not gonna make that decision until
I thought
later.
it was canceled.
No. The March meeting is not canceled. I'll probably come to a decision later in February.
Okay.
I'm leaving the door open for that. Because let's see what happens. You know, some of the stuff
Well,
might.
Susan's not gonna be here anyway,
Okay,
so.
all right. Well,
I got a date with Blake Shelton and I'm not canceling.
whoa.
Sorry,
All
not happening.
right, so
I've seen him
with
for
that,
years.
4:27, I'm gonna adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.